So good morning, everyone. My name is Aditya Ramchandran, and I'm your host for the day. So we will begin with the NHRDN Code of Conduct. It'll be appearing on screen. I request each of you to read alongside me, and we will go through the NHRDN Code of Conduct. I will always strive. So I request everyone to read alongside me, please. I will always strive to meet the highest evolving standards of competence in the profession and add value to organizational success. I will deal with all stakeholders with utmost integrity and create an environment of trust leading to ethical success of my organization. I will ensure that I am always reliable and consistent in all my actions by accepting responsibility for my decisions and actions, thereby creating credibility for my profession and myself. I will be objective in all my actions and decisions and foster fairness with firmness. I will conduct myself in a way that facilitates growth and development of all those I am responsible for. I will strive to be a role model for all others and champion exemplary practice of the HR profession. I will respect the rights of privacy, will not use my position for personal gains, and ensure that there is no conflict of interest in what I do with any of my stakeholders. Thank you so much. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aditya Ramchandran. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to the ESG conference hosted by the National Human Resources Development Network, also known as the NHRDN. ESG, in essence, means embedding the environmental, social, and governance aspects in business decision-making process and governance mechanisms towards greater social responsibility, in addition to maximizing shareholder value. It is also seen as an effective way to bridge the gap between traditional capitalism and shared social and economic values. I would now invite T.K. Srirang, National Secretary of the NHRDN and Chief Human Resources Officer and Head Infrastructure Management Services Group at ICICI Bank, to deliver the welcome address. He is a member of the Governing Council of ICICI Foundation. He is also a member of the governing body of the International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. He has 26 years of work experience at organizations like ICI India Limited, Coca-Cola India Limited, and ICICI Bank. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aditya. First of all, a very good morning to all the distinguished guests and fellow professionals. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to the first ESG conference hosted by the National HRD Network. ESG as a theme, I'm sure needs no introduction. I'm sure all of us have heard about it, read about it in our daily lives. If you look at ESG, the G, which stands for governance, I guess in the corporate sector, has been in discussion for some time now, and all of us do realize the importance of having a very strong framework of governance to ensure that we are able to build trust with the stakeholders around us. The E part of it, the environment part of it, I guess is what most of us, I think, experience in our day-to-day lives. Environment and sustainability, again, in some sense has been in the news, it's been in the discussion in the last decade for sure. But one must also realize that this is not something that is new. Civilizations as old as the Greek civilization or Mesopotamian civilization or even the Indian civilization have often discussed the need for us to ensure that the environment around us is protected. Issues like deforestation or fertility of soil, even water contamination, sanitation, etc., have been debates which have happened over generations. As early as 5th century BC, philosophers like Plato and others have actually gone on to talk about sustainability and have actually spoken about how we can really ensure that the environment is protected. So one can argue that this is not something new, which we all have been concerned about. But one can definitely say that the extent to which the discussions have surfaced and have become central, I think, in the last one decade is far, I think, I would say, more or larger than what it used to be in the past. I was just talking to some of my colleagues, and many of you would have read about it in the newspaper. Some of you from Delhi would probably have experienced it too. Delhi this summer had an extreme summer. I mean, summers in India are not new. All of us do experience summers, but Delhi saw high of almost 44, 45 degrees day temperature, and also saw the night temperature not going below 30. Now, that's something which one should really be worried about. It's also said that in the last 122 years, we had the hottest March in Delhi this year. So obviously, these are statistics that are not comforting. Added to it, I read about an important aspect of how damaging this can be is what is called the wet bulb temperature. The wet bulb temperature essentially is a combination of humidity and heat together, and that also there's a limit up to which one can really manage. We can manage as human beings, beyond which it can be fatal. And it's about 35 degrees centigrade is what we are given to understand is a threshold beyond which it can indeed be fatal. Now, what happens is when the wet bulb temperature goes up, the body has to sweat in order to ensure that the body temperature is maintained. But unfortunately, even that process becomes ineffective, and we came to understand that it can lead to heat strokes in a very short period of time, in spite of hydration, etc., etc., etc. So, I think the challenges we are talking about is real, right? We are not talking about esoteric, challenges or challenges that may happen tomorrow. We're talking of things that are happening around us as we speak today. And again, this is not a challenge that can be solved by the governments only. Often we look up to the government to step in, and I'm sure they do have a significant responsibility, no doubt about it. But that said, I don't think they're going to be the only agency or organization that we should look up to. I think increasingly the onus on corporations, organizations that we all work for, and as individuals are responsible to make sure that we take all actions to reduce emission of harmful gases, CO2, green gas, etc., ensuring that we use energy efficient methods. I think is going to become extremely important for us as citizens to really pick up and drive. It also brings an onus on us as HR professionals, and I'm sure today you will be discussing this with a galaxy of various corporate professionals. Many of them are also very senior HR leaders on the responsibility that is on us to really ensure that we kind of redesign or re-enable our HR policies to make the policies more diverse, inclusive, and also ensure that we capture all the human rights elements into our HR policies, making sure that we take action against abolishing of illegal child labor, etc. So the onus on corporations to ensure that we have very progressive and proactive HR policies also is something that will devolve on all the corporations, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that in the discussions. So again, coming back to the whole piece of the environment, I think a whole lot of work is already happening by the government of India. And in 2011, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, in some sense, put out the first guidelines for us to really report, all our ESG initiatives, and it kind of, evolved. In 2020, there was the BRSR, reporting that came into play, where all the top 1,000 companies across the country are expected to mandatorily report. The good part of the BRSR reporting is that it is aligned to the UN SDG goals or the social development goals. It also is benchmarked with other ESG reporting frameworks. So in that sense, you'll be able to have a basis for us to really align ourselves with what is happening around the world. And I think it's a very important step because I think it's really forcing corporations to really look and make sure that we are transparent in the reporting and our contribution to the society. It's also important because these ESG scores today are becoming increasingly important by the investor community because that's now becoming a very important input for them to really decide as to which companies to invest in. Not just on the basis of how they're doing today, but also on the basis of how they're expected to perform tomorrow. So these are going to be extremely important scores, and it gives the opportunity for the society to really kind of vote through your money to make sure that corporations today really are corporate citizens first and focus on long-term value creation and not really short-term value creation. So I guess that's a big shift that's happening all around us, and we thought it's very important to really put together some kind of a discussion platform where we could really get some of the top professionals in India, and we have a couple of leading academic leaders outside of India too who will be participating in the discussion today. So we're going to have 3 CEO sessions. The 3 CEO sessions, and I don't think any of the CEOs who are going to come on stage today need any introduction. They're probably the best in the country. They would be sharing with us their perspectives, not just from their organization's perspective or sectoral perspective, but more importantly, talking about what we as a nation may be expected to do in case we want to really get ahead in this whole sustainability development framework. We then also have we have 4 themes, and I think well articulated by the PWC, who have kindly agreed to be the knowledge partners for this whole conference. So they have helped us to really shape out what those 4 themes would be, which are going to be most relevant for us to discuss. The theme 1 is ESG implementation, turning theory into action. So it's how exactly are we embedding some of these thoughts into policies and practices. The second theme is going to be on social, the spotlight on social, which means the whole discussion and debate around diversity, inclusion, which all of us have been part of, and also take the discussion beyond what otherwise would be done under the CSR framework, but exactly talking about how does it really get integrated into the day-to-day, I would say discussions and framework of the corporation. Unlocking value in ESG, again, very interesting session where the speakers would possibly explore and share the best practices they are following the respective companies and how they've unlocked value for the respective corporations. So that will be very interesting for us to hear and see how they've actually gone about doing it. The fourth is a very interesting session we have put together the best in the academia, 4 top leaders in the academia to come and share. We have 2 professors, leading professors from India, and 2 of them are from outside India, who essentially will also look beyond today and kind of look into tomorrow to see as to what all are evolving landscapes in this whole discussion and what is that we need to do and put in as railroads to really make sure that we are there as a society. So that's the 4th session, and I'm sure as delegates, you will have a lot of questions. I hope you use this opportunity to make it as interactive as possible. I'm sure the speakers who are the best we could line up from the corporate world and the academia are here to spend the day with you. I wish you all the very best. I wish you all a great day with great learning opportunities, great learning and perspective sharing. And I'm sure you guys will really enjoy the day sessions. Wishing you all the very best. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Srirang, for sharing your views on the initiative. Next, I would like to invite S.V. Nathan, National President of the NHRDN, Partner and Chief Talent Officer at Deloitte India, to deliver the inaugural address. He has over 35 years of experience across diverse industries, including manufacturing, services, telecom, IT, and professional services. He has been recognized as a distinguished alumnus by XLRI by his alma mater. He has also been awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award 2021 by Economic Times and Business People. I would like to welcome Mr. S.V. Nathan on stage.
One of the most flattering things that happen when you're sitting in an audience is to take a look at your picture out there, which is something that I posted about some 10, 15 years ago. And when you look at that, you tell yourself, I wish I were looking like that, what you see in the pic out there. Be that as it may, I'm very, very happy to be here with all of you. And what I'm about to do is take you through a few ideas that I have on ESG. ESG is a subject to me very, very close. Why is it close? Because every now and then I get reminded by my nephews and nieces and their children. I mean, they're all tiny tots. And as I'm heading to the bazaar to buy my vegetables, and if I don't carry my bag, the first thing that they would do is they would run up and get a jute bag and give it to me and say, Uncle, you must take this bag. And I used to look at the child and say, seriously? I mean, she said, yes, this planet is important to us. And that's the level of consciousness that children have today. And I ask myself, am I doing all that is required, what a child has experienced that young? ESG is again important because, as Srirang
Hello, can you hear me?
so nicely, we've spoken only about governance. So let me look at ESG in an HR context. Now, why is this a whole thing around a business case? While the whole day is going to be about ESG and there are different shades of how ESG is going to be spoken about, the way I'd like to speak to is, we are working in an organization. The organization has an environment. That's the ecosystem that we are working in. If I like an organization, I like the person who's working with me, who's my boss or my reporting manager. But what is equally important is who are the people around me that work with me, which is about culture. So when you're looking at an environment, you're really looking at what is it that is happening around my organization. That environment is important to me. If that environment starts to get toxic, you know what people will do? They will vote with their feet. So having the right environment is important regardless of where we are. The second one, sustainability. We all know what happened in the Great Resignation. The Great Resignation happened because we didn't address the great expectations. People have expectations. I don't think we responded to, as an organization, collective. As a body collective, we did not respond to that. All about great expectations of people at a Great Resignation. Why? Because in that time, people got burnt out. Why? Because we didn't know that when the sun starts shining and when it ends, that's when your day ends. For some people, it does not. We didn't know these boundaries. We never taught people what is boundary management. Earlier, it was easy. You get to work at 9, you get out at 6, life is good. We never took back home. Of course, we took a very hefty computer bag, but you were not expected to sit down and work some more. Pandemic when it happened, then we didn't know when to start, when to end. Was it sustainable? No. It's still, in some places, we are faced with the challenge of what that has happened and hurt us really bad. Sustainability, governance. By the way, one of the nice, and I'll come to this in just a minute. The last one is on governance. Governance has been spoken about. In any organization, whether you look at the policy, whether you look at the procedures, is it something that is along the swim lanes? Is it something that you got to expand, contract? This is important. Some governance structure, which is why even when you have a board in organizations, the board is vested with that responsibility to ensure that there is proper governance in any organization. So do we have governance? But all of this you can personalize. Because you have to take ESG personally. Whether you talk about 80% of the forest that has vanished on Earth, or whether you look at oceans and seas which have started to rise. And when Srirang spoke about 45 degrees in Delhi, I was thinking it was 47 in Hyderabad, from where I come. Of course, I moved to better climates in Bangalore, but I don't know whether that's going to change. I'm sure it would. So all of this, whether it is water, whether this is what is happening around, the Arctic ice melting, creating huge problems all around. What did our ancestors do? I think they did a much better job. I'm hugely thankful to COVID. I don't know whether you saw it or you heard it. During the COVID, we heard the birds. Do we hear the birds today? We don't. So what do? We supplement the bird noises with all the chimes that you have on your mobiles, isn't it? You put those noises. But the birds, those chiming, they've all gone away. That period of 2 years, a lot of good things happened because you still had a lot of plants which started to grow. Our ancestors did a much better job. Our consumption has gone up like crazy. And I think the consumption apart, our approach to consumption has also changed. We need to be more circumspect every time we do something because it has a long-term effect. Because as my nieces, they tell me, what kind of a world are you giving to us? So, Srirang talked about policies. In organizations, we can do a few things. I don't think I know of any organization which says, okay, well, I'll give you an award for commitment, achieving targets, helping out people, There's not a single organization which says, okay, I'm going to give you some award, some recognition of what work you've done in ESG. Could we have something there? Something about rewards and recognition. We recently, in Deloitte, we started something called the Green Points, where we can find out what people, whether they travel, how long they spent at their computer. You can measure all, how often do they come to work. All this, if you put it into one neat table, you'll be able to say, okay, these are the green points this person has earned. We are saying, can we be sustainable? So there are a lot of policies that we can also introduce. I will make it personal because I remember as a child, my mother used to tell me, that's the bell that goes off to say, beta band kar. My mother used to tell me, don't use a lot of water. You know, we open the tap and we forget about it and we start to wash our hands. You do all. He says, if you use a lot of water, then Lakshmi will go out of the house, which means you'll become poorer. And I didn't understand it then. I really thought that I'm going to lose a lot of money. Today I understood that that's that small action that my mother wanted to tell me, you have to be more careful. What is it that you and I can do? So I've got a small acronym which says Beta Go. Where B is for buy. Let's be careful about what we buy. If you don't need something, don't buy something. Minimalistic, that helps. Energy. Let's be careful about the energy that we use. If you don't, it's nice to have a geyser. It's nice to have an air conditioner. But can you switch it off when you don't need it? Can you turn down your heater a little bit? That can help. Lots of things that you can do on energies. Personalize it. 3, travel. I'm not saying stop travel. We all want to travel because 2 years of what happened to us, there is a release. But can you travel together? See if you can share. They talk about sharing and caring. If you share, then perhaps you're really caring for the environment. And the A of the beta is awareness. Be aware yourself, get others to be more aware. And the go is green. See if you can have things which are green. Plant a tree if you can. If you cannot, at least have a small green stuff in your house. Money plant, it's okay. But at least it helps. It really brings something onto you. Find some ways to organize yourself to think ESG. So there are a lot of things that we can do. I'm sure we'll get a lot more ideas. So on that note, I wish you well for a fantastic day ahead of us. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan, for sharing your valuable insights. This brings us to the end of the inaugural session of the conference, and I once again would like to thank S.V. Nathan and T.K. Srirang for setting the context and laying the foundation for the NHRDN conference. Next, we will begin with the CEO Speak panel. For the CEO Speak session, our speaker will address the audience, followed by a question and answer session with the audience. For those of you who have joined us through our YouTube live stream, please enter your questions in the chat box. Let us now begin with the session. Our speaker, R. Mukundan, is the Managing Director and CEO of Tata Chemicals. He is a distinguished alumnus of IIT Roorkee, Fellow of Indian Chemical Society, and alumnus of Harvard Business School. During his 30-year career with Tata Group, he has held various responsibilities across chemical, automotive, and hospitality sectors of Tata Group. Please join me in welcoming R. Mukundan. He will be joining the session digitally. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me, Srirang, to this wonderful conference. My apologies that I could not be there with you in person, but absolutely delighted with the whole HR community looking at ESG and the area of sustainability and trying to sort of build evangelists in this area, very, very important area. I have a short presentation. I thought about 6-7 slides to sort of walk you through what we are doing. I really don't have a larger view on where the world is headed, but from the place we are coming from. Can we start with the presentation, please? Thank you. At the start, I want to say that everything starts with purpose, and our purpose was very, very clearly elucidated by our founder, Jamshedji Tata, way back in 1850, 1860, when he sort of laid out this whole point when he was starting out his journey as an entrepreneur. That I've lost the presentation here. Yeah. When he started out his journey and what he said was, in a free enterprise, in any company, the community is not just a stakeholder, but is very, very purpose of its existence. I think that sort of set out a series of actions and the way we run our business with a deep sense of purpose. And at the heart of the purpose is the communities and the value system which we have. And that sort of defines the way we deal with issues which we need to confront for better life of all the people. Can we go to the next slide? This sort of lays out how we are looking at sustainability at broadly Tata. I'm going to take a few examples, including what our company is doing. Our purpose remains to improve quality of life of communities, drawn straight from what our founder said. But we want to do this with a key term which we use, leadership with trust. We want to lead, but we want to do it in such a way that we can earn the trust of our stakeholders. And that sets out a set of behaviors, sets out a set of actions which we do in every aspect of how we live, how we conduct business, and that drives everything in the company. When you look at sustainability, what we have been looking at is in broadly 3 buckets. We see businesses in 3 broad buckets, and don't take this as the way to look at it. There could be other formats as the way we are looking at it. Certain businesses, sustainability will become the business. For some business sectors, you will end up with sustainability as business. For example, when you talk about mobility, it is going to transition to e-mobility. When you look at power, energy sector, it is going to become completely renewable, completely green over a period of time. In some businesses, we need to embed sustainability, which means that they need to become less intensive in carbon, less intensive in resource usage. And those are all the things these businesses will do. I'll come and talk about what sort of these are businesses. Business like steel, chemicals are all in that bucket. Lastly, there are large consumer businesses which we have, which we want to sort of help the entire value chain embrace sustainability. This is things like our Tata Consumer Products, where we are not just working within our boundary, but we are going to all our supply chain, all our partners to sort of embed it in their business so their entire value chain becomes. So this is broadly the 3 buckets we look at. The 3 broad areas of action we are looking at is to driving net zero. This is fundamentally decarbonized business. There's an example what Tata Chemicals has done in its UK operation, where we have constructed the first industrial scale carbon capture and utilization plant. A pioneering circular economy, Tata Steel increasingly is building a new business of what they call as renew steel, which means the entire steel is made from recycled steel, and the recycling and resource usage has become a central part of what they think the future of business in steel business will be. The virgin iron ore mined steel will become a smaller portion as we go along. This may take a long time in India, but generally the view is that at some point it will convert to a large portion of steel being recycled. This we have seen already in glass. For example, in glass, the cullets, which is the old glass, gets recycled into new glass, and the virgin material which is used to make glass, which is sand and soda ash, which is a chemical we make, I think increasingly occupies less space. And lastly, we are also looking at how do we conserve nature and biodiversity. We have many programs, especially in our plantations, in each one of our businesses. Here, I just wanted to highlight one example of this. This is our effort. Tata Chemicals owes its existence to marine ecosystem. And there, what we've done with respect to whale shark is just a symbol. Using that symbol, like Project Tiger is a symbol, how we are protecting the marine ecosystem. Can you go to the next slide? So these are what we see in three companies. For example, Tata Motors took up e-mobility as a key core driver. Today, they are number one EV brand. They've got over 70% market share. They're consistently holding this position. They have built the ecosystem around them, 400 plus charging station. Already, the vehicles which they put out in the market have covered 50 million kilometers and increasing every day. And that's the kind of impact it's creating. It's transforming the business, reshaping the business, and it's also bringing new business opportunity. This is what we call the bucket, where business itself is going to pivot to renewable. Tata Power again has said no more of coal-fired boilers. It's going to look at fundamentally wind, solar, and hydro. It already had a very large hydro footprint, but then they want to sort of be the leader in this field. And over a period of time, they've also innovated a lot. How do you involve home buyers? How do you involve offices in terms of rooftop? For example, they've set up 950 megawatts of rooftop capacity. They're also working with farmers. How do you sort of transform the farmers to move towards solar? So solar powered water pumps, these are all the new business ideas which have come as they build this renewable business, where business itself is pivoting to green business. So when you look at ESG, or let's say sustainability, and big part of that sustainability is going to be the environment piece. I'm assuming governance, most companies who are here have very strong governance systems. In India, we already have 2% CSR. A lot of people are working on that. Employee well-being is at the top of your agenda because you're all HR people. But this E piece is what I think occupies a space, and there a lot of businesses will pivot to green. In Tata Consumer, for example, they have built a complete sustainable supply chain called Trusty, where 750 million kgs of tea was sourced through sustainable means. Is about 60% of the tea source. And this is one of the largest program in terms of verification and certification program in the world, run by not just Tata Tea, now a lot of other partners who work with it. This helps the tea growers, the small tea growers, all types of people, the big corporates to small people, to sort of come in and become part of our value chain, which sort of then gets certified, where sustainable plantation practices are the core of what they do. So really, these are the two ends. Now, let me dive into where we have to embed sustainability in hard to abate sectors. These are sectors which are difficult, and there again, what we are doing. Next slide, please. This is an example of what companies can do with respect to technologies. We built first industrial scale carbon capture utilization plant, which takes out the flue gases from our gas-fired power plant. And this is about 11% carbon reduction, 40,000 tons of CO2 is captured. This is now proven industrial complex. It actually makes carbon dioxide of a very, very high grade, which is used in pharmaceutical and food applications, and really has been seen as a benchmark by UK government as one of the top 10 plants which are transformative in their technology. Of course, they also participated in this investment. 25% of the capital for this plant actually came from the UK government. So really, governments are also pitching in when industries and businesses want to step up and build their green economy and their plan for carbon footprint reduction. Next slide, please. Now, the other example about hard to abate sectors is how do you sort of go circular? Circularity has to be at the center heart of your theme. And here, what Tata Steel has done is to build the first 500,000 ton steel recycling plant in Haryana and Delhi. And there is no iron ore available there. It has just got to be recycled steel. And this is the first of its kind, where they're sort of, and then this will be scaled up and multiple units will come. There's also an element of reuse, which is based, slag is used for road construction. This is in their basic smelters. And then lastly, I think in terms of remanufacturing, which is, bringing to life waste, which is whatever waste they have now is used as a fertilizer because it's very rich in sulfur. So every piece of material which you consume, every piece of material which you sort of use as work in progress or which is out of the system, we can find useful purpose, and repurposing it to make sure it that reduces the resource intensity and thereby benefits the whole ecosystem and whole environment. Next slide, please. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the third pillar. The first two pillars were reducing carbon intensity. Second was circularity. And the third is a glimpse of what we do in terms of species protection, in terms of biodiversity. We have been pioneering the whole issue of whale shark in the coast of Gujarat. And this was done in partnership with Gujarat government initially. And up till now, for example, in terms of conservation, 857 whale sharks have been rescued and released. There have been zero incidents of poaching of whale shark, and this is first of its kind. And in fact, this project is a benchmark UN conservation project, started out in partnership with Australia, where whale sharks are found. And a whale shark is the largest fish. And if you protect the largest fish, you end up protecting the entire marine ecosystem. We also do other things. For example, we are one of the largest mangrove plantation program running in India. We also have done the first transplantation of coral reefs. Coral reefs from Lakshadweep were transplanted to coast of Gujarat. So there's a whole host of work which we have done in terms of marine ecosystem. And the reason we want to work on marine ecosystem is 90% of our profits come from marine ecosystem, because we wean salt from the sea that becomes a starting raw material for us. And that effectively then drives the entire company's future. And hence we said we will work towards life below the sea. I've got a short video to sort of play before we get into Q&A on what this whale shark program is. Can you please play the video, please? Sorry, yeah, we can come back to this after the video.
सबसे बड़ी मछली थी, और वो मछली सबसे पहले जब पकड़ी गई तो 45 फीट तक उसकी लंबाई थी और 12 टन जितना वजन था। तो ये मछली है जो हमारा जो सौराष्ट्र का दरिया किनारा है वहाँ पर प्रजनन करने के लिए आती है, इधर बच्चे देने के लिए आती है।
Being a first corporate to partner for conservation of a species, the largest fish in the world, and the species, it has outlived the dinosaurs, and no one has done any work on it previously in India. So we are very excited about it.
Social emotional appeal was made by the Morari Bapu, the spiritual renowned leader of the Gujarat state, and they appealed to the fishers, saying that the whale shark is our daughter and we should either protect it instead of hunting that.
And we organized street plays all along the coastal regions, the fishing harbors of the Saurashtra area, and believe me, these awareness campaigns were a big hit, and the people accepted the concept very deeply.
The picture has exactly turned now. If you see, none of the fishers go for the hunting, but they are now into the whale shark conservation. They say whale shark is a wahali instead of they earlier used to call it barrel.
હું ફિશિંગમાં જાઉં ને જ્યારે વેલ મછલી આવે ને મને ત્યારે અમે ઝપાઝપાટીને મૂકવાનું જ કરીએ છીએ કે આપણી બેનમાં દીકરી કહેવાયને ને અમારા ગુજરાતના દરિયામાં ઘણીવાર આવે છે ને એમને ઘણીવાર આવી લીધી છે એટલે એમને ઝપાટ મૂકવાનું જ અમે કરીએ એટલે એ બચી જાય, મારી ગણતરી વધારે હોય.
જ્યારે અમને વેલ મછલી દેખાતી હોય તો અમે પ્રકાશભાઈને ફોન કરીએ તરત કે વેલ મછલી છે આવે છે બોટમાં ફસાય છે તો અમે એને તરત છોડી દઈએ છીએ. છોડી તો એને નુકસાન ન થાય એ રીતે પાછી વહી જાય કે અમારી બેન જીવ લાગે છે તો અમે છોડ રાખીએ છીએ. જ્યાં પછી અમને એવી અસર લાગે ઓહો कैसे जाती आम करती.
तीनों मिलके उसका पूरा ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसको छुड़ाने की कोशिश करते हैं, कैसे छोड़ना है. अगर छोड़ने में उसको थोड़ा इंजरी हो गया, थोड़ा ऐसा वैसा हो गया तो फिर वो मर जाएगी ना.
Apart from that, now they want to self-release, the new mechanism what we have brought into the project from 2012 onwards. So under that, the fishermen themselves, they'll cut down their net and they want to release it back. But to claim the compensation, the Department of the Forest of Gujarat State, they need some kind of proof. And for that, we have equipped them with a manual camera. So under that, they want to document the entire rescue process. And by the time they'll come back to the shore, they have to submit as a proof to the Forest Department officials. We are monitoring the whale shark migration. Where it goes, that can be tracked with two mechanisms. One is satellite tracking and another is marker tagging, capture-recapture method. So as a part of that, we are deploying the satellite tag and we are tracking the migration. from the Gujarat coast?
Recently, we have tagged 2 whale sharks last December. One of them was traveled from Gujarat waters towards Maldives Islands. Almost traveled 3,000 kilometers within a short period, 2 months period. And till date, we have been able to tag 7 whale sharks successfully with satellite transmitters.
हमें लगा होता है, वो हमारी दिकड़ी है, हमें लगा होता है.
And it definitely gives us a lot of joy, a sense of achievement that we have been one of the forces which has been instrumental at protection of this gentle giant.
Ultimately, this entire story, whale shark has been conserved on the Gujarat coast, and the core stakeholder, they are the fishers. They are the heroes of the conservation. So because of that, the mission has been now successed, and that is being replicated in the other coastal parts of the state. Our Valley, our pride. Save the whale shark.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think when we started this project, we had a lot of difficulty, and we really, in many ways could not even convince the fishermen till we actually got in touch with Murari Bapu. He's a spiritual leader in Gujarat, and he sort of heard the story and he said that we will not call it whale, we'll call it Wali. And Wali in Gujarati means a daughter, and the daughter is coming back home to give birth. That is really why this whale shark visits the shores of Gujarat. It wants to be in shallow waters when it is giving birth to young ones. And really then he spread the message amongst fishermen, and the Murari Bapu's word then meant a lot to these fishermen, and they took this to heart. Also, the state government and state, our own forest and Ministry of Environment and Forest supported us by actually creating a compensation fund by which if the fishermen cut their nets and they lose the net, they are compensated for the loss, and the funds are remitted into their account. We are in fact now working with the Ministry of Environment and Forest to say that, listen, I think it is not just the net, they also lose livelihood for a few days, and we should be working towards how do we compensate them for having done this work in terms of conservation of a very important species. Of course, this has led to huge increase in the fish population, and the fishermen are also very happy that this conservation movement they've started has led to multiple other benefits. The other one which I just wanted to talk about was the transplanted implantation of coral reefs. I spoke about it. This has been one of its first kind. The first time we attempted it, this was after whitewash of the coral reefs in and around Gujarat due to high temperature rise. And then we had to get some coral reefs from Lakshadweep to be transplanted. Again, a project which we did with Ministry of Environment and Forest. They sort of allowed us to do this. The first attempt failed. The second attempt, actually, the corals are going very well. And and this has been one of the success stories, and we will replicate this wherever we have the threat to current coral reefs, so that we can sort of multiply and protect the ecosystem. So broadly, these are 2 or 3 cases. Mangroves, another case we work on. We also work on turtles. So there's a whole host of work which is happening in the company, and all this is also the employees volunteer and support these programs. And our volunteering man hours per person is one of the highest in the industry today. Can we go to the last slide? I just wanted to leave some thoughts with respect to what we can do with respect to human capital, and all of you are people who shape the human capital. The central driver, I think central driver of any business is the people and the customers. And really on these 2 pillars, there's a huge influence that this community can bring. And my own view is that ESG sustainability is a key driver of employer brand going forward. So our whole issue of attraction and retention of talent is going to depend on what kind of vision, mission, and strategy you set out as part of your overall strategy for sustainability. It is also a key component of, in my view, culture building. If you really want to be one of those successful companies which want to survive for a longer period of time, I'm not saying we make phenomenal profit over a short period of time. Longevity is one of the objectives. I think culture building is very, very critical, and sustainability sort of strikes the chord and ticks all the boxes. Also, when you look at ESG, the S component, the social component, as you start measuring, because I think many of the companies here will have to start reporting on ESG. The BRSR is already on us. In every annual report, there is going to be an assurance process which is going to be shortly rolled out. SEBI is working on it, and there are several issues of now rating agencies also are giving a high sort of importance to this. The people who raise finance, who give you capital, are also giving it a very important thing. The social component is very, very important. One key part of the social component is employee well-being. We've done several things in that. We have to put money where the mouth is. For example, we've got a scheme like Suraksha scheme, where if the disability or unfortunate fatality to any employee, for whatever reason, from the time he leaves home till he reaches home is what we consider. And if he has followed all safe practices, his family then gets almost his last drawn salary with inflation adjustment for the entire remaining period of his service. No questions asked. So when we rolled out the scheme, there were a lot of apprehensions, what this will lead to. But really speaking, we've just had about 3 people who have claimed this scheme after it was rolled out, and it's not been a big expenditure, but it's a huge morale booster for everybody that they need to play a role in keeping themselves safe and their colleagues safe. We also need to roll out in our companies, I think, as part of the training, development, and onboarding program, element of ESG sensitization. There are several new elements of ESG which are coming. For example, human rights is going to occupy a central space which I've not spoken about. Very early stage, because India has signed up for it, and there'll be measurement, and there's going to be tracking at the central government level, right down to company level. So sensitization of all those matters, creating awareness, and having champions, evangelists who go out. And there cannot be a greater evangelist than HR community, because they meet people on a regular day-to-day basis. I would also say we need to embed this in purpose and values, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Also make it an integral part of strategy. We have actually combined sustainability and strategy function into one, because we don't think we need to have a separate pillar. It needs to be combined. It needs to be embedded in the way the company wants to build itself forward. And lastly, I think we all know this, measurement is what drives companies. At least in our company, we have a bunch of engineers who only know numbers. So we tend to sort of create metrics and look at performance, reward recognition program. These are my thoughts for the community, which already must be already in your mind. And I thought these are things which make a great impact. So delighted to be with all of you. And really, this is a big push, big shift in the way businesses are building themselves for future. And HR has got a huge role to play in the way we transform ourselves into businesses which mean a lot to not just the shareholders, but beyond shareholders, to all stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukundan. We will now move on to the question and answer session.
Good morning, sir. My name is Vineet Tiwari from Shri Balaji University. I want to ask the question. We appreciate the work of Tata Group in towards the ESG. I want to ask the question, like when we talk about the FMCG sector, the replacing the plastic, Mr. Nathan sir also talked about the replacing the plastic. So what the Tata Chemical is doing for replacing the plastic in cost efficient manner, so we can roll out it. And I heard the news of recently acquiring the Bisleri by Tata Group. So what the new thing that Tata Group will ensure that a large part of the marine pollution is the plastic bottles when we talk about it. So what the Tata Chemicals will be approaching for it?
So on Bisleri, I have no comments. Even I have read it only yesterday, so I have no idea about it. But let me just speak about the issue of plastics. I think one of the things we've done as a bunch of FMCG companies, we've all gotten together and worked with government on a unique program of extended producer responsibility. End of the day, what we say is that it is not just the consumers, but actually the producers of products who are responsible, and they need to take ownership of this. And that EPR program has been designed, and it gives an assurance back to government in terms of what was the plastic which was consumed in your production, in your distribution, and how much have you collected back and recycled and put it to other use. It could even be used as fuel in some of the boilers and cement plant. And I think that entire tracking of mechanism and also reporting back to government was a framework which I think the industry worked well together. We know we've had some success with single-use plastic. I think the biggest problem is the single-use plastic, which cannot be recycled. And the plastics which can be recycled, I think we need a mechanism to incentivize for people to return them so that it can go back as virgin material and we can reuse them. So this entire process has begun, but I would not say it's perfect. But there have been a lot of success stories. I can tell you, if you go to Tirupati, the temple town, there is no plastic there. If you go to parts of Goa, there is no plastic there. So I think a lot of public private partnership with consumers has led to this shift. And I think we've done, at least we started the journey. And as companies, we are very much aware of our responsibility, not just in plastic. I also told you electronic waste. I think I heard Mr. Nathan speak about we are now hearing clicks and beeps on the phone, but I think that means a lot of phones are getting pushed out every year, every alternate year, and I think there's a huge amount of electronic waste. What do we need to do about it? So these are all things which we are extending the same program, which is EPR program, and hopefully what I do find, let me just tell you that most companies, most corporates, large and small, are very, very responsible. The only thing we need to work together to create a system which they can work on, which they can implement, and all of us have to work towards it, which is really what our effort has been. Thank you.
So in the interest of time, we would take one more question. So please, from the audience.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mahima Singhal, student manager from Sri Balaji University, Pune. So my question is, how is the waste sustainability management and handled in Tata Group?
Can you repeat the question? Waste sustainability?
How is the waste sustainability managed and handled at Tata Group?
Yeah, I think yeah, so when I spoke about the recycle, reuse, circularity, I think it's a central principle. And I can just say this, that firstly, let me also weave in what we are doing. Plastic from our township in Mitapur is fully used as a fuel in our cement plant. We are now extended that to the temple town of Dwarka, which is next door. We are collecting from the municipality the plastic there, and I think we are firing it in our boilers so that we just don't harm the environment anymore. In terms of the waste, I think fundamentally we are looking at circularity. Within Tata Chemicals, for example, the entire waste stream which comes out of a chemical processing actually is used in our cement plant. Our cement plant is actually our mini waste processing plant, which converts all the waste products into a useful product. And it does have an emission of carbon. So I think you can say that, listen, you're emitting carbon while you're processing. So we are going to be implementing there very shortly the carbon capture and utilization plant so that we can also reduce the carbon footprint of that unit. So all of us, I think what we need to think about is the circularity. And I really like this concept, which, previous speaker brought about, which is how do we personalize this? Can we personalize this at our individual level, that we will reuse, we will create circularity for everything which we use every day rather than, buy new. This whole resource intensity can be brought down only by looking at consumption and making sure that while consuming better, we don't end up, nobody's saying have a lifestyle which is in 16th century, but all we are saying is we can still lead a comfortable life, even as we sort of look at this circularity as a principle. This is embedded in our companies. We are tracking this. We now have metrics across our companies, across 3 elements, which I spoke about. One is carbon reduction. Tata Chemicals has committed 28% reduction in carbon by 2030, and we will be more or less net zero by 2050, if not 2045. In terms of circularity, I think increasingly we're going to report how much of our material is sort of reused and recycled. Last year, I think, for example, in terms of water, we were net water surplus. we will, or even on solid material, we are getting close to, being positive. So each company will now report as part of the annual report these elements. And lastly, protecting biodiversity, which I sort of spoke about, the few case studies, what impact it has had is also something which we'll measure. So we have plans as these 3 pillars, and in each one of the pillars, we'll be working out metrics and reporting to the wider public through our annual report and on our websites.
Thank you, everyone. Once again, I would like to thank Mr. Mukundan for sharing his insights through his experiences. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
I would now like to invite Vivek Prasad, Markets Leader, PWC India, to brief us on the theme. Vivek is a part of PWC India's leadership team and leads the markets function. He has over 27 years of professional experience, which focuses on banking, asset management, mutual funds, private equity, and capital markets. He is closely involved in various industry committees and is an active member at industry events and forums. Please welcome Mr. Vivek Prasad.
A very good morning, a very, very good morning to everybody out here. And firstly, Mr. Srirang as the National Secretary, Mr. Nathan, and of course, Mr. Mukundan. I was asked to actually, talk a little bit about the theme of today, which is ESG and a strong business case. But actually just listening to the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes, I would say, I was actually really wondering what I should say, to actually supplement what each one of us have already spoken. But what I'd try and do is over the next 10 minutes, supplement it by some points, some data points, some of the surveys that we as PwC have conducted. I was very, very happy to see the way the session started with everybody, reading out a pledge, etc. I would actually really urge at the end of this session, if everybody can also just take one pledge as to what they would do, to Mr. Nathan's point, whether you're carrying a jute bag or you're just probably using a reusable cup for your coffee or tea at home, well, not at home, in the office, I think that's where, we can really make the change. Any change really starts, I would always say, with yourself. So, if we can really just walk away with that one small thing that we can do. And in this room, I'm told there are a number of HR professionals, a great place, because each one of you really touch the biggest assets that we have in our organizations, right? So if you can just go back and, pass this message on to the people in our offices, which is our extended families, and, one other message to people in the family, I would actually say and agree with Mr. Nathan, today our kids, our nephews and nieces, and, children all around probably, are better equipped to tell us what we should be doing than, us, trying to consciously do something. So I think there is hope. There is a lot of hope with what Mr. Mukundan just said. I think Tata is, of course, but I think every organization that, he himself said, whether small or large, is doing their thing in any small way. And I think if we can just supplement that effort, I think it's change, and it's change at scale. So let me, in any case, get through, my presentation, and I'll keep it very brief. So what I thought I'd just do, at least in the first slide, is you should talk a little bit about, what's really driving this. And again, I don't think this needs too much of emphasis, because we've already heard, the speakers for the last 30 minutes, really making the case for it. But I just say a couple of things. The whole climate piece, this is not, something, people spoke about, temperatures in Hyderabad as well as Delhi. We've seen floods in Mumbai. We've seen extended summers in Mumbai, and whatever winters, for those of you who are in Mumbai, that we have and enjoy, I think it's going to get shorter and shorter. And everybody may not be able to move to Bangalore to enjoy better weather. So, I think this is really an emergency which is here and now. And as, the speakers before spoke about what our ancestors did, I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that we do something for our children and for the next generation. So I think it's that urgent. And it's not just about, the 1.5 degrees that's being spoken about. I think the ramifications of that 1.5 degrees, or if we don't stay within the 1.5 degrees, is immense. I mean, it would mean diseases, it would mean disruption, it would mean, livelihood being taken away. It would mean cities, which many of us would have probably visited and really, cherished and had good memories, disappearing. And that is real. This is not about, something which would happen, beyond our lifetimes. But again, it's not doom and gloom. There's an opportunity for us to kind of look at this. But what's really happening? I mean, that's really the issue. And a lot of focus is on the E, and rightfully so, because I think that reads the maximum amount of intensity from a capital standpoint, from an effort standpoint, from a coordinated effort standpoint, to make sure that the change really comes through. But I think the S and G is equally important. And I do think that, the group out here as HR professionals, each one of us, as well as a number of, students from the university, as I see from the questions, at least in the previous session, have an opportunity to, really influence and change. There's immense amount of investor pressure, both public and private, and I'll kind of elaborate on that through my subsequent slides. Regulators, the speakers before spoke about the BRSR regulations which SEBI has put out. We were speaking just before the conference, and RBI has now their own policy which requires companies and boards to recognize what every bank is doing. The MCA has had CSR, and the rules are constantly changing. So I think there is enough and more pressure, I would say, but more than pressure, I always look at this as an opportunity, that if you have an external push, but you have the internal drive to drive this, there is stuff that we could do. Today, everybody talks about the opportunity that the country has in front of us, and that's real, right? I mean, we have a real opportunity to become a much more important player in the global arena with what's happening around the world, whether it's geopolitics, whether it's our demography, etc. But I think this is one thing which can really come in the way. So unless and until we actually make that change, whether the regulations change in Europe, as we probably read and heard, most of you would have seen it in November earlier this year, there have been changes in Europe, which effectively says that every company operating in that geography has to report emissions. And it's just not emissions that they generate within their geography, but beyond their geography. So if India has to be a critical component of that ecosystem, which I'm sure we have to, if we need to kind of achieve our aspirations, then it's here and now. So it's not about something which is changing in Europe and which European companies have to do, but each of those will have ramifications on what we do out here. And last but not the least, and which is very heartening, there's only so much that regulations can do. I think we, in our capacity as individual employees, in our capacity as individual consumers, are exhibiting this change in pattern, which is again very important. I'll try and elaborate that through a couple of slides. Okay, so I did want, as I said, I just wanted to kind of elaborate some of these themes by certain data points. And forgive me for people at the back if you can't really read some of this. I'll just articulate it out. So we at PWC we did a survey some time back, which was primarily focused on almost 300 plus investors. And the results pretty much speak for themselves. What it said that almost 82% of the investors effectively said that companies should embed ESG and all elements, whether it's E, the S, and the G, as part of their corporate strategy. I won't go through each of the statistics out there, but I think it's up there for people to see. Effectively, what the investors are asking today is for ESG to be part of the strategy. Mr. Mukundan spoke about they don't really have two departments anymore. It's collapsed into one. So I think that's the way forward. I think it can't be a standalone thing. Till a few years back, this used to be an investor relations agenda, right? So, the investor relations team would actually, do something around how are you going to put out what the company is doing. But that has changed. It has pretty much become the board agenda, and it's become the board agenda because of a variety of reasons that I just kind of spoke about in the previous slide. There's increasing pressure on accountability, because this is not just about, putting a statement out that we're going to go green or we will do a particular thing, but somebody's got to be accountable. And that somebody now has moved from, let's say, a chief sustainability officer to somebody in the boardroom. There's increasing pressure and voice to say that today executive compensation should be not only be linked on financial performance that a company achieves, but also what it does on the sustainability agenda. And I think that's that's happening, and it's happening as we speak. It's happening at a very, very fast pace. Some more statistics. Again, as I spoke about in the previous slide, I spoke about how capital, both public and private, is influencing, change. A lot has been, spoken about private equity investors. India attracts probably one of the highest amount of FDIs, even through COVID, and even through this year. If you see the amount of inflows that have come in, have been at record highs. Each one of these have been, putting sustainability as part of their diligence. So we obviously can't talk about names, but there are so many transactions which just don't go through because the ESG agenda of those companies don't really meet up to the mark. Or even if the transaction happens, there is a very, very clear plan in terms of how the company would then transition, in the foreseeable future. In the first slide, I spoke about another data point which said that, look, it's not just about what investors are talking about. This was another survey that we did, and it's a very, very broad, when I say broad, very comprehensive survey. We had almost 5,000 consumers. We had around 2,500 employees, and we had about 1,200 odd business leaders. And this is across the geography, including India. So this is not just, what's happening in Europe or what's happening in the US or South America. This is including, a representation from India. And I think this, again, goes to prove the point that, it's just not one community or one set of individuals or a body which is really asking for this. What was coming out was quite stark. If you just focus on the data on the right, it says 57% of the consumers. So this is your market as far as a company is concerned, whether it's an FMCG company, whether it's a steel manufacturer, whether it's a salt manufacturer. So this is the voice of each one of us when we go out, and do our shopping for our daily needs. 57% of the consumers say that companies should be doing more to advance the environmental goals. 76% of consumers, and this is large, right? 3/4 of your customer segment or target market is effectively saying that they would switch if the company is not adopting green measures or it's not, sustainable. Now that's a big thing for somebody who's, running an organization to say that, look, if 76% of my target audience is going to become a lot more conscious than before, then I think you don't need regulation to drive that. You just need, business sense to be able to drive that. And if, what we spoke about, our children and our nieces and nephews is true, that's the segment which is going to drive, consumption in our country as we kind of go forward. And I see a lot of younger people in this audience, and I'm sure this kind of resonates. I think the other two, I'll keep it brief. The other two things I would say, the 48% and 54%, I think is a real opportunity. And it's a real opportunity because these scores are low. And these scores are around, the 48% is that companies should show more progress on social issues. And the social issues are wide, right? I mean, it could be just diversity, and diversity is not just for gender, it's about thoughts, it's about communities, it's about governance. A lot has been said about governance. Is it really in substance or is it form? So you really need to go behind and, have that governance in place which is in substance. I mean, the whole data bill, which is now, recently come out, that's going to have serious ramifications for organizations internally, for each one of us, ramifications for each one of us as individuals in terms of what is going to get scored. And of course, for organizations as they kind of look at it holistically. This is probably my last slide, and I would just say a couple of things, if I can just take another 2 or 3 minutes. As an organization, and we see this quite extensively in PWC, where we kind of work with a number of companies, there is now empirical evidence to suggest that if you really start with a position where a company is without embedding the ESG parameters, you could actually lead to value erosion. And then what are the things that you actually need to do to make sure that there's value preservation? And there are some distinct measures that an organization can take around whether it's reviewing and remediating what you already have, putting out certain consistent policies and procedures such that you are able to kind of embed these in your company and ultimately lead to value creation. The example and one of the questions that was talked about was, plastic. We've held one of the companies effectively, it's an FMCG company, and we kind of relish, the product. Most of us, you would have had it. Working with municipalities to effectively make sure that all those bottles get collected. And in a country like India and a city like Mumbai, this can't just happen by, television campaigns. So this has really gone to the grassroots, where you've actually tied up with the waste pickers associations, gone back to the municipalities, such that the company can then come out and talk about the fact that, look, we've got a way to kind of capture it, we've got a way to recycle it, we've got a way to actually process it back. And I think that's where, organizations are going towards today. Last but not the least, given I've already run out of time, I was going to actually read out the 10 UN principles, and it's very, very simple. So I think maybe if I can get another 10 seconds, I'll actually read it out. It just says save energy at home. Some of it, as people have already spoken about. Walk, take a bike. People in BKC, there's a bike track. Use public transport. Eat more vegetables. Consider whether you want to travel or do a pool travel, as was said earlier. Throw away less food, because that's very, very, very essential and something which is easy for us to do. The biggest mantra: reduce, reuse, repair, and recycle. I think if we can just keep those three things in mind, I think a different way of saying beta go is what it is. I think changing homes, source of energy. So at PWC, we've taken a very, very stiff target to say that we would cut our emissions by 50%. 50% of emissions pre-COVID level, not post-COVID level, because anyway through COVID, because of all the advantages that one had during COVID of lack of travel, etc. So pre-COVID levels, 50% by 2030, and we're very, very actively tracking that, such that each one of us, pretty much get, what are our carbon emissions, not only for us, but for our teams. Switch to, electric vehicles. I know the jury's out there, whether, that's, really convenient, etc. But I guess that's the direction of travel. Eco-friendly products, and the most simple thing, just speak up. Because many a times, whether it's just taking off those pencil batteries from the remote of your, remote of the television, or, the pencil batteries that you change from the clock that you have in your house, and just not throwing in the bin, but just collecting it in your own society and then probably giving it off at an NGO or at a common collection drive. So with that, thank you very much. I really look forward to the sessions, subsequently. All the very best, and do consider taking that one pledge before you end the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad, for sharing the theme. I would request you to please remain on stage, as we would like to share across a small token of thanks. So we have partnered with Sankalp Taru Foundation for tree e-gifting to bring economic sustainability to rural communities, which shall empower them and support rural livelihood. A tree sapling, which is geotagged, will be planted on our panelists' behalf, and a certificate with their name and QR code will be shared. Scanning this QR code will lead to a web link that showcases a picture of the tree sapling and provides details regarding the geolocation and that of the farmer on whose land it is planted to economically support him. I would now invite Gitika Gupta from Sri Balaji Society to hand over the memento. Thank you. So we will now have the first panel discussion for the day. This discussion will be followed by a question and answer session with the audience. For those of you who have joined us through our YouTube live stream, please enter your questions in the chat box. The theme for this discussion is ESG implementation, turning theory into action. ESG heads are defining the sustainability strategy and driving ESG implementation for organizations. This session will focus on the role of sustainability heads and the challenges that they are facing to integrate ESG. One of the most crucial steps, this will help further the organization on the road to sustainable development. I request our esteemed panelists for this session to please come on stage, as I will call out their names. I would like to invite Abhijit Agarwal, Head, Sustainability and CSR, Axis Bank. Abhijit's role focuses on expanding the bank's sustainability vision and action across diverse mandates and delivering the bank's CSR priorities. He is currently also a member of the FICCI National Task Force of ESG. Next, I would like to invite Manish Kumar, Leadership Team, ICICI Bank. Manish's working career spans for more than 25 years in manufacturing and banking sectors. In 2010, he was deputed to Singapore for setting up the risk management team. He was also the Chief Risk Officer at ICICI Bank UK from 2018 to 2022. He has chaired ICICI Bank UK's working group on climate change since October 2019. We also have with us Vikram Bector, President and Group Chief Human Resources Officer, Piramal Enterprise Limited. Vikram has over 3 decades of experience leading HR transformation at some of India's largest global corporations. He has previously worked with large global Indian conglomerates and MNCs like Reliance Industries Limited, Tata Motors, Deloitte, Satyam Computers, and Aditya Birla Group. Our panel anchor for this session is Pradyumna Sahu, Partner, Leader, ESG in Financial Services, PWC. Pradyumna leads ESG for the financial services sector. He brings over 25 years of experience in banking, IT services, and ESG. I now request Pradyumna to lead the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Aditya, and a very good morning to all of you for taking out time today. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think a lot of our esteemed speakers have already spoken about the importance of ESG, and a lot of talk is already there, amongst corporates, etc., about ESG. So now I think it's time to roll up our sleeves and really put ESG into action. So as you know, ESG is not something which can be run as a parallel department. It has to be really embedded in the DNA of the organization. For that, you really need a cultural change, a transformation which needs to happen. It is not about the ESG head. It's not about the investor relationship head kind of taking responsibility for embedding ESG in the organization. It's as Mr. Nathan said earlier, it's about each employee. It's about each employee of the corporate who was to own this up. Then only it will be really effective and outcome-based. So to bring about this change, who better than HR professionals like you? For any kind of transformation that happens in an organization, I think you all have done it in the past, and we expect, again, you will take up that mantle to kind of bring about that success again. So that's why we have chosen this topic for today. Well, with you all kind of trying to drive it in your organizations, we thought we'll debate and deliberate on this day about turning ESG theory into action. So the other thing is, as somebody else also said earlier in the day, it's about, in this talent war, it's about retaining employees, it's about attracting employees. So HR strategies have to have ESG embedded on it. So in your roles, having the right KPIs, having the right reward system, how do you kind of show that commitment to ESG as an organization? Today when employees choose organizations, they look at the ESG performance of the organization. So to that extent, it's very relevant for HR strategies to be aligned with kind of ESG in mind. So that's the other point that I thought I'll raise, why the importance of this topic of having ESG turning into action. So we thought we'll have a kind of a group of panelists. We have from 2 private banks to get that diverse kind of experience. One of the banks actually has started, Axis Bank was the first bank in the country to set up a ESG committee at a board level to kind of implement ESG strategy within the organization. ICICI Bank is one of the first few organizations which kind of align itself to the sustainable development goals, UN sustainable development goals. And Vikram comes from Piramal, where they have businesses across countries. They have manufacturing facilities across countries and across states. So he brings in a different perspective from a manufacturing perspective, how ESG has been embedded in their organizations. So I think we'll get those different perspectives, also hear from you in the form of questions, etc., or inputs as we kind of move toward the end of the panel discussion. So with that, what I'll do is we'll have a initial introductory talk on the topic. Maybe we'll start with Manish, you. Why don't you kind of share some thoughts on what is your perspective on how it can be turned into action? And I mean, let's focus not only on success stories, but more importantly, and rather equally importantly, on challenges also, because it's all easier said than done. We can have lots of policies, etc., but really having ESG in the spirit of the organization is very important. It's no more a tick box anymore.
Good morning all, and all the distinguished guests, speakers, participants, welcome to this symposium. I thank the organizers, NHRD Network, and Pricewaterhouse, the knowledge partner for the symposium, for inviting me to this gathering. I can see senior professionals. Srirang mentioned about academicians who will join us later today. Srirang also mentioned that this is the first ever HR conference on ESG. I would really like to applaud the organizers for timing this conference at the back of an important international event, the COP27, which has just concluded on the 20th of November in Egypt. So from a timing perspective, I think we are very much there as part of the action. As we are all aware, the impact of adverse climate change events is likely to be significant for two countries, India and China. And the reason is that these two countries jointly account for 20% of the current global GDP, a quarter of the population, and nearly 1/3 of the global emissions. So you can just imagine that in case it's not handled now, turning this theory into action is very important. What kind of impact it could have across the world. Of course, the good news is that at COP27, it was acknowledged that India and China are on track to exceed their 2030 UN climate targets. Notably for India, between 2016 and 2021, the installed renewable energy capacity has increased at the rate of 19% each year. So you can again imagine the kind of focus that the government is putting on to this particular agenda. India has committed that the installed coal capacity will be reduced by 18 gigawatts, by 2030. These are, I believe, huge strides in this ESG journey. Now, some of you may wonder that why am I, quoting all this, and why am I, really talking about this? Because it is important. The theme that we are here discussing is turning theory into action. So India as a nation has already started actioning the theory, I would say, in a big way. And if the nation can do it, I think as responsible corporate constituents of the country, it is our duty to participate and deliver, on this globally committed goal. To do this, do we really have to wait for any regulatory push? I think, the answer is very clearly written on the wall. India is known for the high caliber of its human resources. We can start by taking baby steps, gradually evolve as more information and data becomes available. And again, what is important is that data and information has to be relevant from the Indian context. We have to really be able to relate to it. Now, I might sound a little, out from the management institute, but, for turning any theory into action, the starting point, is always to make an action plan. The plan should have short-term and medium-term monitorable milestones. I think what is important is monitorable milestones. as Pradyumna mentioned, the involvement of various stakeholders is very critical. They are, internal stakeholders, there are external stakeholders. As far as the internal stakeholders is concerned, we have to start right from the top of the pyramid, setting the tone from the top. It has to be well directed to garner sufficient interest on this particular agenda. The plan should consider the impact of adverse ESG parameters on own operations, as well as the impact of our actions back, on the ESG guardrails. The organization as part of the action plan can choose between well-established Indian framework. We spoke about the BRSR, the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, which is becoming mandatory. We can choose from global standards like the GRI, the TCFD, which is the Task Force for Climate Finance Disclosures, CDP, Sustainable Development Goals. Obviously, depending on the nature of operations, the scale of operations, the organization can actually, choose one of these benchmarks. Some of the decisions and the actions that we take will definitely get influenced by external stakeholders like equity investors, bondholders, regulators. So keeping an open communication channel with such stakeholders is also important, that seek constant feedback to really monitor the action plan. Within the organization, of course, now it's very much embedded. A designated person or a team should have ownership of the plan. It should be responsible to drive the ESG agenda, get people along. The team will have to take responsibility that this particular agenda seamlessly then integrates into the day-to-day operations. So it's not like a standalone agenda. It will ultimately have to become part of a life. It is advisable that a particular committee is set up not only at the board level, probably at the leadership team level. So these are some of the things that we can really action. And as I mentioned, we can start with the baby steps. Collectively, as a society, I think one important aspect that may be considered, again, because this is still the beginning, is about cross-business collaboration. Now, there is a general acknowledgement that availability of reliable data is one of the big challenges. Now, to address these issues, companies can probably, share their experiences or share results of any pilot projects, that they are undertaking. Now, we see a lot of talk about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. So if any of, the results can be shared, I think that will help the entire journey. Of course, there are consultancy and advisory firms. There are few of them sitting here participating with us. We can definitely lean on their expert advice and professional guidance. The larger ones actually bring a lot of knowledge to the table. Regularly participating in industry events, regulatory discussions, seminars, workshops, that will also actually help us gain better insight. It will help us in tweaking our action plan as we go through the motions. So that is all I would like to say, take baby steps, and I'm sure we'll be able to set the ball rolling, converting the theory into action. Thank you.
Thanks, Manish. That was really useful, and especially the one about multiple stakeholders, taking into account multiple stakeholder views, integrating it rather than making it standalone. And the first point that you raised about climate, as even Srirang was mentioning, climate risk is really a reality. I originally come from Orissa, and during our childhood, we used to have one cyclone or one flood a year. Now invariably you have at least 5 or 6 cyclones happening in a year. So which is actually our survival. So unless we really are serious about climate risk and reduce carbon emissions in whatever we do, it's a real risk of survival for every individual on the planet. So with that, I think I'll request Vikram to kind of share a few words with their kind of spread of businesses across sectors, across geographies. It will be good to get a perspective, Vikram.
Maybe I'll also do the best practice. Hi, good morning, everyone. And really thank you for the NHRDN leadership team, all the sponsors, the partners. I believe all of you are here are already converts. So I think maybe that's why you are here. If you are not resonating with the cause, you won't be here. Somebody else may have been here. So in that sense, I think our job is relatively easy. In many of these conferences, I find the biggest learner, I don't know what you will learn, but I certainly am learning the most given all the expertise here and in the room, including a simple thing. I was hesitating a little bit, should I be carrying paper? And then last night I realized I'm going to an ESG conference, and so it's not that I'm doing SMSs, I'm just reading out my notes from the phone. That's the least thing I could do, and really inspired by those mini steps each one of us has to take. So to that extent, even carrying bits of paper around and making sure we recycle, reuse may be a small step. So the point I was making is there is no guarantee that you will learn, but certainly some of us, all of us on the panel will certainly take away from the richness of the conversations happening. I think, let me start with something a little dramatic and what Pradyum you talked about. First thing is, do you know we will not be able to have this conference in this venue in about 2 decades? Why? Because this venue will be underwater. I hope you know that. Right? So I think, so just let's understand that what are we trying to arrest? We are trying to arrest the 1.5 degrees Celsius of increase in temperature. That's the headline view. All countries, all leaders are coming together to arrest that under 2 degrees, right? So that's all that we are trying to do, first of all, globally. Just let's put it very simplistically. The second thing is, we now know United Nations has told us that we need 1.7 Earths, 1.7 Earths to take care of the resources we all need today, and also for the dump that we need to do. So both from an input of resources and the place to dump. So we need 1.7 Earths. The good news is our growths are getting arrested. Even the most populous country like India, China, in about 80 years, the Earth, about 2100 is when the growth will taper off, population will taper off. By then, probably we'll need a little more, 3 Earths. So 2100, we will need 3 Earths to kind of stop the abuse or the use of resources. So I think in that context, so you understood the global scene, you understood why are we here to arrest the increase in temperature. I think it's also important to bear in mind what are we doing as a country, because we all operate in a context. Some of us, for example, in Piramal Group, we are quite multi-country. Our pharmaceutical business is global business. Our financial services business is an India-centric business. Similarly, our real estate business is Bombay-centric. So we have to be even more worried whether when we are building our buildings, will they even be underwater, or will they be above the ground? So I think the 5 things which all we need to align to as Indians is the whole Panchamrit goals which have been set. The first one being the fact that we have to increase our non-fossil energy to about 500 gigawatts as a country. I think we all need to commit ourselves to that. The second is around the projected carbon emissions going down, right? So that has to be reduced to about 1 billion tons. The third is the intensity of our economy. I think we have to consume less. We were discussing, and Pradyuma, maybe you'll be also able to share your experience around every tour that your consultants take, and every tour my employees make. We have to be very careful about what is the kind of carbon footprint we are leaving and consuming. Also talking about net zero by 2070. We've taken a much longer goal as a country. And then more importantly, 50% of our energy, including, let's say, venues like these, have to come from non-conventional sources. So I think there is a context of the nation as well, which we are all supposed to be working around. So to my mind, I think when we look at ESG, there have to be, and call to action, there has to be a very focused discussion around E, which is really about responsible ways of managing the natural resources. If you look at our pharma sector, we'll maybe later talk about some examples of what's happening there. In financial services, whether it's about how we consume energy, what about water? We never really talk about water, but what if we tell you that the next wars could be around water, the way our neighbors are building dams. So what if there is suddenly a scarcity of water? What are we doing about it? The whole circularity of water and not being consuming water or consuming water responsibly. We've got to think about that under E. Of course, waste management. I think that was alluded to by a speaker before me. The S, which is really around priorities for human rights, looking at how do we protect our consumers and customers. In fact, honestly, while there is a lot of product recall on our pharmaceutical side, when a drug goes bad, there is a full absolute traceability, so you can recall drugs. You must have also heard about car companies recalling cars. That's their response to being responsible citizens. But one of my challenges to our financial services colleagues is you never seem to recall products. In financial services, if there is a bad loan being offered, I don't know about your company, but mine doesn't have a product recall on financial products. So something to think about if we are so consumer-centric. And I think these are forums like these where we should challenge about what is not happening. It's not now ticking the box. Driving on the left side is not something to be celebrated and having goals around. This is how we are supposed to be. So just because we happen to drive on the right side, now we are trying to push ourselves to drive on the left. So I think some of these things are around that, coming back and connecting with stuff. And the G, which is around governance, is all about carrying out business in a fair, ethical, and transparent manner. I think there is much to be learned from whether it is the emergence of standards. I think around governance, one thing is for sure today. It is not a question of standards are easily available. So today, whether we talk about the GRI initiative or BRSR standards in the country today, the standards are there. So it is not about what do we really measure. I think it's all about the will, the resolve, and let's talk a little bit later about our challenges in ensuring that we are not just ticking the box, we are doing what is right. And I'll just add the last example from our pharmaceutical operations. We have on an average about 5 audits in a month. Some are regulatory audits from regulators like the FDA in the US, and some are audits from customers. So the ethos over the last 10 odd years is to, it's not about being audit ready. It's not about painting and whitewashing when the generals are coming. It's about, running an operation at a certain level of best practice and benchmark so that you're always audit ready. So I think, so that's the approach I think we should all need to take as even HR professionals. So we are not saying we will prepare for a day when we will be, ESG ready. It is all about having those operations such that, we are always on track and we are doing the right thing. We are driving on the left side of the road. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vikram. I think very interesting points. And you also made me feel very guilty. I am carrying quite a few sheets of paper. So, but more importantly, I think your last point was very powerful. Actually, being audit ready. People, as you rightly said, you always prepare for a few months or a few days to face an audit. But if you really have to embed it into the business and kind of make ESG a part of your business, then you don't have to do that every now and then. So with that, I think we'll come to Abhijit. Abhijit comes from Axis Bank, and one of the first bold banks to make commitments around ESG. Board-approved commitments, a listed company making public commitments, I think, around sustainable finance, around women in workforce, forming a board committee especially dedicated to ESG, a lot of kind of very powerful, bold moves. So why don't, Abhijit, you share some thoughts on this topic to start with?
Thank you. Maybe I'll just change tact and just sit here and speak, if it's all right. So first, good morning to all of you. It's really an honor to sit with all of you and speak here. And maybe I'll just speak a little tangentially also. The first, I would just like to maybe start with a question to all of you. What is ESG? What do you think ESG is? I think the most common refrain many of us would probably have heard is, let's do ESG. That's what we're most commonly heard by the leadership and at the board, that look, our peers are doing something, what are we doing on ESG? So is ESG a magic potion that you drop 2 drops into a corporate and suddenly it's the love of the regulators and suddenly the customers are thronging to it and all's fine? But so I think my question is more rhetorical, as you would have guessed. So that's how I would like to phrase this, what I want to say to you. That over time, as the corporate sector has evolved, some of the fundamentals, what are the fundamentals of what a corporate does? Like, our customers expect us, and this was referred to by all of you, our customers expect us to be fair to them, to be just, like you said, offer the best product to them, that they don't feel cheated. What do our regulators expect of us? They want us to be compliant, they want us to follow the laws of the land at all times. What does the community want from us, where we operate? They want us to be fair to them, they want us to support them. And those fundamentals will always remain the same, no matter which part of this time zone we are and timeline we are of our lives. And that is where ESG is. And I think the need for having this topic of turning theory into action is what has happened over time, and this is again my view, personal view also, is that what was the ethos of where ESG is coming from? And it is basically the ethos of ESG has always been that the investors have been the driving force of ESG, that over time, money has to be invested. Over time, there needed to be some comparability of how do you compare the good performance of one organization over the other, where I can invest my money in. And over time, what was being seen is that the risks that an organization carries are not just simply to do with how well they're doing in business. And I'm sure all of you can agree that the risks that organizations face today are more intangible than tangible. I don't think the leadership here, how many times have you faced flack, or how many times you lose sleep over, okay, I haven't done well in this quarter, over that something has happened in some part of the world, so like you said about your presence and the reputational risk associated with it. Something goes on social media about your organization. So those risks are also changing. So in my view, it is not, and Pradyumna, you mentioned about ESG running in parallel. So what that has led to over time is that ESG has started running as something in parallel, that there are professionals like me who have to do it, and we get called on to do something on ESG. But now the realization is dawning that ESG is not something that's happening in parallel. It's manifested in what we do. It's manifested in what we are selling, or the service we are offering. It's manifested in how we are engaging with our employees, how we are treating our employees. And it's manifested in how we are operating in the larger ecosystem, whether as a regulated entity, whether as incorporated entity, like as a bank, whether in the banking fold. So that is what's happening, and now that realization is dawning, that it is not something that to happen in parallel. It is something that it is manifested in each and everything we do. So today, 40 years ago, it was something called the triple bottom line. That phrase emerged. Then 30 to 20 years ago, it came the PPP, people, planet, profit. Today, it is ESG. Tomorrow, it could be XYZ, anything. But those fundamentals will remain. So I think that's the thought I just wanted to leave all of you with. Secondly, what we are seeing is that we've always been a part of a larger ecosystem. And both of you mentioned about the challenges that are upon us. So if there's a flood, for example, I love giving this example to our product teams or our sales teams, because they still have to be bought over into the whole ESG mindset. Is like if there's a large flood in a region, what does that do? If I'm a part of a company, it affects my branches, it affects my employees over there, it affects my customers over there, it will definitely affect my portfolio over there. So if a simple, and like you said about natural disasters, I mean, India had, I think, 10, 11 large disasters the last 1 year, highest ever. So if that frequency changes, naturally that's a cause for worry. And what does that do to a financial institution? The risks rise, so you have to manage your risks as well. So we have to realize, and we are realizing now that, look, we have always been a part of the larger ecosystem. So it is not just about doing business anymore, we have to be much more responsive to the needs and expectations of all our stakeholders. And thirdly, last point I want to make is that this is where the opportunities also are. So it is not about, why are we talking about climate change, for example? Today in India, we live among the most polluted cities in the world. We have the most polluted air. Our desertification is happening. The rate of natural disasters is rising. So water, you mentioned about water. So really those challenges are very real. So whether I am an individual, I'm a part of this large bank, or I'm a citizen of this country, those challenges will affect us also. And I think that's a larger picture that we all have to believe in. And that's where the opportunities also are. You mentioned about paper, for example. You mentioned about 1.7 Earths. So this is where these emerging opportunities are, circularity, our living sustainability. I think the Prime Minister launched that LIFE mission at COP. So this is what, in a way, it's also for us to go back to the roots, about just realizing where we are, who we are, and then just taking that forward very diligently. Thank you.
Thanks, Abhijit. I think you moved beyond investors to the larger ecosystem. You spoke about not only challenges, but also about opportunities. We'll cover each of that in slightly more detail as we go through the deep dive questions. So also, Manish, why don't we start with you? I mean, you have the latest ESG report, ICICI Bank talks about creating a sustainable India. While you definitely, as a provider of capital, you have a big role to play in creating a sustainable India. How are you going about doing it internally? I mean, I think that the starting point of any effective implementation of a new initiative is about awareness. Do you think every employee, I mean, you have employees across branches, across states, I mean, how do you create awareness about ESG with those employees? What is the clarity? I mean, what are each of them expected to do from an ESG perspective? That's one. And the other thing is there are a lot of developments happening. ESG is a very evolving topic. So how do you keep your employees, your various stakeholders updated about this thing? I'm sure your HR colleagues, your L&D colleagues have a big role to play in this entire awareness kind of creation. So why don't you share some of your experiences with ICICI Bank? How do they go about doing it?
Yeah, to start with, of course, to be effective in this entire journey, we have to really have a tailored approach. It's not, what we can apply across the organization. So, and also we have to keep the target audience in mind. So if I look at an organizational pyramid, for example, when we talk about the C-suite, there the awareness has to be of a different kind. They have to be made more aware about the regulations, about the external environment, how the organization can be better governed, because ultimately, they will provide the guidance in this entire journey. So we also need to determine the frequency of, these campaigns. So again, it will have to be a differential approach, probably, embedding this entire ESG agenda into the functioning of the board and the board committee. So probably that could be, once a year, twice a year, depending on, the prominence this topic has within the organization, the organization's own, footprint in the market. At ICICI Bank, we have decided that, the board risk committee, which is the apex committee, which has been given the mandate for this initiative for the bank. Now that, we will provide an update at least twice a year, because we feel it's an important agenda for the board. Moving down the pyramid, when we look at the leadership team, they are the people who are actually driving this entire initiative. So this action plan, that I spoke about, they are actually the owner. So they have to be dealt with a little differently. There it has to be a little more targeted. Probably that is where HR steps in, identifying functional training opportunities. That has to be, kind of brought into the day-to-day activity of the leadership team. Probably they have to be made more aware, again, what's happening in the with the peers, how they are moving forward, how we can learn again from the ecosystem. So probably, discussing case studies. Again, the leadership team will actually take the initiative through a steering committee. Again, in ICICI Bank, we have formed a steering committee. We have decided that the steering committee will meet once every quarter, so that they are more grounded, they know what's happening. So that is how we are trying to build awareness, at least at the top two rungs. As far as the bottom of the pyramid, it's going to be more, mass scale. So there will be awareness campaigns. We will be looking at, e-banners, e-mailers. Of course, over a period of time, depending on the maturity of the organization in that particular journey, then we can look at e-learning modules, we can look at quizzes, we can look at e-rewards, if I may say so. So to incentivize, to really, get people made aware about ESG. Then we cannot forget our external stakeholders. So that is where, the disclosures become important. That is where our ESG report, our sustainability report becomes important. That is how we can actually connect with the external stakeholders, whether they are our investors, whether they are regulators. We should not forget our value chain partners. So involving them in this entire journey is also important. So holding awareness sessions, as Abhijit mentioned, getting our product teams involved, getting our sales force involved. So we will have to look at each of these, constituents, have a differential approach. As you have rightly picked up, awareness is definitely important. Involvement is important. And of course, HR will play an important role in this.
Great. That's very useful, Manish. In fact, just to give you some positive vibe to that, we as an organization run quite a few training programs. We have difficulty in actually filling up the rooms for various programs, but ESG is one topic. We have had all our 21,000 employees already trained in ESG. I mean, that's one topic which is in hot kind of demand. So I'm sure you will have a good time really making people aware about ESG. So you kind of talked about various layers, like the board level, the committee level, and then on the ground. So drawing upon that, Abhijit, I want to come to you and ask you, what is the kind of organization structure that would support creating an effective way of implementing ESG? I mean, you were the first ones, as I said earlier, to kind of have a board committee dedicated to ESG. You have a working group, again, on ESG. Plus, you have an ESG head, a designated ESG head, which many companies don't have. So what do you think? It should be a kind of single responsibility of a department, or should it be shared with different function heads as a collective responsibility? What are some of the best practices that you have seen at Axis Bank, which could be useful for this group?
Sure. Thanks. So how I want to respond to that is that, first of all, I don't think there's a right answer. And I in all honesty, I don't think I'll be able to give a fair answer, because ESG, as you mentioned, it is firstly so dynamic, and it's extremely subjective. What is good ESG for me would be different for that definition of what is good, could be different for each and every one of us. Some of us are in the banking sector, you're in a conglomerate, so it varies. But I think what Manish you mentioned is fundamentally that alignment has to be there. So I think it can be most effective when everyone is aligned. And I, being in this space for the last many years, I have been just habituated into asking the whys. And once you start answering the whys, why are we doing it? Why, say, Axis Bank, why do we need an ESG committee of the board? Like if someone asks me that, then I have to think about it. So those are the questions. Why can't it just be added on to the CSR committee, for example, which is what's also quite common. So those whys is when you really start getting into the root cause, okay, why this is needed. When we talk about risk, for example, the definitions of risk are changing. And it's the same thing when we involve the business teams. The whys of why should I do this? Why when my peers are not doing this? So I'll give you an example. When we put a layer of environment and social due diligence, for example, on a proposal, there will be a lot of protest, and there will be, and I'm sure Manish, you will agree. Why do I have to do this? Because my peer banks don't have to do that. So those whys become very important, and that is where that alignment has to set in. So that you mentioned about the tone at the top. That leadership has to be aligned, and once they are convinced, then it naturally percolates down. Because once they start seeing the value, then that value starts flowing across. Because it has to start making sense to each and every one in that organization, in that meeting room, wherever it is. Training is an important part, but I think even to get to training, it requires that sort of alignment and that openness. I think the biggest challenge, what we have, at least I face, and I'm sure from an ESG angle, a lot of people face, is just challenging the status quo. I have always been doing a certain way. It's been very profitable for me. Why do I need to change how I'm doing things and what I'm doing? And really that becomes the fundamental. Once that gets answered, that really changes the way. Because I was just having this conversation with someone, and they said ESG for us is a well-oiled machinery. Well, over time, even machineries become obsolete. Machines become obsolete, and they have to be changed. Right? And that's the way the whole space is. So just to answer that, so once that convention is there, conviction is there in the board, then it naturally percolates down. And eventually what is also happening is that I think what needs to happen is that organizations typically tend to start at the periphery. Let us do something small, we are doing some CSR, then we are doing something on diversity, for example. That's good enough for CSR. But till ESG does not start percolating in the very core and crux of what one does, it will not really be as effective. And it's really, in the end, and then it just becomes cosmetic. So I think that is where we have been trying to do. I think having a board ESG committee really has allowed us to get that clarity in mind. Because at that level, they ask those whys. And there are 3 of them, the committee members, 4 of the 5 committee members are independent directors. So there is no vested interest in them, like I'm a senior management. So they do ask those whys and the very difficult questions, which then forces us to go back and challenge our own what we thought of when we bring something to them, a proposal to them. So I think that has really helped from having a committee at the board level. But more than that, very importantly, that ownership has to be inculcated. And we've been fortunate that way that we also have had leaders who've pushed for that and who've taken that ownership. And really, they were the champions. So it's very actually important to have those kind of champions. And if there are no champions, it's important to inculcate and build those champions across the organization. And that really helps in sending the message across also.
Thanks, Abhijit. I think one important point which you made right in the beginning is it has to be a tailored approach. The approach which is in alignment with the business strategy of the particular organization. And the other important thing that you mentioned, which is very, very valid, is clarity. I mean, what do you really want to do on ESG? I mean, I think that only will really define the org structure. So coming back to what Manish was saying, I mean, it's not only about the corporate itself, but it's also about the ecosystem. So I'll kind of come to Vikram now. I mean, with kind of the industries that you all work in, manufacturing, real estate, there are a lot of suppliers, there are a lot of contractors you work with. So many of them are smaller players, and see, you becoming ESG compliant or ESG kind of good in doing ESG good practices doesn't stop there. As a corporate, large corporate, you are benchmark for many of them. Smaller companies look up to you, your suppliers look up to you. So how do you go about kind of imbibing those best practices in your suppliers, in your value chain? I'm sure, I mean, about fair play practices in the value chain, etc. I mean, your HR people would really have so many stories to share, because it's not only about money, it's also about engaging with those suppliers and bringing about that change. Then only you as a country will move toward the right goals. Any thoughts on that, Vikram?
No, first of all, it's a challenge. So to say that we are winning on this front would be very far from the truth. Because this is something which is an extremely difficult task, because the first thing you're up against is it's seen as a high-cost initiative because it disrupts the cost infrastructure. But I think, I'll come to this in a bit. I just also want to take a shot at some of the attempts we are trying to make on choices. Because I think what is very clear from how Abhijit has mentioned is each business unit or each leader needs to choose and have the power to choose within the overall framework. And I'm sharing a live situation. For example, we have operations in India, UK, Canada, and the US. And there was no agreement on common metrics on some of these targets because each country said what is relevant. For example, in human capital, while India was shouting women empowerment, diversity, differently abled, America was saying Black Lives Matter. Unless that comes into the part of our diversity agenda, you're not talking about. So I think many times you have to really talk about having different workshops. So our approach was to have multiple workshops to say what are meaningful metrics. So I'm sure you're facing this challenge too. Today we are actually having 37 metrics, which is really, and each of them now are at the stage where we are trying to build targets. And why 37? Because you have to accord for and acknowledge and honor and respect the kind of diversity there is. Otherwise, we tend to simplify and extract it like a HCM, right? Highest common multiple, which doesn't work in ESG, because each location, each country, each geography needs to feel included. And if we don't move together, then I think we're not making progress. And by the same logic, coming to your next question, we are in a value chain. For example, in our pharmaceuticals, our customers are big pharma. So whether it's GSK or Novartis, etc. So we are responsible partners to them. So they include us, and we are party to their plans. And similarly, downstream, our API suppliers, etc., are party to what we need to do. So it's a difficult journey, but it all starts with education. It all starts with saying what is acceptable. One thing is so where it extracts to where I shared in my opening address, there is no denying that by 2030 or 2050 we need to be net zero, right? So I think so that's where there is an alignment. So how you do that is by educating your partners, channel partners, and then also honestly, there's education. There's also very extensive audit, because when you look at human rights or child right abuses, so you have to also go and see and educate, and then sometimes incentivize and sometimes use the little bit of both carrot and stick. So those three things we have to use: education, and then more importantly, incentivization. Also in terms of the visibility to them about where are we in the value chain. So raw material suppliers to finished goods, who we are, and then upscale to the multinationals who we supply. So I think the entire value chain visibility helps.
No, that's you're very right, Vikram. I mean, as Manish said, it's not only about your own kind of employees, but also your kind of entire value chain. How do you educate them? How do you train them? The other important thing which you mentioned is about metrics and targets. See, ESG is a very long-term journey, and people are talking about net zero by 2050, by 2070, becoming carbon neutral by 2030, or reducing emissions by a particular date which is 10 years away. So when you have such long-term journeys, then you need to really have the right metrics and keep measuring progress at a gradual level. Otherwise, you will lose track of where you are going, whether directionally or in the right direction or not. So I think that's a very valid point that you made on metrics, Vikram.
And it's also not soft, Please understand that if we are not behaving in a particular way, at some point there'll be a cutoff. Either we will not work with those vendors who are not compliant, or our principles will not work with us. Similarly, these two gentlemen on my left and right, they'll stop lending money if we are not particularly compliant on some of these. Already we are seeing differential pricing. When we go to the market to raise funds from the investors, they're already valuing the fact that our ESG maturity is a certain point. So 2 years ago, Carlyle as a private equity partner invested 20% took a stake. And part of the reason they took a stake and at a particular price point was because of our maturity on the ESG platform. Whereas we would have raised funds at a slightly higher cost if we were not where we were. So I think it's just not out of the goodness to mankind and humankind. It's also about it. At a certain point, we'll all be cut off. We'll not have access to funds. We'll not have access to customers, etc. And that day is not very far.
No, absolutely right. I mean, I'll extend that to suppliers again. I mean, we did a very large project with one of the large banks. We assessed all their 400 suppliers from an ESG risk perspective. So initially there was resistance from the suppliers. We are small suppliers, we can't spend that kind of money. But the way it was positioned, it was not positioned as compliance. It was positioned as revenue growth for the suppliers. Today, if you are assessed by the large bank, you will have more opportunities to work with other banks, other corporates. So if you position it as an opportunity, then obviously the resonance is much better with the value chain. So using the word opportunity, I'll kind of come back to Manish. Is it all about risks, compliance, challenges? Is it all negative? Is ESG a bad word? Or you think there are many more opportunities which people can really think of when think of ESG?
Thanks, Pradyumna. Actually, very correctly, we should not look at ESG only as compliance and a reporting matter. The opportunities cannot be missed out. And, going back to my initial, what I mentioned about action plan, turning the theory into action, the opportunities again have to find a significant, position there in that entire action plan. Again, I'll quote from, COP27. India, took the lead. It highlighted that, the developed countries, to say so, they had pledged, in 2009, they had pledged that they will contribute $100 billion every year till 2020 to really support this entire initiative. And very clearly, we were found lacking as a world economy. We were found lacking on that aspect. Now, just imagine now these countries have pledged that they will make it up in the next 1 year. Now, obviously, that will be a big, big opportunity. CRISIL came out with a report. They have estimated that for India to achieve its goals, the total investment that the country is looking at is about $10 trillion. Now, we are talking about, a 30-year journey. That is the opportunity. Now, as institutions, if each one of us will be able to bite into that pie. Now, obviously, the opportunities could be across the supply chain, the value chain partners. It could be, along projects. We saw what Tata Chemicals is doing. Now, there would be, scaling up required for wind, solar, clean hydrogen. Again, the focus will have to move into capital-intensive investments. We will have to look at R&D in a big way because, again, it's a journey. We have to really plan for the future. What is also important is in the journey, we have been talking about cost. So obviously in the journey, the cost curve will have to be brought down and aligned ultimately, to meet that particular goal. We have to ultimately become profitable, contribute, or rather meet our investor requirements. So there's definitely a, opportunity there. We are talking about decarbonization. This will bring about job creation. So opportunities are galore, I would say. The banking sector obviously will play a very important role in really pushing those things into the economy.
No, absolutely. I think you are right. The banking sector is already kind of dumped into it, whether it's about financing e-vehicles and giving differential rates of interest, whether it's financing new technologies to reduce carbon emissions. But with that, I think also when you're talking of new products, new kind of ways of servicing clients, you need different skill sets in the company. You need to attract different kinds of talent, which is again where the HR organization comes in to kind of play that role of building new products, new service lines, new ways of dealing with customers. Because when you are kind of talking about ESG, you need a different kind of mindset to talk to your customers. So I think again, HR plays a big role there. So I don't know how much time we have. Should I open the floor to questions from the audience? So Aditya, can we kind of take some questions now?
Good morning, rather. Good morning, everybody, including the esteemed panel discussion members. I'm from a company it's a startup called Be Spotted. Happen to be the founder and CEO. For me, it's a long journey to actually start thinking ESG. But what I was thinking about is that as individual carbon footprint is a buzzword in the West, we don't hear about it in India. In fact, today also we didn't speak about it yet. So when it comes to individual carbon footprint, how can we raise the consciousness around it, and how can we measure it? So anybody could answer that for me, please.
I think that's a very good example.
So I'll share one example to start with, and then I'll ask my fellow panelists to go. Hello, sorry. So at PWC, I don't know whether many of your organizations you would remember when the Xerox machine was to be there, people used to go and take photocopies left, right, center. So what organizations started doing is allocating a cost code to every department, to every employee. So whenever they go and take a photocopy, it gets costed to their department. So the usage of paper and taking kind of free Xerox copies reduced significantly. So we have extended that concept to our travel also. So whenever we book a ticket to fly somewhere, there's a 5,000 cost from city to city kind of travel cost. Along that, the department also takes the cost of the carbon emissions because of that travel. So when that gets costed into your profitability of the department, employees start becoming more careful. So that's one way where we have tried to bring in that consciousness and discipline. The other way is like for every overseas travel, which was earlier 2 levels of approval, today you require almost 5 levels of approval. So I think these are the things which are helping us imbibe that culture. While some things will come voluntarily, I think some things have to come through these policy measures to bring about the consciousness. So that's one example I thought could be useful. Manish, you, Vikram.
So I think first thing is most companies here, whether on the panel or sitting here today, have this as a part of their audit process and accounting process. So we all do what he just said, which is to log miles, see how many people are traveling, and all of that, and account for a carbon footprint. But having said that, what you're saying is not being done, which is at an individual level. So my immediate idea is, okay, you are an entrepreneur, maybe other entrepreneurs could take this. Every time you fuel your car, you should say, okay, I've just filled up 50 liters. Is there an app, or can the car manufacturer also have a meter somewhere? Today, cars are wishing you happy birthday, right? But it can also tell you what's your carbon footprint, what prevents us from doing that. So there is an opportunity at an individual level. I don't think enough work has been done just to acknowledge what you just said, so that we are not greenwashing all the answers. Thank you.
Maybe I would just like to add, first of all, you said very far away from ESG. My one suggestion to everyone should be that we should stop putting ESG on a pedestal or as a holy grail. It already manifests in everything that we do. So coming to that point about what can we do at an individual carbon footprint, see, I think when people quote about places like Singapore or cities in Europe and all, and we are all very fascinated by how clean and green they are, right? Fundamentally, it is basically they're able to manage their waste and all their resources better, and that's really as a society that we all aspire to be, right? And when you talk about, it's a simple that inculcation of habits. When we teach our children about don't litter, for example, don't waste, those are those things that actually form that personal carbon footprint when we talk about it, and that eventually accumulates into what India negotiates at the highest UN table. So there are a lot of opportunities. I think, like I mentioned, I would really strongly believe in going back to the basics, and I think honestly as a society we are all realizing that. Suddenly Ayurveda is back in fashion, yoga has always been there. Now India's kind of going back to what our grandfathers and forefathers used to live lifestyle. And I think that really, and honestly that was a very good way of living also, now that people think about it. We like to run away to the mountains, away from the city life. We were talking about planting trees. A few generations ago, these were never even factors in how we lived our life. They were a part of it.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Shudip Mukherjee, and I'm representing one of the international NGO named Trickle Up. So we are working with the target beneficiaries of ultra poor, and what we experienced during implementation of any new approach, any new project, because we have recently distributed carbon-free cook stove to the beneficiaries, what we realized, it is very important to address the behavior change mechanism for anything you do. So I'm just curious to know, what are the steps have been taken in terms of behavior change mechanism. Thank you.
Manish, you want to take that with the CSR Foundation and all that? Or you have a strong foundation history.
So if I understood your question right, you're asking, as a corporate, what are the steps that have been taken on behavior change in the organization or in the community? Whole. Sure. So I think it touches upon, my response would probably touch upon what all of us have already spoken about here, that behavior, really everyone's an owner, everyone's a stakeholder. And the first question what Pradyumna was mentioning, that are we all not responsible citizens? Do we all not consider ourselves responsible citizens? Do we need someone to tell us to be responsible citizens, for example? Or as employees of our respective companies or as entrepreneurs, do we need someone else to tell us how to be compliant, be transparent, be fair? No, so it comes naturally. I think to make it to touch upon the issue of, say, compliance, and that is where I think maybe organizations and the people in those organizations do need reminding once in a while, right? And that this is the good way to do, because like again referring to what I said, all of us sometimes get so bogged down into the business at hand. If I have to sell something, I will sell that no matter what. And that is where typically a lot of corporate governance issues arise from. I want to do something, I have to achieve something, so I'm okay to cut a few corners. And I think needs constant reminders. So even at the highest level, boards also have trainings. That's why they have annual trainings. So that behavior change really, it's an ongoing journey, that behavior change and it could touch everything. It could be about diversity, for example. It could be about fairness. It could be about how customers are being treated. It could be about how you treat working with your vendors, for example. And it goes across not just your employees, but across all stakeholders.
I think behavior change also, for us, the approach has been to adopt design thinking. So we have a large foundation, Piramal Foundation, about 3,500 people. So one of the concepts we are trying to, and we work in the rural schools. So one of the urban concepts we were trying to take to a rural school was this whole notion of parent-teacher association. No parent would turn up in a village government school at 9 a.m. And you wonder why? They're all busy earning their livelihood. They can only be accessed at 7 p.m. So just the simple act of holding parent-teacher association meetings at 7:30 p.m. after they've had their dinner was an understanding of that if you have to really be doing behavioral change, you have to shift the way and keep the customer at the center. So I think for us, the biggest gift our foundation gave us was this whole understanding of design thinking as an approach to lead behavior change. Now, funnily enough, whether it's product design on our financial services products, because we are trying to serve Bharat, specifically on home loans, retail home loans. So that's where we realized that use the same approach to behavior change to come into and use that. So a large amount of training on design thinking, keeping user at the center. So I think that's been one experiment which is working.
So I think we are over the hour now, so time to wind up. Thanks Abhijit, thanks Vikram and Manish. Great insights really. And thanks to Srirang and Amitabh and NHRDN for giving us this opportunity. And let me just end with saying, I mean, each of us has to make a difference. It's our kind of responsibility really. It's not about me only feeling guilty, but actually doing what Vikram did, acting it out by getting his points on the email. So thanks for all that.
So with that, we've come to the end of the first panel discussion. I request all the panelists to remain on stage, please, to receive our token of thanks. I request Vishal Arora from Wellinger Institute to please come up on stage and felicitate the panelists. Once again, I would like to thank each of you for that engaging session. So we will all now take a tea break. I request all of you to please be seated by 11:50 a.m. sharp. Thank you. Get rid of these things. One. Varsha. Thank you so much. Yeah. Otherwise you can sell my phone if I don't read or whatever. Take it. No, I'll thank you in this. Hi everyone. I request those of you here to please be seated. We'll be starting in the next few minutes. Yeah, so hi everyone. I request you to please be seated and remain quiet as we are beginning with the session. So welcome back everyone. We now have the next CEO Speak session for the day. Our speaker for the second CEO Speak session is Dr. Santrup Mishra, Group Director, Birla Carbon, Director Chemicals and Director Group HR, Aditya Birla Group. A business leader and an HR professional of standing, with over 3 decades of experience in global business leadership, corporate governance, organizational transformation, non-profit leadership, and human resource development, Dr. Mishra has worked at board level for over 2 decades as non-executive director and executive director in publicly listed companies, unlisted companies, and not-for-profit organizations, both in India and overseas. He is a director in several companies of the Aditya Birla Group, including Aditya Birla Capital Limited, Grasim, Birla Carbon Thailand, which are all publicly listed companies. Please welcome Dr. Santrup Mishra. He will be joining us virtually. Dr. Mishra, you seem to be muted. Request you to please unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya, for that kind introduction. And thank you all. Good morning. Apologies for joining you virtually, but I'm also grateful that you made this opportunity available. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Mishra.
First of all, I must congratulate National HRD Network, an organization that I had the privilege to lead some perhaps 12 years ago, a decade ago, which has grown significantly for thinking of discussing on the subject of ESG, which conventionally perhaps would be seen not as an HR subject, but more of a business subject or belonging to other specialization. But equally, I congratulate you for bringing together ESG professionals in your fold. Sometimes a lot of HR people also look after ESG, and bringing students and faculty together on this subject. My belief is that effectiveness of action on anything, ESG or anything, requires 5 C's. First of all, it requires comprehension. It requires clarity. It requires competence, contribution, and continuity. And more so, all these 5 C's are required more with the CEO to be able to act on this, because comprehension is most important. What have you understood about it? How do you look at it? For example, from a comprehension point of view, I believe that the concept of stakeholder capitalism is being given a practical shape through an implementable framework called ESG, or Sustainable Development Goals. I think that's a concept issue that we all need to understand. That stakeholder capitalism would not be real unless we had an implementation framework. And I believe ESG and Sustainable Development Goals, etc., provide us with that implementable framework. Second thing is clarity. In ESG, even though there are 3 letters, perhaps S is the capital S in between, and the S connects the E and G, because how well we deliver on the E or the G would depend on how well the middle pieces evolve, because delivery on environment and delivery on governance is dependent on capability and mindset of people who are leading it, and therefore we need to kind of build the S significantly for us to be able to make a big quantum leap and difference on E and G. The other aspect to remember is that S perhaps is the largest area of impact. Now, why I say that? Because the S is an ever-growing concept. What we knew as society, where the borders of society were, have been evolving over a period of time. For example, if you talk about health of people, health today connotes mental health. But if you go back 20 years ago, I don't think we ever thought about mental health as a subject of health. We always talked about physical health. Similarly, when today we talk about product liability, we often commonsensically used to understand toxicity of product or failure of a product. But today, with the growth of financial services, the question comes whether mis-selling to the wrong guy a wrong investment product or an insurance product is also a concept of product stewardship and product liability. How well we have educated our sales force to sell financial products, whether it comes within the ambit. So from these examples that I gave you about mental health, or whether, for example, product liability in financial services, mis-selling, I think the concept of what is in social, the labor rights, human rights, product liability, data protection law, labor standards, all of this have been evolving. For example, labor standards and data protection, a combination, talks about which personal data of employees can be stored where, who can you share, who can use it. The other aspect of social, what makes it even more important and problematic and complex, while making it exciting, is the whole concept of conflict in society. Because when you talk about rights, I go back to the famous statement by John Stuart Mill, perhaps about liberty, which talked about that my right to swing my hand ends where your nose begins. Now, if that is the concept of right that we have to protect, in society, everything is not cohesive. There are conflicts between rights. Even today, as you see in society, when you talk about environment and other areas, you will find that there is a conflict between human beings and animals happening, because you find that increasingly leopards and others are getting into urban areas, human living areas, because we are encroaching on their territory. So human-animal conflict has become important. Human-human conflict has always been there. We talk about preserving forests and trees and preserving the classical livelihood of aborigines or Adivasis or hill people. Many of the hill people have lived through their lives by felling trees, selling forest products, maybe setting fire to large tracts of land to get them ready for cultivation. They have their traditional methods of cultivation, earning their livelihood. There are conflict issues involved there. And therefore, when we talk about S, we cannot lose sight of the conflict within society, the mutual rights, etc. Similarly, newer concepts with much broader contours have come up called equal opportunity, discrimination at work, employee rights. I thought that historically in low employment societies like India, the concept of employee rights seemed like a luxury. Only minimal rights were protected through law. But today, for example, the rights are going far beyond law, and there are certain aspects of societal expectations that kind of getting reflected, which is, for example, got reflected in the Great Resignation movement, perhaps, where people's need for significance, people's need to choose where do they work for, were not adequately met. I am not a votary necessarily that we should be always doing work from anywhere or work from home, but I'm just making the point to highlight that the expectations are changing, and therefore what is equal opportunity and how diversity and inclusion create equal opportunity. What is diversity? What is inclusion? All of these concepts are ever expanding. And lastly and finally, on this subject, I would say that with rapid transformation of technology and knowledge, obsolescence is happening. So therefore, reskilling, upskilling, whether these become part of the rights of human beings, like today, for example, we are enshrining in the Constitution, we're talking about right to education as a fundamental right. I do not know whether right to upskilling and reskilling will emerge as a fundamental right going forward. So as a CEO in my chair, when I sit there, I ask myself that it's a no-brainer. I cannot debate whether there is a business case to invest into ESG. The question is exactly how do I do it, what do I do, and what are my challenges? So my first challenge is the trade-off challenge. How do I prioritize between E, S, and G? And how do I prioritize between all the elements of S that we just now talked about? What is the right level of investment to be made in each? And how do I measure impact and in what time frame? My second challenge, that one. My third challenge is, how do you cascade it to the whole organization? To the last person standing to say in ESG, what are we trying to achieve and why are we trying to achieve? And how can each individual in the warehouse, in the security, the janitor, the service delivery man in food services delivery can contribute perhaps to the ESG movement if we're believing in and doing. The fourth element for me, and an important one, since a lot of ESG professionals are there on the call and students, how much do I need to, as the CEO, communicate to the external stakeholders and others from a communication mode? And how many of them I need to kind of allow to be a self-adulating advertisement? Unfortunately, many times I land up seeing our ESG commitments are kind of advertised through great amount of self-adulation, and many times companies, senior leaders, other leaders give into that temptation in the absence of a policy framework. And how do I draw the line, that adequate amount of communication to the stakeholders, but at the same time, it doesn't become a self-congratulatory advertisement and a competitive advertisement. And lastly, most importantly, as I said in my 5 C's, how do I sustain all of this? Is it one-off? Can I demonstrate the commitment over a long period of time? And how do I ensure that this impact is kind of delivered to all the constituents over a period of time? So CEOs are looking at all of the stakeholders internally, ESG professionals, HR leaders, to support this process. To the ESG colleagues who are present there, I would say as a CEO, I believe they need to practice 3 S. First is simplify. There's too much of complicated literature coming on ESG. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, carbon capture, carbon conversion, all kinds of expressions are coming. And I think we need to simplify. 3 S, simplify, share, and support the leadership team in delivering it. 3 S is what I expect from ESG professionals. Faculty and students, this entire ESG movement, if you think about it, it is about your future. Therefore, your understanding, your comprehension, the clarity in your mind, your competence, as I said, and your willingness to contribute and keep this entire movement continuing. Those 5 C's I said at the beginning, I would urge the student community and the faculty who are teaching the new age education to please focus on that and deliver. So these are my few thoughts on the subject as a CEO, as I experienced delivering and all of that. Thank you for inviting me. I know we have limited time. If there are any 1 or 2 or more questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mishra. So for a question and answer session.
Hi, this is Shudip Mukherjee again. And as I said, I'm representing one of the international NGO called Trickle Up. Now, when you are talking about the main livelihood sources for the Adivasis, a tribal group of people, and our experience is that we are now, in order to save the environment, we are trying to build up a kind of non-timber forest product so that they can work with non-timber forest product. And the main challenges what we face when we started working on that is linkages, market linkages and value chain. So that is a big challenge because there are a lot of middleman people who are taking their product with very cheaper price and somehow they are exploited with not getting the prices. So it would be really interesting to know, if you are handled with this kind of situation, how you have tackled with creation of enabling marketing environment for the poor.
Great question, Mr. Mukherjee. Great initiative. Congratulations. But before I go to answering your question, let me point out a fundamental challenge that issue. Now, when we talk about human rights in the big S, this question comes in. That you are with good intention suggesting an alternate product to forest timber product and an alternate lifestyle and livelihood for the Adivasis, Aborigines, whatever you call them. But the question some other people are raising, that who are you to suggest to me to have an alternate livelihood and life? Is this an elitist program that is being imposed on people who are less educated and being determined that what they should be doing? So I don't belong to one ideology or the other, but my simple point is that these are the challenges we face in terms of even ideological battle to say, who has the right to determine the lifestyle, livelihood, what should be the preferred mode for another set of individuals? How would we like if tomorrow another group of people can come and tell us that our own lifestyle is unsustainable? In many ways, people are challenging that. The indiscriminate usage of fossil fuel, large cars, energy, air conditioning, every component of our lifestyle can be questioned, particularly those who seem to be well-heeled in society, as emerging countries are questioning the developed countries, that have you taken the fair share of burden to reduce emission and contribute to climate change? But coming back to your very specific question, it's an interesting problem. But I believe that is where digital technology comes in handy, which enables you to disintermediate. To give an example, what the government of India is building, the open trade platform, for example, ONDC, or for that matter, any other digital marketplace that has been created, is enabling disintermediation process. In textiles, we have been doing a project called Adyam, where our objective is to empower, exactly the way you said, to poor weavers, where the middlemen get beautiful saris made and other things made, and they keep the bulk of the profit and the weaver gives very little. And we are doing an experiment. I cannot say necessarily that is the biggest success yet, but we are seeing early signs of success through an alternate model of marketing and direct procurement. We are eliminating middlemen. So the problem is here of disintermediation, and I believe digital technology and direct marketing using digital market platforms are a great way of doing that. Obviously, we'll have to start small, experiment, find the teething problem, sort it out, and then scale it up. But I think it is doable, and there are many models people are doing this whole issue of disintermediation. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for the question. It's too early for questions, I presume, for people in live. So, Aditya.
So I think, thank you, Dr. Mishra, I think, for sharing your views on the ESG initiative. I don't think there are any more questions at the moment.
Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you so much.
You're welcome and have a great day, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
So while we wait for the setup, I will quickly give a brief on the second panel. So we will begin with the second panel discussion for the day. This discussion will be followed by a question and answer session with the audience. For those of you who have joined us through our YouTube live stream, please enter your questions in the chat box. So the theme for this discussion is the ESG transition, the spotlight on social. This session will focus on the social part of the ESG strategy. Indian companies have been lagging on the social pillar of ESG for years. As the social pillar is slowly gaining momentum in India, the panelists will discuss the organizational strategies that can protect a company's reputation and demonstrate commitment towards its employees as well as the community. I now request our esteemed panelists for this session to please come up on stage as I call out their names. Judajit Das, Chief Human Resources, Administration and Customer and Service Operation, ICICI Prudential Life Insurance. Other one. He started his career with the RPG Group after graduating from XLRI Jamshedpur in 1995. After working in a variety of roles with the RPG Group, he joined the credit cards division of GE Capital, India. He joined ICICI Prudential Life for over 20 years, and he joined in November 2000. He assumed responsibility as the head of human resources in 2005. Next, we have with us R. Nanda, Chief Human Resources Officer, Tata Chemicals. Mr. Nanda has been associated with Tata Group since 2006 when he joined to head the human resources function at Tata Communications Limited. In May 2012, he moved to Tata Chemicals and is a member of the executive committee overseeing the global functions of human resources and administration, corporate communications, business ethics, and corporate social responsibility. We also have with us Ranjan K. Mohapatra, Director, Human Resources, IOCL. A mechanical engineer from BITS Pilani and a management degree holder from the Xavier's Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Ranjan has been conferred an honorary doctor of philosophy by Manav Rachna Institute of International Research and Studies for his sustained contributions to India's corporate leadership landscape. His alma mater, BITS Pilani, bestowed distinguished alumni in the year 2021 for his contribution to the corporate sector. I would also like to invite Surya Prakash Valluri, Chief Sustainability Officer, Grasim Industries. A chemical engineer with an MBA degree, Surya Valluri has over 30 years of experience in manufacturing and supply chain in multiple industries and geographies. He has worked in man-made fiber, synthetic fiber, steel, logistics, and cement sectors in India, Thailand, and China. To anchor this session, allow me to introduce Professor P. Vijayan, Dean, HR Academics, CHRO and Head, Career Management Center, Wellinger Institute of Management Development and Research. Professor Vijayan is involved in teaching PG students, designing and delivering MDP programs, assessment and development centers, mentoring of the students, and other such institutional roles. He is a gold medalist from the 1984 batch of TIS, Mumbai, with academic leadership experience of more than 12 years following a corporate career spanning 25 years. I now request Professor Vijayan to lead the discussion.
Thank you for those very warm words of introduction. Thank you to NHRDN and thanks to the panel for the golden opportunity to engage with you. I must say that the spotlight on social, I think, was the opening remark in our catch-up call also. And I think it's interesting to know that even Santrup mentioned possibly the S has to be. So I think it fits in very well with the panel. Secondly, I think probably there's much more space to be identified and mined from the social element of ESG. That means the opportunity is tremendous. And third, as human capital managers, as I am one amongst them, we always require some sort of a mega context to really focus our efforts. So the large big ones used to be TQM, business excellence, TPM, customer centricity, stakeholder management. And I think ESG is a big gift to retool and refocus the entire human capital management process also. At the same time, I understand that social in ESG is not equal to only employee. There is employee to business, business to business, and as the previous Santrup mentioned about partners also. I think our panel is a very eclectic mix of very senior, seasoned leaders from various industries and sectors. And I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot. I've come here with a learning mindset only. The plan for today, if it is okay with all of us, is I'll just make a few comments. Actually, I found some quotations on ESG, so I thought I'll play the poetic role, which we are very good at. And then I would request each one of you to probably respond to the type of question which we had agreed for about 3 to 4 minutes. And I think that will generate some conversations, and I think there's a desire that we should get more question and answers from so we'll see how to manage time. I think we've got about 35, 40 minutes for the first part, and we'll keep 20 minutes. So the contribution I want to make is Elon Musk is probably very controversial to be quoted, so I'm not going to talk about Twitter's downsizing. Elon Musk has said something useful on sustainability. This supersedes political parties, race, creed, religion, and it doesn't matter. If we do not save the environment and solve whatever it is, we are all damned. So I suppose that's why he's talking about electric vehicles. That's why he's talking about colonizing the Mars, because Earth is already overloaded. So I think he's well positioned to take the business opportunities of ESG. Secondly was an interesting one from Paul Hawken, who's an environment author, etc. Sustainability, ensuring the future of life. Our Earth is an infinite game. I think this is a new thing that I have learned. Infinite game, the endless expression of generosity on behalf of all of all. Now, I do not know how you can become generous to employees without probably ensuring that they deserve that. So these are two thoughts which I thought are give a very meta sort of a background. So the first person is to Surya. Just now you had your colleague from the carbon black business. So area is, I think he spoke about stakeholder management. And I would like you, if it's possible, to talk a little bit as to how you have recrafted your stakeholder network in terms of importance and criticality, and possibly something about the emissions and effluents which are associated with any industry. How do you manage it, minimize it? And some of the cultural challenges, many times focus on safety doesn't go too far because people believe that jab bhi upar wala bulayega to jana hi padega. So there's always a sense of a reluctance to wear protective gear. Maybe I'm wrong also. And skilling India, I think what Santrup said, how do you view if it becomes a fundamental right? May not be at a corporate, may not be at a country level, may be difficult, but maybe a pledge by the board. So any of these and anything more, over to you, Sudhir. Surya.
Very good afternoon once again. Thank you for having me on this panel. The S part of the ESG, as Dr. Santrup also mentioned, is the linchpin of the whole of this, what we do in terms of environmental and sustainable and the governance. And if that S part is weak, no matter what you do on the E and on the G will not get conveyed. It should be a very strong and important element, and it should be focus element of any organization. But before we get into that S part, I just wanted to start from 10 years back, or probably 15 years back. Nobody was aware of these things. The strategy is always used to revolve around the products, the kind of markets, the technologies, the kind of branding, brand building, and consumer preferences. From there, now the strategy is completely shifted. Now ESG becomes the main pillar of the strategy of any organization. If it is not, then probably they are still behind, lagging behind. Be it the fundraising, be it your customers, be it your value chain partners, everyone first start looking at your ESG credentials. Unless you have that, they don't want to touch you. And I'm part of GRASIM, where we have some verticals, some of the business SBUs, which is textile value chain, which is very, very widely kind of, customer focused, and lots of intervention from the customers as well as from the NGOs and various other stakeholders. They look at it not only from the brand's perspective, they start looking from the entire value chain perspective. And they start looking at where is this product coming from, how is this being manufactured, who is manufacturing it, what is their credentials. So that's the kind of tracking, that's the kind of traceability that is happening in this. I give one example. You all know Roger Federer is a finest athlete, and he was very much involved in various brand endorsements and all those things because of his credentials. He was associated with one of the financial institutions, and one of the environmental activists questioned about his involvement with that financial institution. What they say is that the institution he's endorsing has invested more than $50 billion on fossil fuel-based organizations. And fossil fuel being one of the most impactful on the environment. So they're saying that what is the rationale of such a finest athlete without having understanding, getting and endorsing these kind of things. So now, look at it. Roger Federer, a simple tennis player, a finest athlete, many people endorse him, many people follow him, have to have the knowledge of what he's actually endorsing. It's not only about him, what he is endorsing, it is about the communication about what is the credentials, whom he is endorsing is also very important. That is the kind of traction that is happening in the ESG space. So that is the backdrop. He had to then go back, and the organizations have to communicate saying that this is what we are producing, this is our kind of footprint, this is what our mitigation measures. Roger Federer, his team has to tell that he's endorsing these products because of their business ethics, their track record, and their future or their strategy, everything he has to give a clarification on that. So it's no longer a simple business unless you understand the ESG. It's very, business as usual is gone. No longer it's the case. You need to first and foremost thing before you start thinking something about your operations or your businesses, need to understand. I'm sure many of my colleagues from the financial institutions are also facing the same thing, and they are also started looking in before they start funding any particular business, they start looking about the credentials of those. And many of those credentials, not about the financial credentials, it starts with the environmental and sustainable and the governance credentials. That's the backdrop. Now coming back to those questions about, yeah, sorry, you have something?
No, please go ahead.
So coming back to the cultural issues on the safety point of view, I was just a couple of days back, I was talking to a Swedish journalist. He wanted to write a story on one of our business vertical about man-made fibers, because we procure a lot of pulp from Sweden, and we have a pulp plant there. And he wanted to, that particular journalist writes to a journal which is actually for the workers community and has more than 1 million people over there, followers for that journal. And he asked me about how is your safety standards and how do you track, how do you keep the traction of it? And we happened to speak a couple of your people, and they had said that they use cotton masks. So I told him that I had to tell him that this is not the correct thing. Probably they did not understand what it is exactly it is. There is a system, there is a process, and we have a well-defined what area of workplace require what kind of face masks. And what has been told to you may not, either it's a communication gap or I don't know, whatever it is, but I can show you the system. And then I told him that please understand, it is not about what is being given and what is the system and process. It is about the mindset of the person who is using also, right? And then I gave him an example because he happened to be here in India. I asked him how many people you saw on the road wearing a helmet while they are riding a two-wheeler. How many people you have seen wearing a seat belt? How many cars you got into, whether it's taxis or having back seats, having seat belts put in place. That is the kind of culture that we are having. And that is the kind of people we are bringing into the shop floors and asking them to follow. It's a complete transformational change for them. And there is outside the boundary of the factory, within the boundary of the factory, there's a huge difference in terms of. So that's the fundamental problem in terms of having the safety culture to be improvised. And we see a lot of that, a lot of struggle, most of the organizations trying to change this cultural aspect of it and working they are working with various stakeholders, whether it is on the process side or on the system side or on the human side, on the how to change their mindset about it. The other question that you have asked me about the skilling. Yeah. So, yeah, so I'm from manufacturing. So traditionally manufacturing is a lot of manpower is involved. And also, as a country, we are having the responsibility of providing employment as well, right? So, and the digitalization, AI, and all these things are now the new set of interventions that are coming in manufacturing. But traditionally, most of the organizations have huge manpower and huge workforce. It's not about the management side, people attrition or people moving out. It is also, we see a lot of tacit knowledge going away with the people who are actually leaving the organization. That's retaining that tacit knowledge is very important. For example, I have an experience in cement and steel, and there you have a lot of those equipment, which are huge equipments, and the technologies are like evolving day in, day out. A lot of new interventions are coming in the designing of those equipments. And you need people who understand how to fix a bearing, and you don't have such kind of a person and he's leaving, and the next person is not ready, you will be struggling. And these kind of such tacit knowledge is becoming a big problem. And I remember one time I was reading on the automobile, the car that is manufactured out of China is one of the best cars in terms of the quality, it seems. This is not me or anybody saying, it is about the automobile industry which has told about it. So that is the kind of follow-up that is being done in terms of the product quality, which is directly proportionate to the workforce which is actually handling and putting in that assembly line. And building that skills is very, very important for us. There are some, I worked in Thailand, there was a government intervention with some kind of various institutions to put up these training centers was extremely useful and very impactful for the industry. And I have seen there, again, the cultural part also definitely plays a role. But those kind of things, we have bits and pieces and pockets. We need this to be processed in a larger way in order to build that capacity and in order to build those skill sets. That's very important.
So thanks, Surya. I think that was a very, what I would like to take out is you said ESG is at the center of the business strategy. I think that itself is a big, and I think on the safety and other parts, you are alluding to behavior modification, which was spoken by one of the earlier speakers. And you also highlighted the fact that an employee working in a company, workman, is a subset of society. Society is okay to skip a red light and try your luck. It's very difficult to sometimes control when the person comes in. So thank you very much. So I'll move to Mr. Nanda, whose boss had the opening address. So a little bit of Tata Chemicals information is probably lying there. But what I thought, sir, if you could look at how Tata Chemicals has worked on the entire value chain, various interventions. He obviously spoke about a few. And we hear this comment now called social capital. So is that something that Tata has adopted, or you have your own terminology? But basically we are saying, can the network of the supply chain gain better value of all its actors as compared to the earlier conversation Santrup was artisans or artists don't get enough, but somebody in between. So on that area, maybe equity, fairness, if you could share your experiences. Thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope it's audible. It's rare that you get a chance to meet both, two people from the same organization speaking, so apologies for the scheduling concern. But I think it's very interesting to really look at how this subject has been evolving over, almost every year it seems to be changing. And the way we look at it, thing is, I think whatever we do, even if you're doing 100% more than what we did last year, it's still not going to make much difference, at least for the next 10 years. Because we are starting at a very, very, very low base. Therefore, there's so much of effort required, so much of need to do things which is far greater than what you even imagined so far. So coming to really look at from a supply chain perspective, I think I also come from a manufacturing organization primarily. And one of the things that I keep driving very clearly to all our plant managers is telling them that it's only a matter of time that people will not want to do unskilled job. So if you think that you can continue to live in an era where you'll have people coming in willing to do unskilled job, that is going to disappear. And we see it already happening in many states. Locals don't want to do that unskilled job. They're being replaced by migrant workmen. And after some time, migrant workmen also don't want to do that job. So the only option available is to really look at how do you either eliminate that job or you automate it by using technology and other tools that's necessary. Now, specifically, if you look at most organizations, if you see, there are some parts or part of your supply chain network which is very localized. You don't necessarily have to seek out suppliers who are far away for those products and services, which can be well met by your surrounding region itself at a far more affordable cost, and also the fact that you're also providing livelihoods. So we also look at, whatever we are doing in our own thing, there are certain things we don't have a choice. If you look at, if you're buying, let's say, limestone. Limestone has to come from wherever the deposits are. You don't have a choice of bringing it. But if you look at engineering services, this is something which we can build that capability. There is no need to go to a large town to get that built as a capability. But it actually means two things. One, companies must be conscious about it and make sure that you're developing the local ecosystem and providing this avenues and opportunities. Second, it has to be a very clearly leadership mandate, saying that, no, this is what you really need to be looking at. So we are part of the Tata Group, so obviously we have been doing much larger things, and affirmative action has been one big agenda that we took almost some 15, 20 years back. So as part of affirmative action, we are really looking at how do we develop even vendor bases that are really tuned towards the disadvantaged communities. And then we have a method by which we track it, we start reporting it, and we look at how we are moving in from strength to strength as we go forward. In my experience, since I wear the dual hat of being both on the HR side and the CSR side, I think my experience has been that there are fundamentally three things that I think are extremely critical. The first and foremost is, I think, this subject of S in the ESG has to have a leadership mandate. Has to be sponsored by executive leadership. It's not going to happen otherwise. So that's the first part. The second important aspect which I think is that we have to build a high degree of awareness. It is not going to happen by just having material on the net or on the let's say e-modules being sent out. You have to engage with people and build awareness. The third and the most powerful thing which I have found in the last few years that I've been working with, especially Tata Chemicals, and we meet a lot of the youngsters who are joining us, leverage the young talent pool far extensively. Because they really come with tremendous amount of ideas. They have no past baggage that they're carrying with them. They're willing to roll up their sleeves and get involved and come up with really brilliant ideas that can actually be executed. I can tell you, we have an NGO or a social organization called OKAI. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. Unfortunately, I found none of the ladies wearing it, but I think that's something which we will probably address. So this is an organization that today supports almost 25,000 artisans across India. And when we started this, it was purely focused only on the Oka Mandal region of Gujarat. That's where the name Okai comes from. But during the pandemic, we found the biggest challenge that most of the smaller artisans had was they had no access to market because it was completely blocked. So what we did is we almost in a matter of few weeks, we converted our internal e-portal to facilitate partners to come on board. And that really opened up so many avenues. We thought it was only a temporary arrangement, but with the success we found we can continue with it. But what we realized clearly was that these are good products, but these people have no ability to actually present their material in a very, as to attract the eyes of the consumer. So what we've done is, why we're investing is actually training them in how to do a photo shoot, how to do a product summary of their product, and then post it on our platform. And that has really helped us. Today, almost I think about, when I reviewed it about a couple of months back, I think 30–40% of our revenue is coming from those partners. So, and we are very sure that we want to make it to at least 75% in due course. So this is what I believe is we can do. Sir.
Thank you so much. That's quite inspiring. And in some sense, technology has helped speeding up this sort of movement, which otherwise would have taken a hell of a lot of time. So if I may now look at Ranjan, sir. One is you are a large Mahanavratna. Yeah, and you are in the business of energy. Earlier you were in the business of fuels. I just thought that if you could talk about reputation, risk, it's also you're in a business which is critical to national security. At the same time, fossil fuels continue to be and you know that world over there is a movement towards reducing fossil fuels. So any area around that, because there's a high risk, it's also a lot of your products are inflammable. So probably you could look at it in the ESG, maybe social. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you. So Vijay is a fabulous, moderator who has already spilled the beans that we have been given this task to talk on. Good. Anyway, first of all, let me tell, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. And when Mr. Srirang spoke to me, I was wondering what NHRDN is doing on ESG, to be very frank. But that's the big question which you all have to, everybody has to realize, that I think the lady who asked question to Santrup, ESG is everyone's business, I think, or the panel, I think she asked it. ESG is everyone's business. I think probably that we got to realize, and maybe HR has to drive it. HR has to ensure that it goes into the boils. I have just listening to these examples, fabulous examples. So my take very quickly on that. I also read recently, I think most of you must have read it in the last 3–4 days. There was an article by Rekha Menon in Accenture. She had written about it that the companies which went along with ESG in the full flow, they outperformed their peers by 2.6 times. So that itself is not an awakening call for the CEOs. What else could it be? I mean, this is based on facts, right? So now coming back to my business, definitely. Yes, we are in a type of business in which we have all the three responsibilities. Today, I think more of the focus at common social, but I have the responsibility both on environment as well as definitely social, being a public sector, and on governance, being an ideal sector, as you have told, is a Maharatna. So all these three are important for us at all levels. Number two, yes, you spoke about the type of products that we deal with. Number one, there is, again, I think I was taking a cue from what Santrup answered to him. Who decides what I use? This discussion, no doubt, yes, with the fuels that we are using, they are guzzlers or they are affecting the environment. But who decides how you do it? For a country like us, we are growing at a larger way. I mean, we're going in a bigger way. Obviously, any country that grows will require a lot of energy. And how does that energy come from? For us, it's very important it comes in a way which is sustainable to us. So that's why, I mean, I agree with when our Honorable External Affairs Minister says that it's us to decide. I'm the consumer. I have to decide whether to procure from Russia or procure from anybody else. In addition to that, what I see for India, I mean, all hypes and all, up to 2040, we got to use this because we have to sustain our growth. That's very important for me and for my people. At the same time, I must do the activities by which I should minimize the effect of this. So as a responsible company, I mean Indian Oil, we have decided that although the country is going to be net zero by 2070, I'm coming on to environment first, we have decided that by 2046, we will be net zero, operationally net zero. We can't be net zero per se because we'll be producing carbon, but that has to be sunk and that has to be taken care of. So operationally, we'll be net zero by 2046. So that is one. And again, I think we were talking about the investments. I think one of the panel members were talking about investment. We are planning to have almost 2 lakh crores of, that is 0.2 million crores of, 2 lakh crores of investments in all activities that we should do to achieve that net zero. So that's one thing which is a commitment. Then coming to the social, what you told about the product. Whenever we talk about a consumer products, we always talk about the fairness to the consumers, right? For me, we are in a position that if I increase the 1 paisa also, all of you will stand up and leave this room. And although at this point of time, not to be quoted outside, we are making a loss of 10 rupees per every liter of diesel which is sold. So this is very, but this, as an overall, we have to maintain it. We are doing it happily. Not that we are suffering in the bottom line, but we are doing it happily because this is a statement which has to be made. This is a journey which has to be taken if we want to reach where we want to reach in the 2025, 2030. All this have been given to us. So, last regarding your points on use of everything. I mean, all this usage and all these things, if I want to talk of, or what we are exactly trying to give it to consumers. I was just trying to go through, so I can also take the help of a paper. So I just found this, which is interesting. We all have read everywhere. I think I see a lot of students, those who know, Professor Saab is also here. I found it very sensible. It says 10 things that a consumer need. I couldn't remember it, so I have to read it out from the paper. Access, inclusivity, safety, protection of economic interest, information, education, redress, representation, sustainability, privacy, and of course, the current one which Santrupt also spoke about, e-commerce rights, e-commerce and e-commerce rights. I think probably this is what the consumer need right now. I mean, as a company, we don't sell only petrol and diesel. We sell many other things. So many other products. So wherever we are doing that, whether it's lubricants, as also I really thank Professor to say that we have gone in to become an energy company. But I must tell everybody that we envisaged it back in 1990 when we made our vision statement. We told we would like to be a major global energy company, 1990, by 2020. So that envisage came a lot before. So this is what needs to be done, or this is what needs to be. Second point, the most important point, which I have been also listening to all the people here and to Santrup, that how do we decide what is good for us? This is where the top management, the responsibility or the role of management comes in. How do we decide? How do we decide to deliver? How do we, so Santrup ne 5 C's he has talked up. I would like to give 3 D's for that. See, normally, in these cases, which could be applicable everywhere, we should diagnose. Let us have the diagnosis of what exactly is ailing us, what exactly needs to be done. That was fabulous when we say, I must know that if I'm sitting here, I'm using this, what is the carbon footprints that I'm making? I must diagnose that. I must find out. Then second is that I must develop. What is there? How do I develop? How do I see? Can I do something? I think China has decided 27 degrees for all the setting of ACs. Why can't we do that also? But is that the solution? The solution which works in China does not work here. It has to be completely different. It has to be tailor-made for all of us. So develop. And last thing, I think today morning when we were together, we were discussing on certain things. The point is delivery. We must deliver that. Our promise, I mean, this is one thing which is, we talked about, one of my friends is from DM school, which was one of the model schools in that point of time, all India, where there were only 4 schools. At that point of time, a school was made, but did we deliver? Why did we not, scale it up? Why could you not have many more DM schools instead of only 4 schools in India? So in this case also, ESG, I'm again telling, this is very good efforts by NHRDN to bring it to the fore. We must work on how to deliver and deliver it well. It must reach the last mile. It must reach the last person who is responsible. And sitting here in an AC environment talking about it doesn't work. It has to be seen, whatever we decide, whatever we talk, it must be delivered. So these are the 3 Ds. I thought I will leave with that. It's okay?
Yes, looks okay. I'm sure the audience would ask you more questions if you speak less. That's the advantage. So Jeet, I think we've been on multiple occasions, so always I struggle to throw some new challenges at you. But Jeet is in a unique role where he looks after HR and customer service operations. So it's a very unusual sort of a thing. So he has a lot of ground to cover, but he does it in a very exemplary manner. So couple of areas, Jeet, if you could look at is attrition and sustainability. I think Surya spoke about tacit knowledge, and I think you, the best person who's lived it and maybe still living, what is your views on, is there something called acceptable attrition? And then you say rest everything is unsustainable. And then Surya said that anyway, the most important knowledge is going away. So your thoughts on that. Second, I think on data, because your role has customer data and people data. And I remember in one of the companies I think I worked, the first time I saw the medical records were not kept with the HR department. I was told it is kept with a doctor, and the employee will talk to the doctor. And I think that is the first time it really hit me that why should the employer have the medical records with a Mumbai-based company. The other area, Jeet, if you could look at, has human rights really entered the labor relationship? Example I give in our classes is why do we still have Indians who go down the manholes, and in most of the times they don't come back alive? I see it's not as a labor rights issue, it's a human rights issue. And I think you had mentioned something about UNPRI, which I could not understand, so you could have a contact on that. And if you have some time on psychological and mental well-being, I think most of us are healthy physically, no problem about it. But I think sustainability is also going to push in the quality of mental health. Yeah, in whatever order, however you want to. Yeah.
Confuse me. So, but
that is not my
try.
intention. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I think before I get into what Prof is saying, you alluded to Elon Musk. So I thought I'll start off with Musk, right? So Musk is a genius, right? I mean, he's probably one of the most brilliant engineers of our time, and what he's done is quite remarkable. But if you think about what he is doing to Twitter, right? How many of you would like to work in organizations that make you work 18, 20 hours? Musk used to sleep in office, incidentally. How many of you? Raise your hands. How many of you would like to work for an organization which demands that you work 18, 20 hours a day, every day? and probably also sleep in office. None of you. So and to go back, I mean, so Musk is, of course, then we should say he's probably a mad genius. But that's the inherent challenge, you know, in terms of, I wanted to use this example to dramatize that, is this a risk for an organization? You know, even his public utterance. And he probably means it from the bottom of his heart, right? Because he believes that that is how it ought to be. But the question really is that what you may want, are people willing to sign up for it? And is it fair, right? And all these are good questions for us to debate, right? So inherent, what is ESG then? What we are talking about ESG essentially is any risk which is a non-financial risk, which can, of course, be then put into a financial risk. So if you think about the discourse, moving away from only financial metrics to look at non-financial metrics or indicators. And that's what ESG is trying to do. We are trying to assess what kind of risks that may be there inherent in a business that could lead to shareholder value erosion beyond the obvious financial metrics, because financial metrics can be dressed up, financial metrics can be manipulated, right? So you have to go beyond financial metrics to look at non-financial metrics. So that is inherently the part of ESG. And I want to take a minute to just talk through this E, S, and G. Because fundamentally, what are we saying? I mean, if you go back to, say, if you say the purpose of business, because I believe ESG is about fundamentally purpose, right? So if you say the purpose of business is only to make money, which is what Milton Friedman said, ESG is trying to say, is the purpose of business also about communities, which is the environment, the planet that we leave behind, social, which is about customers and people or employees that all of us talk about, and G, of course, good governance practices in terms of disclosures, which impact investors. Because if I'm buying a company, if I'm investing in a company, and your disclosures are not up to standard, right, then there are probably hidden risks that could be there, right? So now, just to take it a bit further, to ensure that there is, as of now, today, there is a lot of what organizations are doing is to write ESG reports. And our regulator, our market regulator, which is SEBI, has asked us to, there was a report called the BRR. So incidentally, here I have a question. How many of you have read a ESG report? Can you just raise your hands? That's around 10-15%. A BRR or a BRSR? Okay, that's 10-15%. So the best way to learn about ESG is actually to go through the reports. Okay, so just one aside. So fundamentally, if you look at it, what are we trying to do? We are trying to encourage organizations to do more disclosures about various non-financial risks that can be there in an organization. And so there are standard practices like you would see. I mean, do you have a policy in place? Do you have initiatives to implement the policy? Are you tracking and measuring? And over a period of time, there'll be more standardization of some of these, right? Now, coming back to the question on attrition, we talked about. So what's the challenge for any businesses? I mean, HR is all about attracting, developing, and retaining talent, right? So attrition, of course, hits us. I don't know if there is an optimal attrition, because there are organizations which sustain very well with 300% attrition, the organizations which also don't have attrition. So I've always found it very confusing to answer whether attrition is good or bad, because there is a time, and I'll tell you, and it's important for us to think about. If you don't have attrition and the person keeps on doing the same job, wage inflation makes that job, right, for that role. I mean, for example, if you imagine, not for anything else, you have somebody who's doing an unskilled labor job. And that unskilled labor is with an organization for 30 years. With every year, the salary goes up. So the job which may have been priced 5 lakh rupees is now 20 lakh rupees. Whereas you can get is the difference in performance on that unskilled job so remarkable? So I'm not answering that question, but fundamentally what I'm saying is, do you have a business model which can mitigate the risk of attrition? If you can be attrition agnostic, right, that's fantastic. But if attrition is a big risk for your business sustainability, that of course is a problem. If you don't have the key skills, if you're losing your key skills or tacit knowledge or whatever the case is. So I'm not giving you a direct answer. I'm saying there are 2 ways to think about it. Attrition can be very useful for an organization because it means there is fresh inflow of talent coming in and jobs don't get priced out, so your wage cost doesn't go up disproportionately, right? But certain jobs, attrition can be a big problem, right? Because that means key talent is moving out and it's And that loss of key talent can impact business continuity or quality. And sometimes organizations are doing it, and advertising agencies is a classic case. For example, there's a nice article I read the other day by a gentleman called Sandeep Goyal in Business Standard, who talks about juniorization. What happens is when you have very junior people doing certain roles, you can do it when the going is good. But when a crisis happens, as a pandemic happens, then junior people have not seen a crisis. They don't have the experience or the muscle memory to know how to deal with a crisis. And that's when it gets exposed. So again, I'm not giving a direct answer to your question, Prof. All I'm saying is there are multiple ways to think about it. And my submission to any professional would be, let's look at it from all possible angles and then decide what is the best appropriate course of action for our company and our business, depending on our model. That's the way. And just to take an aside, for example, since Srirang and Soumendra and Amita were here, and ICICI Bank, one of the ways the bank has created talent to make sure it mitigates itself from attrition is to have a supply pool, a talent pipeline of talent, which is the Manipal program or the other programs, which have now been taken over by many other banks. And hotel management has done it. Many organizations, many sectors have done it, right? To go to the question on data privacy, of course, it's a contentious matter, right? Of course, and I don't know, again, I have not thought deeply about it, but I definitely know one thing, that data cannot be misused, should not be misused for any purpose. Now, how to ensure that misuse doesn't happen? Because one way to think about it is if I have an early alert about you, right? Then I can take preemptive mention. For example, if I have a medical report as HR, maybe I can send you a signal to go for a health checkup. And if I don't know that, and you do nothing about it, so it cuts both sides again. So I'm only saying that these are not easy things to take a decision about how much privacy is good, but fundamentally, I think the way to get around it is customer consent. But then again, a customer consent has to be based on an educated customer. Somebody has to sit with the customer and explain to the customer what are your rights, what are you understanding. And the challenge in a country like ours, where a lot of people really don't understand, right? The effort taken in educating them, right? So do I, as an organization or as a government, force you to do certain things because I think it's good for you? Or do I leave it to your consent? And if I leave it to your consent, you don't do the right thing. For example, you don't save for pension. You don't save for retirement. Do I mandate it through a contribution for PF, right? And what I do with, and if I see that you are not saving, should I have that information and should I do a trigger for you or not? These are, again, questions I'm raising, and I'm really deliberately not answering this way or that way, because these are, underlying all this are various values, your underlying beliefs about what is right or wrong, morals, and that takes a long time to unpeel, and therefore I don't want to get there. But I'm trying to answer. But definitely, fundamentally, if there is misuse, there has to be punitive action. And the way to prevent misuse, at least, to save yourself, at least have the fig leaf of customer consent. I mean, I'm using the word fig leaf because that is what it is. Because people do give consent without really understanding what they're doing. You had something on human rights, and I'll segue that into a different discussion. See, fundamentally what ESG is asking us to do is not just about ourselves. It's also asking what are you doing with your vendors, what are you doing with the partners, what are you doing with the ecosystem. So are you sourcing from communities? For example, all of you know that there are sweatshops in many Southeast Asian countries, right? And even South Asian countries, where there are, 7-day working, lack of safety conditions. Now, if a multinational brand like a Nike or a Gap, and I'm not saying that they are, but if they're sourced from these countries, and customers in Western countries buy these products, is that the right thing to do? So fundamentally, you cannot escape from human rights. And the growing awareness about all this, and where responsible, so what is being said? Organizations which are in the top 500, top 1,000 companies in India, should they be leading lights? Should they lead the way for what we call doing the right things? For demonstrating greater degree of responsibility, that is the expectation being asked of us, right? As if you are saying that you are a Nifty 50 company, or you are a top 500 company, or a top 1,000 company in India, can you demonstrate your responsibility to communities, to society, to people, to customers, and all of that? Because fundamentally, that is what we are moving away from, profit being the only motive of capitalism, to stakeholder capitalism, where you're doing the right thing for all of them. And these are not easy things to always choose because there are trade-offs involved, right? Because there are trade-offs. It means less profits. What is your appetite to take less profits? If you invest, right? And a fundamental question I have to ask for myself, and I share this example. For example, today Adani is giving green energy, right? And I'm assuming that is actually green, right? I don't know, I've not validated it. Now, as an organization, it's an easy choice for me to pay 60 paisa more and buy the green energy. But do I want to do it as an individual? Right? If I get green energy in my house, do I want my electricity bill to go up by 3,000, 5,000 rupees? Again, goes back to my values. So these are, again, difficult choices. We advocate for, I'm giving another contentious argument, human rights. So we talk about lots of, we say that, to be a progressive organization, we need to make sure that we are giving, and I'm using this. This can be a controversial discussion, but that's why I'm caveating it. For example, the question of maternity leave. Should it be, 12 weeks? Should it be 24 weeks? Should it be 52 weeks? These are not easy questions. But the question I have, and all of us to answer also as ourselves, right? Are we willing to give unpaid wages, paid wages for people who work for us in our domestic context? So there is inherently this dichotomy in our individual actions and when we are in a corporate context, right? And these are fundamental questions we have to address. So ultimately, I think what it's doing is, it's forcing us to look at our own values, right? And the way I would like to think about it is that it's an opportunity to re-examine. It's an opportunity to look at our values, because fundamentally there's no running away from the basic principle, doing the right thing. Now, the doing the right thing is always going to be based on your values, beliefs, models, and I'm bringing it back to work, which is also the purpose that you have as an individual or your organization has as a corporate entity. And to end with the last point, you talked about well-being. So what I'm happy about was the pandemic is, and I think about it, is we moved away from physical well-being to talk about well-being in a more holistic context. That physical well-being is only one part of the dimension. And there is enough evidence and literature to say without physical well-being, you cannot also have mental well-being, right? And so, of course, we have to look at physical well-being. But the whole aspect of mental well-being is something that was a taboo and not discussed. Because going back to Musk again, right? Does 18-hour days, 20-hour days promote mental and physical well-being? If you examine it, I have no problem with individual choice. If somebody wants to work 24 hours a day and can sustain it, the Prime Minister himself works, right? So should be encouraged, right? I cannot come and say that you should not work. If you're an entrepreneur, you want to be self-motivated, of course. But the question is of mandating. And should I say that if you can't do it, should I say I should sack you or not? So inherently, again, these questions come up. So I'm not sure whether I'm answering any of these questions, but I'm hopefully giving you some pointers for you to think about in your capacity as professionals in your respective organizations, how you want to deal with these issues. Because, again, I'm bringing it back. It's really about fundamentally what do you want to be as an organization or as a person or as an individual that will help us address some of these issues. There is no right or wrong answer here. They have consequences only. Yeah? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Jeet. At least I think, yeah, you can give the panelist a premature round of applause, no problem. Doesn't have to wait till 1:10. So I think the panelists have, by not giving the answers, which is actually good, raised more questions so that you can also ask more questions. And or you can reverse the roles, you give the answers to Jeet. Maybe he'll hire you tomorrow. Okay, so we expect before moving to sumptuous lunch, we should earn our lunch also. Panel has earned the lunch, so, and you can tell us how long we should do it. So I expect a couple of people. Be ready for the next question after this gentleman. Yeah.
So I'm just come back again, with from morning, coming back with a lot of questions. Actually, I have two things in my mind going on after listening to the discussion. First of all, it's about, as we are discussing about the social. Now, we are talking about the responsibility to our employees, our customer and everything. But at the same time, as I'm representing an international NGO, so I was just thinking an initiative called, shared value initiative. Like most of your product might be targeting, middle class people or higher income people. That is fine, and you are earning profit. But if you target some of your products, for the very poor people without keeping, a profit, might be you will be maintaining your, your margin. So that is one. What is your thought on that? This is number one. And secondly, in terms of attrition and retention of employees, that's a challenge we also face in our NGO sector, development sector. And most of the time, the motivational grid is not only related to the increase of salary. There are so many other factors which relates to the retention of the employees. So these two things I wanted to know from your view on that.
Thank you, sir, for the questions. Maybe the first one, Nanda, sir, would you like to answer? Or Surya, one of you? Or both of you can have a quick observation.
Sir, for your first point, I just wanted to mention here, Dr. Santrup's whole lecture is all about inclusivity. Even though he never used that word of inclusivity, but it's very strikingly visible for us when we listen to him very carefully. Inclusivity is the important aspect of what we do, whether it is the business model, whether it is the operations, the way we conduct it, whether it is an NGO, it's an organization, wherever it is, inclusivity is important. When you know what is that inclusivity, then you will be knowing what kind of value proposition that you wanted to bring it to the table to make people to get attracted and get included into the initiative that we are taking. If you look at it, probably what you are saying will be addressed on the first point. That's my perspective. Probably the panel can add on to it. On the second aspect of the attrition, and I fully agree with my co-panelist about healthy attrition is always good because you need to get something newer perspective all the time. But first of all, attrition, we need to divide into various sub-segments of attrition. Attrition is for what reason they are leaving and why they are leaving, etc. And more than who is leaving, who is coming on board, how as an organization is retaining the tacit knowledge, which I was also advocating and I was speaking about, which is very important. In that, probably, if you have a good tools in terms of retaining this tacit knowledge, probably we will not be very much worried about the attrition. One of that could be very well articulated again, Dr. Mishra, is having a digitalization in place in terms of what is the tacit knowledge is required. In your case, you have told about certain products being manufactured by some of them, and then he has suggested that there is a marketplace where the digital information is being put in place to bring in those products. So we understand those finer aspects of what is the tacit knowledge that need to be retained in order to get those products sold, or in order to get those the business model to work. Probably attrition is also can be definitely addressed in a different way. Then you will be able to come back and say why people are leaving, what is the reason for them to leave, what I need to bring in. Then that is not disrupting your business model. But having said that, you should not be like forgetting about it because you have a back-end support of the digital intervention. So I don't care about whether people are leaving or not. But as a healthy organization, they will be able to understand, divide, and get into the root cause and then probably address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya. Nanda, sir?
Yeah, I think if we all knew how to predict attrition, and a lot of HR people in this room, we would have become billionaires by now. So I don't think that option is there. But just to address your point about making products affordable to masses, I think I come from a company where we are the largest producer of a common item called table salt. And you hardly spend at the most maybe about 17 rupees per kg or 20 rupees per kg for a product, and that lasts you for a full month. But there is a story behind this, and that's what I wanted to emphasize on. About 7-8 years back, we celebrated a platinum jubilee at 75 years, and we prepared a book chronicling the history of the company, how it had evolved. So Mr. Tata was not the chairman at that time; he'd already retired, but he was the chairman of the trust. So we went to present this book to him. So both Mukundan and me and a couple of my other colleagues went to him, and we were very proud of the fact that it is a book that we published 75 years. But I can tell you, he spent less than maybe 60 seconds on that book. That's all that he spent. His next question was, what are you doing with providing more nutrients using salt as a medium for the common people? So he said, why can't we offer it by iron or potassium, magnesium? So he said, there must be at least 20 minerals that we can provide to the common man using this such low-cost method. And then he gave us a challenge. He said, you tell me if you can't do it, I'll go somewhere else and get it done. So that's the thing. The reason I'm mentioning this is because this is exactly what I think goes in his mind. When he really talks about companies have to be successful, but they cannot lose sight that they're there for a purpose. And that purpose, I think, is what drives his entire energy, his entire passion, his entire interest really goes with that. We felt so bad, at the end of the conversation, say that why did we not think of this ourselves and go ahead. This really, I just thought I'd just share this incident with you.
Thank you. So we have some more questions from the audience. Yes, thank you. Yes, there's another. So
Hi,
lunch is earned now.
Good afternoon, Judajit, and thanks for sharing your inputs on attrition, role of data in mental well-being, and also saying that doing what is right. I have a question for you, which is about what is the company doing in terms of community engagement, which is other than or not related to business.
So when you mean community engagement, there are two ways again. One is as a life insurance company, right? There are some regulatory obligations on us, right? In terms of providing access to life insurance for what we call the rural and the social sector. And that's almost like 21% of our entire policy base. And we almost do 58 million through, because the way we look at it is that sometimes when we have microfinance organizations which are getting small ticket loans, and these customers, typically when they take a loan, they also get life insurance. In the event, if they pass away, the loan is not to be paid back to the financing organization. So that's a large subset. It's still 5.5 crores, in the context of India's population of 130 crores. And there is the challenge, definitely. So now there are CSR-related work that we do. One, not just ourselves, a bulk of it is done through the ICICI Foundation, which is really the arm, and that has a large number of programs that they're running. We also encourage and through awareness on consumer education to help people understand the need for buying insurance. I'm not spending time on all the work that is done by the foundation because that is easily available in the public domain. Now, any organization, so one thing I want to bring to your, inherent in your question is, what is the whole purpose of community engagement or whole community service or CSR all about, right? Fundamentally, if you are able to create impact, right, at scale, there is a merit in doing it. Because the challenge in all this is that if you have a small budgets or little budgets and you do it, you can fritter it away. So now, there is, my personal view in this is, unless you have very large budgets, right, or you have the only, institution in our country which can do impact at scale is really the government or very large corporations. It's very difficult for small organizations or mid-sized organizations or even large corporates to create scalable impact in the context of our country's challenges, right? So you see the way government is able to look at the pandemic, for example, the whole vaccination program. It's not possible for any one corporate to think of implementing, doing this, right? So what I'd like to understand, for each one of us to take away, that doesn't stop us from doing good for a few people. And wherever we can do good, we should do good. But to imagine that the corporate sector, right, can transform the country through CSR, that is, in my mind, stretching the argument too much. Fundamentally, this can be done better, and that's why it's, again, it's a view. Some people believe government is not, there should be less government. But in a poor country like ours, the role of government in mitigating distress, right, if the government functions and does it well, is unparalleled, right? And there are enough proof points, whether state governments or central governments, which has achieved huge impact at scale because of the power and the nature of government. So whatever corporates do or say is really peripheral to the whole thing is the larger point I want to make, but that doesn't stop us from doing it. I wanted to nuance it because one should not walk away thinking that corporations have the ability to create large-scale impact, because at the end of the day, it requires a gigantic infrastructure and political will to be able to do it.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yeah. We'll come to you after that.
Hi.
Yeah.
So first of all, heartfelt gratitude for the kind of the insights that have been shared on ESG. That ESG has a overriding benefit for the organization and society is something that we picked up since morning. And my question to Mr. Nanda is that what are the kind of roadblocks in your experience that organizations actually face when they are implementing ESG agenda? And specifically more to do with the culture of a particular organization, inherent culture of organization, which can come in the way and consciously, subconsciously, that could create such roadblocks. So if you could share your views on that.
I mean, I'm not going to cover the entire gamut of ESG, but I'll focus more on the S part, because that's probably what we have been, this panel is for. I think what we're actually seeing, and this is something which I shared when we were having tea earlier in the morning also, is that at the social level or at the community level, there is a change in the leadership pattern itself. So we have currently, if you look at the local panchayats or municipalities or the Gram Panchayat leadership, they are today being represented by a set of population which is very different from their ancestors or from their previous generation. And this is posing a big challenge to us because they don't share the same ethos of what that place has been over the last maybe 30, 50, 60, 100 years and how it has evolved. They are more swayed by what they're seeing on social media, what they're seeing in other companies, and they want that to happen without going through their effort. So it becomes sometimes even bordering on unreasonable demand. So that's one challenge we have. The second, which we also find as a challenge, and it happens very clearly in two main areas. One is on nutrition, other is on education. There is a lot of effort that the government is putting in these two areas. But unfortunately, on the ground, if you look at teachers being posted in schools or in the primary health centers, the staff who come in, they all look at it as a tick in the box. They just need to spend 2 years, 3 years in that posting and go away. And they don't really spend that effort in really improving the quality on the ground on these two areas. And this is a challenge that we are finding because if you don't address it there, you're lost the game. It's going to be very difficult to address this gap at a later date. I think these are some of the things that we have seen very clearly. And of course, there are other issues in terms of, let's say, emission norms or your access to safe and good drinking water. These are all going to be coming up more and more vigorously. Also fueled by the fact that there is a shortage of these things which is being supplied in a regular, consistent manner by the governments. So this is where I think companies like us will continue to face headwinds on this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panel discussion members.
So, sorry, before you resume with the question, in the interest of time, this would have to be the last question. So I request you to please keep it brief.
Yeah, so
okay.
They'll give you a better rating on the food.
All right, so I'm Shalini, and I'm the founder and CEO of a startup called Be Spotted. And we believe in transforming employee communication with goodness. So what comes to my mind is keeping the spotlight on social. Should we push for universal goodness, which essentially means having the best interests of all? What is your view on it?
Who wants to take this?
Let me take this pick. I think very difficult question. I think if I've understood it correctly, I'll give it another way. So today, a few days before, we had this CEO of SHRM talking to our people. He spoke about something which became very interesting to me. I mean, I've been quoting it everywhere given a chance. We all have been talking about empathy, right? Empathy. Then he told, sometimes it has become synonymous with me-pathy. Reverse EM, M-E, and then pathy. Okay, so what happens when we are talking of this universality? What exactly is that? Most of the time, when I'm in distress, I feel that people should be empathetic towards me. But when the reverse happens, it doesn't take place. So that's a caveat I wanted to give first of all before answering your question. Yes, it is necessary. Absolutely. There is no second thought. I don't think any of the panel members or any of us sitting here will disagree to that. But then the challenge is, how do you do it? How do we really do it in a way that it does not become preferential? It does not become discriminatory. See, when there is another thing which is now catching on very much in that's called reverse discrimination. When I give a benefit to somebody, I may be discriminating against others, some others. So again, I mean, these are the things, but I mean, taking a cue from what you have told already, it needs to be done, it needs to be thought in a big way before going. I'm not answering it again. I'm using your way, so I'm not answering.
No, I think you said it brilliantly, and I just want to nuance it. And incidentally, since I've worked with Shalini earlier, you know, the only other piece I want to add on this is, fundamentally, what are we saying? When we say goodness, we are saying, I mean, the way I am at least interpreting is that you are going out of the way to help somebody, which is not your duty or responsibility. It's compassion, right? What we need to also think about is when you are encouraging a lot of competition, you know, and we have to, in organizations or even in society, in schools, and the winner, you know, because the whole dynamic of society is about getting ahead. And when you're getting ahead, it does reinforce me, right? So how do you then, unless the person, you know, I mean, there is a Mother Teresa, and there are people who you know, give their lives and dedicated their lives to society. But then the society also rewards people. I mean, again, let's say, and that may be different, and people do evolve. Maybe at age 30 or 40, they could be about me, but maybe at age 60 or 70, they can be different, right? So I don't think there is an answer. But again, the reason I'm putting this question is, again, as individuals, or as parents, or as citizens, we have to think about what is the right balance we need to have as a society. And the question that Mr. Mohapatra said, how do we do it? That is nobody can disagree. But the how is, of course. And let me tell you, at least as a parent, I feel I struggle with this.
I'm just taking on.
All right. Yeah.
So thank you, great insights from the panel, and this question is specifically to Mr. Mohapatra, representing the large organization called Indian Oil, started the Maharatna company. We all are mobile because of companies like you. So given that finally we will use as consumers what is available as products, and given the large share that companies like Indian Oil have on the hydrocarbon side. And we also hear about biofuels and other mechanisms of producing, you said the energy company. Just wanted to understand what's happening in this space and how is it commercially viable, what kind of work is happening so that as a framework in the country it changes. The 2046 vision that you have. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is my bread and butter. So thanks for asking that. Yeah. Let me tell you, yes, when I stopped short of telling that hydrocarbons per se as major source of our pie will remain up to 2040, there are a lot of other initiatives which are going on where we can reduce the carbon footprints. That's how we are expecting that by 2046 we'll be net zero, we'll be operationally net zero. One example is one small example, I think, the compressed biogas. We all know about the waste, which it's known as waste to wealth, right? So this waste which is there, whether it is parali burning, which you see in Haryana, or you're throwing off waste food materials, or the overcooked oil, which is again recooked and reused, in every respect, it is being worked on so that they can be brought back to the main stream of energy and they can be utilized as a source of energy for us. Compressed biogas, per example, the government has really gone for a heavy, see, currently our demand is around 200 million metric tons of fuel, energy which is required for India. If we use only compressed biogas, we can go even up to 80 million metric tons we can derive from that. Even if we tap that, you remember, that's what is possible. And the emission is zero. You are using the compressed, you are using the waste, you are using the husk, you are using all these things. So what government has told, they have come up with a SATAT scheme, SATAT, sustainable alternative towards affordable transportation. So what it does, I think some of you are keen for becoming an entrepreneur, so it gives a very good thing that you can set up a CBG plant, and the government has got us into that we will be taking the entire produce of your CBG plant at a price which is higher. So at a price which is higher than CNG, we will be taking that and we will be utilizing it. So this is one model the government, I think I am taking from Judajit what he told also, that government can only do wonders. I think the corporates individually can only butt in and come in between. Here in this case, how many such business models are there where you don't have to bother about your demand? Your sale, whatever you produce will be sold. So this is one concept which has come in. In addition to that, there is one work in case of ESG or SDG which is going on, is hydrogen as an alternate fuel. I think that's going to be the future, because where we can use hydrogen through electrolysis by a green ways, if we can produce. Right now it is very costly, it costs almost $40. If we can bring it down to $2 or $3, it is possible in future. A lot of research is going on. I think India is leading that research. I think that will be also possible, and that's where Indian Oil is also working on. Last thing, he started with the Musk, so I would also like to finish with Musk. There was one 3M, there is another 3M now. So this 3M is Mad Maverick Musk, who has said, see, he did, he has really shown that there is a future for, that's one thing great, that by bringing in Tesla, he has shown that this is possible. But at the same time, we should not be, as far as ESG is concerned, we should not be undoing it by some action of ours which becomes unsustainable. Because sustainability of anything, if we want to become really successful, sustainability of anything, even my maverickism or whatever, is the key if we want to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I can see that several of you still have more questions, and some of you look slightly disappointed that this is coming to an end. But all good things must come to an end. And with that, we have come to an end of the second panel discussion. I request all the panelists to remain on stage and receive our token of thanks. I request Sri Sai Ranjani Chandrasekhar from Wellinger Institute to please come on stage and felicitate the panelists. So we will now break for lunch. I request all of you to please come back by 2:35 p.m. Thank you. So, my apologies. Please be seated by 2:15 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please be seated as we'll be starting in the next couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone is geared for the second leg of the day. We will resume the conference with the next CEO Speak session. This session comes with a very interesting twist. It will be conducted in the form of a fireside chat. For the fireside chat, we have Pramod Menon, Group Chief Financial Officer and member of the board, RPG Enterprises Limited. In a career spanning over 2 decades, he has rich experience across mergers and acquisitions, structured finance, corporate finance, treasury management, and investor relations. Prior to joining RPG in 2017, Pramod has been associated for the JSW Group for over 22 years and has been associated with notable transactions. He is also a member of the Business Review Board of the group. I request Mr. Pramod Menon to please come on stage. So to anchor the fireside chat, allow me to welcome Russell Pereira, Regional Managing Partner, PWC West. Russell has experience spanning a wide range of sectors and many listed companies and regulated entities across financial services, IT and ITES, manufacturing and oil and gas. He has an extensive experience in US GAAP and IFRS work for multinational and large Indian companies, including domestic and international listings. Please join me in welcoming Russell Pereira on stage.
So, the topic today, ESG, I like to say is so topical today, maybe like what digital was 2 or 3 years ago. You can't actually go to any conversation in any company and ESG doesn't come across sectors. I've been part of the sustainability committee, in membership organizations. And if we sat there 6, 7, 8 years ago, you would probably be saying, how can we get the CEO to actually think about this? But I think today, it's moved from that sustainability committee into the boardroom. So it's very much, I think, here and now on that. I think, Pramod, it's great to be able to spend a few minutes with you and get your perspectives. I think, if I may say, we do a CEO survey every year across the world. And over the years, the percentage of people who've thought ESG is important, the people who put a price to that, or put a value to that, has actually got a lot more on that. So maybe if I just start by saying ESG, what are you doing differently today in your group? You've got a wide range of companies, both from manufacturing to ITES, services. What are you doing differently today to integrate ESG into your overall strategy? And how are maybe some of the things that actually you're bringing it to life?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank NHRDN, ICICI Bank, and PWC for having us out here, and good to interact with all of you and, let's say, have a free flow of, let's say, exchange of views. As on an emerging topic, it's an issue which will continue to gather and evolve as time passes by. And with respect to the opening statement that Russell made, I don't think I will disagree. It's a couple of issues that the COVID has done is, let's say, on 2 things. There's a huge amount of fast forward which has happened. One is on the tech enablement, or let's say tech absorption. And secondly has been this entire commitment towards sustainability or ESG, and which is completely put fast forward. At RPG, we have a pretty diversified conglomerate, and it's an issue which I would say we are not up there in the league. There are, let's say, a lot of corporates which started within India and who are pretty good in terms of leaders in the space of ESG today as thought partners. But we also, let's say, started off this particular journey about 5 or 6 years back. And since then, a lot of things have evolved in each of the respective sectors across each of the three pillars of, let's say, ES and G. We have taken up various kind of measures. But importantly, from an India perspective, it's most the E-related part, which is the most relevant related issue in terms of trying to bring down the entire emission-related norms. And here, we as an organization has embarked on a lot of initiatives. There can be, let's say, issues like, which is the most common. We are not the most emitting kind of an industry that we are in. We are either into IT, which is pretty low. In IT, it's primarily on three different areas that, let's say, the largest amount of impact of spend is, which is on the building-related part that we are there. So what is that we can do in terms of, let's say, moving into the certified kind of buildings and also trying to reduce as far as the overall utilization of energy-related. So a lot of initiatives have been taken on that front. Similarly, the travel-related cost. It's been a boon and a bane during the COVID-related period, but that's been another big focus area as far as the overall spends can be brought down or not. But with the people moving back to a work from home kind of a thing, in the overall scheme of things, whether, let's say, we have been able to bring down the carbon footprint is a question which will still need to be addressed. Similarly, with respect to when you come to a manufacturing company like SEAT, the very first thing, I would say there are a lot of, let's say, low-hanging fruits, especially on the energy efficiency is concerned. Typically, let's say the earliest one has been, let's say, moving into solar. And that itself, let's say, has significantly reducing your reliance on grid power. We ourselves have invested close to 100-odd crores, 60 crores in SEAT and about 30-odd crores in KEC, and let's say moved the factories as far as moving into solar or renewable-related power is concerned, and also injecting in some of those related factories back into the, under the net metering system into the grid. So all of these have, let's say, at each and every vertical, I think there are ample examples. Most important, what we have felt is, let's say, as far as engaging or the low-hanging fruits, I would say, has been when it comes to dealing with, let's say, our MSME-related clients, or let's say even on the transportation side. The biggest, so small steps, but big benefits, I would say. Last year, what we did was try to, again, reconfigure our entire procurement plan, wherein, let's say, instead of procuring, we said that, okay, how much kilometers can we reduce? So instead of, let's say, going and bulk purchasing from different locations, we moved, let's say, them closer to our respective plants. And last year, we have been able to reduce, let's say, this by 1 kilometer down. So the amount of, so I would say it's a slow journey. It's a meaningful, and I don't think you have to do big, but any step that you take, there are enough and multiple things that you can do. Similarly, with respect to either on the social side and governance side. Russell.
Right. So you talked about environment. I guess governance is something that probably we've all been more used to on that over the years. And it's probably the most common form across ESG. On the social side, when we chatted earlier, you were talking about, how you'll changed your kind of approach with employees and engagement. I thought that was really unique, and maybe you could just talk about that.
Sure.
And the impact of that clearly on your brand and things like that.
So, socially is concerned, as an organization, RPG has slightly been evolved more in terms of its HR practices, and one of the things from an ESG perspective that we did was to, let's say, completely move away from a framework which is more commonly known as the GPTW's kind of a framework into an happiness quotient. And we started measuring, let's say, the level of happiness across 6 different kind of pillars within the organization as to how connected is the employees with the company, how are they growing, how are they being valued by the organizations, and also whether they are enjoying the kind of work that they're doing. Are they able to cherish the kind of culture pillars that we have brought about? And overall, are they feeling that they are living a purposeful and balanced kind of life? So on these kind of 6 pillars, we have been able to create a extremely, and which has got, let's say, huge amount of connect with the employees across the organization. Each of the respective companies have got, let's say, rated on those. And the best part about the entire survey has been that we have got, let's say, 6 operating companies within the group. The company which has the smallest in size and has the largest amount of, let's say, in financially, the least profit making, the least amount of returns has been the most happiest. So happiness has not got nothing to do, let's say, in terms of your financial performance, and it got a score of, let's say, and it's the entire framework has come out pretty well. And what we are finding out other companies also interested, but I think important is the kind of, let's say, process, and you need to figure out what will work for your respective organizations. At the end of the day, it's all about ensuring that from a social perspective, we have a large amount of, let's say, asset, which is an intangible asset, which is not in terms of HR, or let's say the human resources, which is lying in each of our respective companies. How are we going to motivate them? How are we going to, let's say, enable them? How are we going to enable them to discharge, let's say, the functions or business related in a most motivated and encharged manner? So I think these are, let's say, the, similarly in terms of various policies, today we have a boomerang hire policy. So we don't allow, let's say, at a group level, we don't, let's say, discourage people to go. And we enable, let's say, the comeback itself, because we are, let's say, a person who goes out is an ambassador, and we are welcoming them, even if they want to come back within a period of a year or 2, if they find, and there have been so much of boomerang hires that we have had. Similarly, recently we also came out with an LGBTQ plus partners policy. So we're clearly defining this, and also, let's say, a lot of these benefits not only will flow to the employee, but also those kind of partners that they have. So all of these initiatives are more to make the workplace more inclusive in order to ensure that we are doing the right things, and also facilitate a kind of process wherein people become more engaged. At the end of the day, productivity has to go up, efficiency has to go up, and that is what ESG is all about.
So Pramod, if you go back a few years, and people talked about ESG, there was a perceived element of saying there's an additional cost involved with achieving a higher standard, which will the market recognize that and pay me for it in that sense? And that trade-off between additional cost to additional benefit, was playing out in different ways. How do y'all look at that within the group? What's the sponsorship, shall I say? How do you try to drive the ESG agenda? You talked about supply chain and things like that, but from your own company, cost versus investment, how does that play out amongst the various stakeholders as you kind of decide what to do and what not to do in furtherance of the ESG agenda?
It's a very, very relevant question, and we keep facing this issue as and when we talk about any change management. So for us, ESG is a change management kind of an exercise which is aimed at making the company resilient. So from that perspective, if you look at, not everything has to be measured, but even, let's say, from a cost return perspective, overall, I will tell you, it will completely give you gains. I have not come across any kind of projects internally that we are doing which is not giving me an ROE or which is substantially better. There are a lot of projects which will give you immediate kind of returns of, let's say, payback of 12 to 15 months. And there are all a lot of those low-hanging ones. But the way we look at internally is also from a long-term investment. Let's say it's not about immediate short-term. The issue about ESG is, as I mentioned, it's resilient. If you don't act, you will soon be, your businesses will be under huge amount of threat, either on account of regulatory actions which will come in place. There will be a huge amount of cost increases. So taking an analogy, Russell, here, if you go back, when we had, let's say, good old days, either any change manager, whether it was TQM. When TQM came into being, nobody wanted to ask, why should I have the total quality management? Why should I have these practices? I can continue the way I am. But today, if you look at after, let's say, two or decades later, today every other company wants to have the best of the products. They are engaged in the best of the quality. So here also, I think the ESG is not a question of choice, it's given. And the question for all of us is, are we wanting to be the leaders or are we wanting to be the followers? So if you want to be a leader, then it's better that we start investing. Now, the kind of metric is concerned, you have to, let's say, identify, and as Russell mentioned, the kind of approach that you have towards ESG is most critical. First, defining, let's say, in your respective industry, there is no, you have to, each company is different in the sector that they operate. You have to figure out what are your baselines in terms of various carbon emission norms, or let's say with respect to the targets that you want to have, which are those impact areas. Like in our organization, we have said that we will identify in each one of them 10 particular, let's say, goals across, whether all the three pillars, not more than 10, A. B is concerned, each company has taken a different approach. In our company, KEC, we have said that we will only be able to set a goal which is 5 years, and then we have cut it down annually. And then we have planned out, okay, what's the kind of spend that we will be able to do? And that's the kind of an approach that we have taken. Similarly, in another company, we have put a goal, North Star. We still don't know how to get there. CEAT has said that, okay, we want to be a 50% net carbon neutral by 2030. Now, how to get there? A lot of programs are being run in terms of ensuring that the commitment of, let's say, the management is fully there. So the way, in order to make this successful, you have to have, it has to be slightly top-down because there's a change management involved. But on the other side, I think is the governance structure. You need to have a proper governance structure, a regular cadence reviewing what are the kind of, let's say, targets that you've set, and then ensuring that you are measuring them, and then, let's say, populating them on a monthly kind of basis. So I would say that rigor is what is more important. That itself, let's say, will ensure that you are able to get to that kind of outcome that you are committing while we are making CAPEX. And another thing, Russell, when we are today making any kind of proposals, either CAPEX or CAPEX, we are asking them to say, okay, is it a regulatory requirement? Because a lot of these ESG ones, investments may be regulatory required. So on that, I don't ask about ROEs. It's a need, it's an existential threat. Others ones, please put the ROE and please put outcomes, both in terms of financial and non-financial. And what I've seen is, whatever starting point over the last 3 years, we have actually gained more because a lot of other things have changed. So overall, huge amount of benefits, and the returns are, let's say, and it will just multiply. You start with X, by the time 2 years down the line, the world is catching up, things are changing, technology is coming, something which we were analyzing 2 years back as very, very expensive kind of thing is completely changed. So the way, from a cost perspective, it has to be looked at from a long-term perspective, and it's a requirement you cannot shy away from it. But you need to spread it across looking at your respective cash flows.
So, before ESG became topical, people would say that companies with good governance ended up having higher P's in that way. You talked about the 3 pillars, ESG, what you're doing in E, what you're doing in S, and some of the change aspects of that. But what's the business outcomes that you're seeing? How does that translate into sales, cost, market value, things like that? Because ultimately, if that doesn't sustain, then, the altruistic reason for why people do it may also fall away.
Again, a pertinent kind of question. I don't think any one of us will be sitting and doing until unless there is a positive kind of an outcome that we are looking to realize from any of our investments or actions on any kind of investments or policies that we will look at. Now, there are 2 elements to it. I think one is your internal governance framework. You need to have a framework wherein we are reviewing as far as the outcomes are concerned. The impact that you get to see is more, let's say, with respect to the ESG ratings itself. How is the ESG ratings when we have gone back 3 years back before we were We were at X. Today, I will tell you amongst the companies, 3 of our companies within the group are, let's say, at the top quartile. 2 of them are in the top of the rankings in their respective sectors. So that itself is a great kind of fillip. But it's more about, let's say, engaging with the entire ecosystem. Let's say you have got today the entire customers. You have got, let's say, the vendors. So when we are looking at a lot of these kind of affirmative sort of actions which will help in terms of moving up the needle, what we have seen is that the customers have started engaging, like in IT sector. It's very, very critical for you, if you are a good vendor, to ensure that you're complying with all the ESG kind of requirements. There are, let's say, audits, or else, let's say, your preparedness is not there. When we are engaging with vendors, we are trying to ensure that we are upskilling them, we are, let's say, bringing them. Recently, we had the suppliers conference for in KEC, and where we invited, let's say, all the suppliers. Not only that, we also rated them, and we recognized and gave them awards in terms of those vendors who are, let's say, up there. Now, EPC is not a sector which is well known in terms of engaging with from ESG related standards. So I would say all of this go in terms of creating that value for us, both tangible or intangible, but essentially everything will get related in terms of how strong you as an organization emerge and are being seen. So I would say that there's a huge amount of impact that all of our actions gets translated in terms of the way the organization is perceived by its different stakeholders, whether it's the employees or the customers or vendors, or let's say the investor community at large.
So clearly some business benefits come out of that. Maybe I think we should open it up for questions. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
please,
the mic.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Menon, for your insights. Yeah. So 2 points we often, can I go ahead?
Please.
Sure. So 2 threads which often spoken about. One is the diversity at the workplace. Some shades you touched upon. And also the another shade which is talked about is the human rights. So I have a 2 query that how the diversity at workplace, which is such a large conglomerate, how you are managing it, how is the equal opportunity being handled at the workplace. Second is, you touched upon the vendor, how you are managing the vendor space. But in that vendor space, when it's such a large counterparties across India you handle. So in that space, how you ensure that the entire human rights piece, which pertains to the right salary, right working conditions, the working condition bit of it, which somehow percolates to the human rights of how that gets handled.
Sure. I think interesting and pertinent question there. So on the first side, I would say that to a large extent for RPG as a group, we are very lucky to have Harsh as the chairman, because a lot of these ethos let's say, is easier to drive when you have, let's say, the person at the top completely aligned. So to the first related element, so that's why that particular journey in terms for us has been far more easier, and we have been able to create it much more impactful, I would say. And then, let's say, it's become a kind of force, and we have been able to bring about a lot of change on the first element. Second element with respect to rights, it's a journey. And what I would say is, we are starting with walking the talk in terms of how we can conduct ourselves in terms of the labor-related rights, or how are we treating our employees, or how are we engaging with various of our stakeholders, whether in various formed manner. And step 2, what we have done, if you look at, there are, again, in the ecosystem, there are fairly evolved entities. Now, we have got, let's say, vendors like Siemens. I don't have to, let's say, they will rather impose conditions. Okay, if you want to partner with us, these are the things. And then there's a huge segment of this MSMEs. There is where, let's say, a huge amount of training is going on. We ourselves are setting up, let's say, workshops at different points in time, once, twice a year. Similarly, as I mentioned, we have this, we were having the vendor conferences. And in every conference or wherever, let's say, any leadership of RPG and speaks, we are, let's say, asking them to talk about ESG, so it becomes amplified. And we are slowly, I will give you an example. Let's say we have got this entire logistics suppliers for us. Now, where we are able to control the logistics supplier is when it's an outbound related cargo. Now, anybody whom is going to take an outbound cargo, we have said that you have to be compliant with the BS standards, your vehicle, otherwise it will not be allowed. And for which he has to make an investment where we are prepared to get into a long term. Today, currently we are evaluating whether we can now push them from a BS compliant to an EV. It's going to be a long journey. We still have not, let's say, cracked the entire stuff. But I'm saying is, all these small measures, even when it comes to the labor-related rights, I would say our actions and how we will, though we have started putting into the contracts, the question is, let's say, how much is he committed actually? So to the extent we can monitor, we are doing so. But I would say we would want to see a voluntary compliance from their level. Third is, I would say, wherever there is this clash between what we want and that's where regulation comes, BRSR and all those kind of regulatory requirements will also push people to be more and more compliant. But I would say it's a journey, and we are trying to take the lead by ensuring that we walk the talk.
So in the interest of time, so I think we can take one more question. Yeah.
Sure.
You kind of touched upon what I was going to ask. My question is that for anything as critical as ESG, we require a designation in organizations who is going to run it, from the front. But very few organizations have a sustainability or an ESG leader. So how do you see that evolve in future? And when you say it has to be embedded in all processes, systems, I mean, how much does audit take care of it? That's my question.
Yeah, see, in India, the biggest aspect is, let's say today India is still low on the scale from a countrywide rating is concerned. We are, let's say, still around 100th in a list of 150 countries. It's also because of the reason that we are not the most polluting ones, but there's a huge play which lies ahead as far as India is concerned. Now, what we lack is, let's say, enough amount of skill sets, and and also the kind of framework in a structured kind of process, I would say. BRSR, to a large extent, pushing companies to come and put in data, would require all of the companies to slowly start, let's say, ensuring that you are trying to gather the data, you are trying to create a governance mechanism. Now, I'll share, let's say, what we have done at RPG as a group on this particular front. See, we have, like in case of CET, Anand Goenka himself is the chair of the ESG in CET, because that's the kind of importance he's driving. We have today, in each of the respective companies, a guy who is the passionate amongst the leader taking that particular position. Then, against each of those identified, we have got multiple, the way we have governed, or let's say we have got different COEs, let's say the supply chain COE, it will share what all are being done in the respective companies. And there's I would say, the measurement, creating the baseline, measuring it, and then today technology will be a big enabler in that kind of process where you will be able to collate the data and bring it up front. But your overall governance mechanism will largely define how quickly are we able to do. And instituting in the business process, let's say 2-3 things. A, this year it has been put in the KRAs, ESG as a thing for the senior most management. Next year it will go one level lower. So that's one part. Second is, any investment note, any CAPEX note has to mention why this is critical or what kind of impact it will create from an ESG perspective. Without that, the note will not get cleared. So I would say we still have to go a long way in terms of creating the awareness. And third thing is the awareness. It cannot always be top down. And as they say, the top will only set up the tone. You need a lot of buzz at the bottom, and the middle layer has to create the right mood to make something successful.
Thank you, everyone. So once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Menon for sharing his insights through his experiences. I would also like to thank Mr. Pereira for moderating the session and sharing his perspectives to the same. Thank you. So we will now proceed with the third panel discussion for the day. This discussion will be followed by a question and answer session with the audience. For those of you who have joined us through our live YouTube stream, please enter your comments and questions in the chat box. So the theme for this discussion is Unlocking Value in ESG, the Changing Outlook of Companies. ESG is becoming the center of agenda for stakeholders across the world. During this session, the discussion will be focused around the ESG trends in India and the methods adopted by companies to leverage ESG investment for sustainable growth. I would request our esteemed panelists for this session to please come on stage as I call their name. I would like to invite Dr. C. Jayakumar, Executive Vice President and Head, Corporate Human Resources, Larsen & Toubro Limited. A highly result-oriented HR professional with 34 years of experience in successfully planning, designing, implementing, and managing various strategic HR initiatives. He has been the head of HR for various businesses, independent companies, and JVs within the L&T Group, including leadership roles in the Middle East and Africa region. Next, we have with us Prabhakar Lingareddy, Executive Vice President and Head Social Investments, ITC Limited. An alumnus of the KREC Surathkal and XLRI Jamshedpur with 34 years of experience, he was associated with ITC in the HR function for 26 years in different capacities across businesses, including agri-business and informational technology. We also have with us Rajeshwar Tripathi, Chief Human Resources Officer, Automotive and Farm Sector, Mahindra & Mahindra. Over the span of his career, he has worked in multiple industries and locations and with different cultures, including global geographies, thus imbibing the spirit and essence of diversity. He has also been awarded the CXO Award by the World Auto Forum under the HR CXO category. I would also like to invite Vinay Ranjan, Director, Personnel IR and IR, Coal India Limited. He has 27 years of broad work experience with extensive exposure of working in both public and private sectors. Before joining coal industry, Mr. Ranjan was holding the position of Corporate Vice President and Head HR of DB Power Limited, a Dainik Bhaskar Group company based at Mumbai. So to anchor this session, allow me to invite Prasad Rajappan, CEO, Zing HR. His experience over 3 decades ranges in the field of ERP, operations, business process re-engineering, information systems, and human resources. He has leveraged this rich industry knowledge and experience to steer Zing HR to become a leading market player in the HR Technology Center. I request Mr. Prasad to take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lunch was heavy? Good afternoon. That's it. I think this is a very, very heavy panel with, I think, more than 120 years of experience all put together, I suppose. Yeah. So today we have been talking on ESG since morning. We have been saying a lot of people talking about how corporates are doing ESG on carbon emissions, saving and all. We had a finance CFO's perspective too. And let me compliment NHRD, Mr. Shirang and the team to take such a very sensitive topic, which is the need of the hour. A round of applause for the entire NHRD team. Can I get that one slide? I thought let me just do the interaction. There's a couple of 4 or 5 simple questions. If you can just open your mobile and just type menti.com. On your browser, just type menti.com and just put the code 7164 6797. Is it okay? Got it? 7164 6797. I'm going to just ask 5 questions. The first one is, has ESG become an important initiative for CHRO or HR leaders? Or is it just another fad? It just become a topic of the day and we'll forget it after 1 year. Unfortunately, I'm not able to display this screen there. The team has not been able to display, but they are not able to stream it here. But I'll read out the I got 55, 56, 50, 60 responses. Okay. Fantastic, Willow. 55% of the people will say the last one. We know the importance, but need to know more practical ways to implement. There's a good way to know the system. Almost 18% people says we are in a preliminary stage of ESG practices. And about another equal amount of 15% says, yes, we are doing a lot in the area of ESG. But there are surprisingly about 11% of the people saying ESG is still at board level in our organization, which is the scope. I think this we'll publish this. Once we get the result, we'll publish this. Yeah. Coming to the next one, can ESG initiatives help connect with employees and even contractors? Since morning we have been talking of ESG is not about company organizations, it's also the entire ecosystems, right? That's what we are talking. Upstream, downstream, both. So do you think ESG initiatives taken by the company can connect with employees and even contractors? Currently about majority feel that would like to involve employees but need to know more. I think point to note by NHRD, that is the hunger people are having. People are very keen to know how to connect with the employees. There are about 25% people saying difficult to get contractors and their people in ESG initiatives. And that's a fact. We are still now struggling to get the employees involved. How are we going to get the contractors involved? And is it going to have a commercial implications because you have to say that you have to be ESG compliant? And contractors in HR term could be recruiters, it could be manpower staffing companies, or the housekeeping people. All those things could be your contractors. Yeah, but very, very surprisingly, about 6% people feel that ESG can be done only at the corporate level. I think we should meet outside. The fourth one is to say, as HR professionals, can we create positive employee experience, not engage, employee experience through ESG? And the options were HR may not have a role in ESG directly. Second was, yes, HR can impact business outcomes. Third one was, but we'll need support from CFO and CEO. And the fourth option was not sure, would like to learn how to achieve this. And fifth one was depends upon the industry vertical. That some people still believe that ESG is to only restricted to constructions and pollution creating industry. But overwhelmingly, almost 80% of the people feel yes, HR can impact business outcomes, including employee experience through ESG, which is a good sign. I think the entire day's investment is justified, I suppose. Go to the last one. How many of you have seen and studied the business responsibility and sustainability reporting format? I was told Mr. Vinay Ranjan has also carried his Coal India BRSR report. Maybe after during the break, you can even see that. How many of you have seen it? Good, as expected. I have expected it's almost 80% to put together says would like to know about it or have seen it but yet to study it. Which means, again, that's an opportunity for all of us to do. And yesterday I was talking to, one more conference we were talking. The role of HR is changing from being a business partner, we have been hearing for many years. And post-COVID, the role of HR is now getting into a business driver. Which means all of us have a lot of responsibility to get it to the driver role. Thanks a lot. I think we will, thank you for this. This gives some context for what is the understanding of ESG and all. I'm just closing down this survey and I'll publish it separately on that. Thank you. I think we have about 50 more minutes. And each of you are coming from large conglomerates, you know. Maybe you would like to know, starting from Mr. Jacob, what do you think L&T as a group you are doing to involve, I'm not talking about the corporate level, what are the employee-related initiatives you are doing and impacting?
Is it working? Yeah. Good afternoon. At the outset, I should compliment NHRD for coming out with a one-day exclusive conclave on unlocking value in ESG. This itself shows the importance of this and the role of HR which has to play in this area. First of all, I look at it as HR initiative because today the purpose drives the entire engagement, including attracting of talent. The purpose is a very, very important aspect. And ESG, saving the environment, sustainability, it's a lot of thing to do with the purpose. So it is one of the main focus of HR area. And coming to L&T, this sustainability reporting, which has become mandatory from this year, actually we were doing it from 2008. So as a voluntarily, we were doing that reporting. And we have taken a lot of initiatives in this area. We have formed a Green Campus Committee, which it is, and predominantly we are looking in 4-5 areas. And we also have a separate vision statement for sustainability. Our vision statement says, vision for a better world. L&T shall pursue eco-friendly growth, promoting a culture of sustainability and innovation, and thereby contribute towards a better world. What we are enjoying today, we should leave it for our next and next generation to enjoy. That is a very simple way to put it on sustainability and ESG part of it. Very simple definition, and that gives a lot of pride and purpose for an individual. We are looking at in 4 broad areas. One is improving the energy efficiency. In all our operations, we use so much of plant and machinery, how we can save, utilize, conserve energy in those areas, how much of solar and battery and other related things can be utilized. This is one broad area in which we are looking at. Secondly, next we are getting into the areas like eco-friendly fuels being used. That is another area. And use of renewable power wherever is possible, including simple example like in our Learning and Development Center in Lonavala, inside we use the battery cars. Even that battery cars is driven by a solar panel over the roof. It is put, from there it is generated, and that gets charges the battery and we are using it. So like that in every aspect it is. And as an HR initiative along with CSR, 2 million plants have been trees have been planted in the last year. So various other initiatives have taken by us. I'll come to that a little later.
How do we engage an employee for that? I think I'm not corporate level. So even the plantation is done by the employees?
Yes, by the employees. It is by the employees as a CSR activity. It is done. Yeah.
Which is very thing. I think we have been listening since morning that ESG is not just corporate responsibility or governments. It's all of us. So good initiative. But can I just come to you? I know Mahindra's as a company does a lot of things on ESG, including maybe want to hear some good case studies.
Yeah, thanks, Prasad. Hi, everyone. I see Nathan. Welcome, Nathan. And thanks to Srirang and the team for organizing this. A topic, normally, you know, when such things get spoken about a lot, the first thing which comes to mind is that, is it an old wine in a new bottle, right? Or is it some, sorry to use this word within inverted comma, is it a fad, right? And those are the questions which come to the mind immediately. I remember some years back when ESG started getting spoken of, I don't think most of us really thought about it too much. But look at the way it has come up. It's not only something which is nice to have, it is something which is absolutely become an imperative. One could say it's shareholders' activism. One could say it is investors' activism. One could say it is higher standards of corporate governance. Whatever it is, you know, probably multiple things have come together to highlight the importance of ESG. Today, as we stand here, there would be situations where in order to get investments, if we don't measure up to particular standards of ESG, I don't think any global investor worth his or her salt is going to come in. That's the kind of center stage which this entire topic has taken. And it is very, very important for HR to take a note of it. And from that perspective, let me share with you some of the things which we are doing in Mahindra, and I'm sure most of you would be experiencing in your companies, but maybe in different formats. We have a RISE, and as you can see on the board, you know, the RISE is the voice of our brand, right? Mahindra RISE. And what is that RISE philosophy? We have very simple articulation saying that, you know, we drive positive change in the lives of communities, and only when we enable others to rise will we rise. Simple. That's the purpose statement. And it has 3 pillars. The first one is creating equal world. And creating equal world, there are 3 things, which is ESG, and we call it the climate change, ethics, and the third is inclusion. So that's the way we have ingrained it as a part of our brand, as a part of a common language, as a part of shared understanding, where it becomes a part of our life. Is not something which is in addition to our work. It's something which is a part of our work, not only work as our brand, and we have to live it. The other philosophy is that while this is what we stand for, it's brand, it's also used as culture transformation internally. And we will come to it, most of the details. I won't take away too much time for my colleagues, but one thing I would certainly like to highlight, and I think at the base of everything is how well you are able to involve people. Otherwise, it will remain in the boardrooms.
Yeah, well said. And I think, like Mr. Tripathi said, it's investors looking. Please don't think investors are large companies. I'm sure a lot of you have aspiring entrepreneurs. I saw some startups also coming. Please start ESG right from day one, because today investors, small or large, are looking, do you have ESG practices? I can share our experience when we raised some capital last year from Tata Capital. 30% of the discussion was on ESG. And we were very happy that people are looking at that, because that sells, like you said, that sets the culture of the company. where the company is also bothered about society only, society also. Can I come to Ms. Vinayananjanji? I think Coal India is the second largest employer in the country, 2.5 lakh employees. You've got a lot of responsibility there, right? Would you like to share some of the initiatives you are doing? While people know Coal India means it's carbon and all, but I'm sure you have done a lot of things to mitigate that or create initiatives. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. Mumbai is homecoming to me. My professional 25 years spent in Mumbai, though I'm working out of Kolkata now. Coal India as being, 2.5 lakh employees, 16,000 officers, and top of that around 1 lakh of contract workers. So it's a large ecosystem, and we are the largest mining company in the world. Though China produces more than 8 times what India produces, but not the single company. As a single company, we are the largest producer of coal in the world. In terms of ESG, as he says, is fad. ESG is not a new thing. It is there in discussion forums from 1960s. But it took prominence in year 2004 when UN published a report titled "Who Cares Win." The report title was "Who Cares Win," and from that onwards, ESG, started discussing in boardrooms. But if you take India's scenario, though people are talking of late about ESG, but still it is on the top layer of the management. If it talks about Coal India, I will candidly accept that barring few hundred people in our company, such a large company, it is not, boiled down or drilled down to the lowest rung of employees, even we'll say executives. Taking this into the queue, as I'm talking now, our 30 member of Coal India officers are sitting at IIM Nagpur, and we have signed MOU with IIM Nagpur for ESG training, 1 week training on ESG. And we have signed up for training 500 people on ESG. So we have taken initiative in terms of from the corporate side so that the word is spread and people understand ESG. But before coming to ESG, Jay Kumarji talk about purpose. So let me take you to 1983. The most profitable company in terms of market value, Apple. Everybody talks about Apple. So Steve Jobs was pitching for John Scully. John Scully was that time PepsiCo's CEO. And he was pitching to bring him on board. And that time, Apple was not so much, in terms of revenue, in terms of market value. So he was not, agreeing to join Apple. So he said a typical, recruitment pitch. When I was a recruiter myself, he said, "What you are doing, selling sugar-rated water, come and change the world with Apple." That was his recruitment pitch for Scully. And then, Scully joined in 1983, and in 1985, there's a story that Steve Jobs was removed from, shown the door from his own company, and then the rest of the history. So Apple was purpose-driven from the beginning, okay? So first of all, any company, we need to have a purpose. Like Coal India, we said our purpose is eco-friendly mining. And we will do a coal mining, and we are, in terms of cross-fighting of all media companies, all environmentalists. Most of the times you must have read about coal being the polluter, and in terms of mitigating those pollutions, we have planted 3 million trees, which is a capability of carbon sink of 2 lakh tons every year. And then mine water. We have large, when we dig mine, we have large reservoir of water. And at least 1 million people in our communities are benefited of our mine water utilization. We through pipeline, we supply to all villages near our mine. Yeah. Third is we are moving to the green coal. Coal gasification, where less CO2 emission. Coal India itself doesn't, CO2 emission happens when you burn coal. Who burns the coal? Not Coal India. Okay.
That's a good.
So we are always blamed, but But going forward, most of the people earlier used to look at the financials for investment. And then now social and governance is added to it. So it's become a part of ecosystem where sometimes you look at in a holistic manner for any investment. So I'll stop here and then any questions.
So all this water and all you gives back to the society, or only the civilization around your coal India?
No, we have always MOU signed with Public Health Engineering Department, who is responsible for water distribution. And see, we work on 120 districts in India, 8 states, 120 districts. And entire ecosystem, entire GDP of that district is coal dependent. Because it's a far-flung, remote area where government initiatives also does not reach some time. And everybody is dependent on coal economy. And everything, be it as a health system, be it as a school, education, everything is led by Coal India at that point.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So yesterday we were talking to some organizations in Delhi, Gurgaon. Delhi, is all with all the smog and with the stable burning. And there are a lot of corporates who have adopted villages to ensure it doesn't happen. But the key is not the corporates. The employees of those corporates also go to those villages to ensure that the stable burning doesn't happen. I think that is where we are talking, how do we employees get connected there. Coming back to Prabhakarji, maybe your thing, what you have been doing in the...
So I'll actually pick up from the example that you just now mentioned.
Okay.
And it's a real incident. So we work in Kapurthala, and we work with farmers there, about 2 lakh acres. Same issue of stubble burning. Entire Punjab is burning. But out of this 2 lakh acres, 90% there is no stubble burning.
No stubble burning.
No stubble burning. When the entire state people are burning. And to me, why? And that therein lies the answer of alignment with employees also. When we engage with these farmers, we never discuss stubble burning. Stubble burning is your issue and my issue sitting in Delhi and Gurgaon. You need to understand why is he doing stubble burning. There's a pain, and therefore he is doing stubble burning. If we can address that pain and talk the language that he wants to hear, ultimately he wants to grow 2 crops and grow in a manner that he can make money. If he doesn't do stubble burning, he cannot grow the wheat again because the time window is very, very limited. So we actually work with them on going back to the basics on how to improve productivity in the paddy crop and in a way that it can be harvested faster. And there is a larger window between the paddy and the wheat. And then what do you do with the stubble that is there? How do you sort of reuse it rather than burning? This calls for a year-round engagement. A lot of times what we hear from other farmers in other districts, so वो harvest के time पे government वाले आके बोलते हैं कि stubble मत बंद करो. So ये से वो तो तुम्हारा problem है. So message that I wanted to bring out was, if you're talking of creating an alignment in the organization on ESG, it is about talking the language which can hit the heart and soul of the employee and doing it in a consistent basis.
So the employees from your company also involved in those villages? No.
That's a different activity. Okay. I'm only taking that as an example to say how do you sort of instill a culture of ESG. To me, values is probably the most powerful anchor. Today you may call it ESG. Few years back we used to call it quality. Few years back we used to call it safety. But when you look at all these aspects, and I would actually take a reference to, some of you must have read this book called Living Company, which actually identifies the common factors behind organizations which have survived for 100 years.
Common factors across, what values did they depict?
Organizations that survived for 100 years. One of the factors that they mentioned is a cohesive identity. And a cohesive identity through a value system. If you're able to talk that language, ESG is incidental. But if you approach it, no, you have to do ESG, etc. And if you today go and ask employees in ITC, they may have heard of ESG. But if you go and talk to a union leader, he says, whatever needs to be done for my factory to survive for the next 50 years, I will do it. Because if the factory is not there, I am not there, the union is not there. At the end of the day, what is ESG all about? ESG is all about continuity of operations in spite of all the environmental and social challenges. And in that context, one of the core values that we have tried to ingrain in our organization is businesses cannot succeed in societies that fail. If you have to run a factory, you have to have the license to operate from the society. I think that value, once it gets instilled, everything else falls through.
Fantastic. I'm just going to pick up one word called the union, and maybe that comes very synonymous with Vinaranjan. Do you involve those union also? They also or they object on such initiatives?
No, Coal India is highly, I'll use word highly unionized company. We have all the top central 5 trade union present there. And my job as a director of personnel, my 60 to 70% energies goes on managing IR situation in the company. And as of now, they are not engaged. First, our idea was to, see, for business responsibility report, we have been publishing from 2011-12 onwards.
Okay.
And this is the first time in 21-22 we produced the ESG framework. First time. Though SEBI has mandated only top 1,000 listed companies has to publish mandatorily the report by 22-23. But we went ahead and we did 1 year earlier. So it was our own initiatives, and we are on awareness phase. Where the first phase is to aware the executives, the top executive, at least middle management level, we will make aware what is ESG, and then it will drill down to union worker. If we go to worker, we have to go through union only. So that will be second, third phase of awareness drive.
You want to add something?
Prabhakar, you really touched the core. No, one is it is the purpose. Next, if it is seen as a value, then everything is done. It is plus. In L&T context, we have a perspective plan which is a 10-year, then a strategic plan for next 5 years and a yearly budget. In the strategic plan itself, we have incorporated these certain targets for ESG. Like now we are using around 5% of biofuel. It will be taken to 26% in 2 years, then 100% by 2045. Same way, increasing renewable, current it is only 10%. We are aiming at 50% by 2026, 100% by 2035. And same way, tree plantation. Every year it 1 to 2 million we are doing, till now 3.3 millions, it is done. Water efficiency improvement by 6 to 9%. Water recycling efficiency improvement by current 57 to 67%. Rainwater harvesting to 25%, groundwater recharge by 20%. Like that, each area we have a target which is aligned to Lakshya 5-year plan, and then it is reviewed every time when the strategic plan on a quarterly and an annual basis. More than that, earlier question you touched upon HR part of it. HR has a very, very significant role it plays. I got a full view of that only when last year we went for first that reporting. They asked for the data. When they ask for data, so many things are coming up there. So we have to make a lot of policy level changes itself we have to make. We should have an equal opportunity policy, which L&T was not having. We have to create an equal opportunity. Vendor code of conduct. We may have a code of conduct for the employees, but for vendors a code of conduct. Public advocacy policy, green supply chain policy. So there are a whole lot of data required. In case of even employee data, you may have all your direct staff data you may be having. It is on the third-party contractors role. How many female employees are there? How many have gone on the maternity leave? How many have reported after maternity leave? You may have your staff data, but it may not have your... So you have to tweak your MIS to ensure that now you capture all those data, because it has become a mandatory to do that. One is as a value, one is the reporting part of it, because it is again a business necessity now. All the international contracts require certain conditions in that. And we are also moving towards the ESG as a business, right? Like we have entered into the manufacturing of electrolyzers, green hydrogen, and building up the whole plant water. That is, from water they split it through electrolyzers into hydrogen, and otherwise the only way is burning of coal. So it is coming as an alternate. Even many companies, let it be Adani, let it be Reliance, let it be L&T, are entering into this area of business so that by 2035 we achieve that targets which is fixed by the nation.
So one of the questions you must be wondering, we were in an auditorium where there are plastic bottles. So we confronted the Geo team and said, why are you using plastic bottles? And they said, no, there's no other options, but we are going to recycle it, and they got some solution for that. The point I'm trying not to find, as each citizen of this earth, do we have the duty to start challenging some of those practices? Okay, and if all of us start challenging small things, it will happen. Like we have been hearing since morning, ESG is not going to be a corporate responsibility only. Hence, I think getting these employees involved, all the citizens involved, and you to the neighborhood. As a company, you can talk of vendors and contractors. As an individual, you can talk to the neighborhood. Your drivers or your servants can involve them in the environment practices. Rajesh, I know you've been speaking very less on I know a lot of activities Mahindra does in terms of getting employees and events and all those, involving them in ESG. And Esther was saying, if all of us can share some practices within the industry, we can adopt some of those practices. Would you like to just?
Yes, so when you asked me the first question, I ended by saying that it has a risk of remaining on papers and PPTs and the boardrooms, unless and until you involve people. And see, involvement of people means two things. One is in terms of activities, and second is how do we make it a part of life, right? My focus and our focus in M&M is not activities, right? Because it can be pretty superfluous also. What is more sustainable is if it becomes a way of life, if it becomes a part of life. The targets which we have taken are actually aligned with that philosophy. For example, one of our targets is zero waste to landfill. We are one of the largest auto and tractor manufacturers in the country. We are the largest tractor company in the world, right, by volume. Very few people know. And by volumes. And we are one of the largest in autos. So you can imagine the kind of manufacturing activity, large plants. We have a zero waste to landfill. Zero waste to landfill, which we have achieved in 17 out of 21 plants.
Wow. Really
so 17 out of 21 plants are zero waste to landfill, right? Now that's a way of life, right? And our next target is water positive, right? And water positive definition is we'll save more water than what we consume. A huge target. And 2 of our plants are water positive, manufacturing plants.
Which of those plants?
Yeah, so Igatpuri and Nasik. Okay. And Igatpuri plant, for example, is the largest engine plant in the country, can live without BMC water, can operate for 200 days in a year.
Wow.
That's the kind of groundwater charging, the water reservoir, all those things. So we are doing huge things, right? 30% of our entire energy consumption in the 21 plants in Mahindra & Mahindra is renewable energy. 30% already. Sorry. So,
we have enough customers.
Yeah. So our consumption of coal, of course, coal-based is.
But country wants to produce as much as coal.
Yeah, but then we are producing vehicles, so don't worry. So just as Prabhakar, Prabhakar is my school fellow, right? So yeah, we are from the same school. And so agar Prabhakar ka tang kheenchna hai, so you can always, ask him about cigarettes. So then Prabhakar can ask me, what about your automobiles, right? So anyway, it can go on. What really matters is that, we are all in business and we will be making products, we will be giving services. If we can ingrain the ESG as a way of life in providing those products and services, we have done our job.
Absolutely. No, it's a culture. I'll just give you an example. How many of you must have read in the paper? Japan won the football match, and what did the Japanese spectators do? They cleaned the stadium. The players cleaned the room. And that is a culture. And India has been always rich in those traditions and cultures. Maybe because of all those commercialization we have slightly done, but inherently Indian culture is of taking care of the neighbors, taking care of the environment. We worship almost all the elements, right? From sun, wind, we worship. So I don't think we need, inherently, genetically, we have that characteristic. The only question is, are we aware of it? And are we also patting on the back? Most of the time we are doing a lot of things, but we also need to know what we do. We have been working with some companies who are now working with some of the institutions and say, they have in the KRAs, KPIs, they kept 10% for the senior managers to work on ESG, E&S largely. They have created awards for people. They created gamification saying how many petrol do you save in pooling the cars? What is the water consumption less? I know of a case study of a company, they do 4,000 rupees for petrol for the people. And they said, if 4 of you pool, you will get 5,000 each. So that is a contribution from the society. They would have said 4,000 into 4 is 16,000, but they say if all of you 4 bring only 1 car and show it to us, we'll give you 5,000 each. So that is some contribution. I think we should look at innovative solutions for doing it. And some of the innovations will come from the smart young mind sitting here. Maybe many of us must have run out of ideas. So what I would urge is just come out and think in your own society to do it. One tricky question not discussed earlier. What do you think you have not been doing, or what is that we could do further? I know all of us have been doing from last thing from the corporate. One thing, what you would, and that's right from the heart, not from the brain. What is that you would want to do beyond what you've been doing?
No, more than want to do, there is a materialistic assessment one process is there part of this ESG thing.
Okay.
Where you take each one and see whether it will be sustained for a long time. So once you do that, many things comes out in the process itself.
Anything else in ITC you would like to do?
Yeah, responding for HR as a function.
Yeah.
I think HR needs to look much more beyond the boundary. I think we are very much confined within the organizational boundary. And ESG will require us to work extensively with outside the boundary and not see it as a additional role, but start seeing it as an integral part of your role actually.
Very well said. And you are saying nobody will stop you from doing that because this is noble. Nobody will say, why are you doing this?
No, my take on in terms of execution and implementation of ESG. If you take India example, it has the largest employer, largest 4.5 lakhs of MSMEs. So it has not gone there. The ESG things has not gone there. So that's a very vast area we have left in terms of ESG implementation, MSMEs. And second point is important point is in terms of social and stakeholder engagement. Sometimes we do not have a measurables for stakeholder engagement. So that's there we need to evolve. And third thing which is important is a common framework, which we are not doing. Suppose a company like IT company who is less polluter and all that, they will always score higher on ESG scores, ESG framework. And company like manufacturing, like him, like me, and other who are chemical also comes into that category, will always be some on the environmental side and a governance side. As a PSU, will be 100% because we will have 100% all regulatory compliant company. But on environmental side, we will always like that. So one cut across every industry.
In fact, the MSC
scores. That we needs to be then.
Any idea of, as HR, do you think anything you can play from HR perspective processes? Any area you suggest where you can save on, help on the environment? And we do, most of the companies do, like paperless onboarding, right? It's become a norm for the day. A lot of database has gone to a zero carbon blockchain where it is secure and knowing. So what I would urge, especially the youngsters, to look at a lot of such case studies and start imbibing in your organizations right from day one. Can I just play that? I have fortunate to get that, or you want to take up questions now?
Raj, just one point I wanted.
Started long back, and very recently we also started the car policy, electric car policy. There is a closed car scheme for petrol and diesel, and we initiated the electric car policy.
Electric car policy could be by the
and every offices we ensured that there is a charging station available, so that people can go for electric cars.
Raj, there's one more point I wanted to say where HR probably needs to play a greater role. A lot of us might be doing things, we might be having data with us. A key shift that is happening with ESG, especially when you're going with MSCI, DJSI, all those assessments that are happening, they are looking for data in the public domain.
Yeah. Transparency.
That is the key. As an organization, have you been able to create a culture to have the courage to disclose the data in public domain? Well, I think that's going to be a big challenge for HR.
So then all our office buildings, 7, 8 office buildings in various locations are green. So that natural, the electricity saving, in terms of power saving, in terms of water usage, everything is, there's a rating of platinum rating, which is done.
I think he's already coming, standing and saying, let us open it to questions. I want to take any questions to the panel?
Yeah.
Just give your name and identify yourself.
Avnish here.
So what is?
Yeah, here.
Okay, yeah.
So thanks for the insightful discussion, really. My question is to Mr. Vinay Ranjan. You said that 200 districts of India, the entire economy depends on the work which you do. So would you like to share with us what's for the community around in those 200 districts or in the larger, as a Coal India Limited, what you all do for the development of the community?
We are highly engaged with the community, you know, in terms of all the health ecosystem. If you talk about, we are the largest health ecosystem, I will say, even the core business of like Apollo's and other Max and hospitals. We have 1,400 doctors are on roll. 450 advertisement is already published in public domain now, which is all there. And around 15 bigger hospitals. We call this the central hospitals. We have around 80 plus regional hospitals and 1,000 dispensaries, which is also, you know, serve communities over there. And we are the primary health caregiver, number one. Number two, we are running more than 80 schools, and all central schools, DAV and DPS, which is, some model is highly subsidized, or we give them infrastructure and they run. And third, in terms of skilling, we have been, you know, all project affected people are put through a skilling through different modules. And whatever modules we engage with them, whether it's 3 months, 6 months of skill training, and we ensure in our MOU that all are, at least 80% of the people who are trained are got job. Like for example, CPET is a plastic engineering institute across India, and we have signed a MOU with 5,000 MOU in Coal India, and we have given to our subsidiaries. All the person who get trained 6 months diploma there are employed, and they are getting at least 15,000 minimum income. Just to give you one example of our skilling. And then transportation, then people who work with contractors, contract workers. So all are local, you know, and then most of them are in tribal area, where scope of income, alternative, and we are the mono industries on that district. There is no other alternative there. So that's what I said. We give employment and livelihood opportunity to the people where sometimes there is no other alternative are there. So that's the community engagement.
Yeah. 2 more questions. Before that, can also get the display the results. I managed to send the results there and display it. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
One for the ladies now. I think let us have some diversity.
Yeah. So my question for the panel is...
Can you just identify yourself?
Okay. Hi, I'm Pooja. I'm from Economic Times HR World. I'm an editor there. So my question is that there are certain uncertainties that happens, you know, in the ecosystem that can pause the business. That is why environment has come into the spotlight because of, let's say, global warming and other kind of this thing. So my question is, how agile are you in transforming your business line? Like, for example, we know green power, green fuels is going to be in. So, how are you agile enough to transform your entire business to come up with new products sooner than later? Like, we might have, electric cars, and we have driverless cars and those kind of things. So how are you keeping how ready are you for the next transformation?
That's a question I think you should cover one page in ET. But I'm sure, I'm not sure whether you want to take it.
I touched upon that area, where we have also moved into the new area of business, which is green hydrogen. One is manufacturing of electrolyzers. Electrolyzers is a machinery which splits water into hydrogen and things. So that is electrolyzer. There is no plant in India. We are putting up the plant. Another is battery storage. Once you storage of power, and this is will substitute the burning of coal. So that is a big area of business which we have entered into. Not that we, Reliance has also entered into that. Adani has also entered into this business. Many of the corporates have moved. Plus, in addition, there are other things like electric vehicle, etc. being done.
No, I'm happy to say that even the global report says Indian companies are much more agile to adopt those things because we didn't have much of legacy and going by the nature.
And coal always being, on the firing line, we also intend to net zero by 24, where 3,000 of renewables. We have just signed an MOU with Rajasthan government for 1190 megawatt. It's one of the big tranches of contract Coal India won. We have two subsidiaries, Coal India for solar wafer manufacturing and for implementation of renewable, Coal India Navkarniya Urja Limited, two wholly owned subsidiary we have created. So by 24, 3,000 megawatts target. So by net zero, whatever carbon CO2 we are producing, we will be net zero by sinking, that much of carbon.
Hopefully,
and that target is 3,000 megawatt by 24.
Hopefully, all of us see coal in a different light from today.
I think just wanted to add to the question. I think agility comes from your ability to do scenario planning. I think a lot of organizations now are focusing a lot on scenario planning. So recently there were heavy rains in Bhadrachalam, one of our largest paper factories. But when we did our materiality risk element, we said, what if that entire factory were to get flooded? That what if analysis that was done before the event happened gave us that quick responsiveness to all the things that needed to be done. And the factory was up and running in 3 days. So scenario planning is very important.
Somebody else was trying to ask a question.
So good afternoon to the panel members, and thank you for a very engaging and insightful, discussion we've had in the afternoon. So my question is actually to, Mr. Jayakumar and Mr. Tripathi. Do you have any thoughts in terms of what are the skills that, corporations and companies should develop to drive this agenda of sustainability and ESG going forward?
The biggest challenge for me is the new area of business we have entered into. There is no factory in India as a manufacturing electrolyzer. So if I have to get a talent to do that, it's very difficult. Batteries, we have very few companies and not batteries of that scale they manufacture. So it's a very, very difficult thing. We are moving from the existing people, trying to train them, skill them, multi-skill them in those areas. In addition, we are also scouting the market to get some very key talent. But it is a very, very difficult area in these areas. Other than that, when you look at environment, etc., we have a whole lot of skills. Only thing, the attitude and mindset and the companies intend to take it as a value or as a purpose to do that. And everyone should at least go through the BSRS reporting, what are the questions asked. And there is also an assessment called materiality assessment. If you look at it, then you know how much thoughtfully they have done the entire thing. It is not about the employer alone, employees, subcontractors, communities there, and the supply chain. You are in the entire value chain is getting covered. So that is a holistic approach which they have taken into that.
In fact, on a lighter note, I suggest that you should look at the BRSR reports and start publishing one for yourself as an individual in the society. Yeah, last couple of minutes. Yeah, I think there's one question for you.
Yeah, just one point to your question. I think your question was what new skills. So I would qualify two things. Let's not undermine the power of technology. I think if anything can really transform this entire thing about sustainability, it's technology. So alternate technology, alternate fuel, the point Pooja you made, right? I think in terms of skill, we need to do two things. One is create awareness, and second is be open to imbibing newer technologies, and be very open and very agile. And thirdly, be prepared to invest.
I think if I just were to add to Rajeshwar, it's not so much a skill. I think the biggest challenge that I see, and especially in the current generation, I think it requires a lot of resilience and endurance. When you're looking at things like ESG, which are very, very deeply impacting interventions, it cannot happen overnight. So do you have it in you to sort of fight or run the marathon and not just do a 100-meter sprint dash?
I want to just quickly I managed to put the results here. So ESG become an important initiative for CHRO, or is it a fad? 50% feels that it's not a fad, but they want to learn more about it. That's the message to NHRDN. But I think 11% people still believe it's at the board level. Can you go to the next one quickly? We'll circulate this. On whether we can connect with employees and contractors, 72% of the people believe that they would like to involve employees, but want to need to know more, which also shows the hunger. There's more such training programs required. Third, one more up. BRSR reports, okay. Can we create positive employee experience through ESG initiatives? Yes. 58% people feel that yes, they can improve. 26% believe that they need to partner with the CEO and CFO. But let me tell you, friends, HR need not get those support. If you take those initiatives on your own, I think they may need your support. The last one. Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity for us to popularize what is the BRSR reports. I think we can take it offline and try and acclimate Ashok that. Are we done? I think he's already said we've run out of time. Thank you for, one last question.
Not a question. I just wanted to tell that Geo has running water outside the restroom, so it's all they have to do. The convention center here is put a note, reuse your bottles.
Yes, they said, we already spoke to them. They said they're doing.
And the second is, and maybe as an input to NHRDN, all the companies who have been here are from the manufacturing, and from a social responsibility, what they're doing is in a different scale to what an IT or ITES company would do from an ESG perspective. Would love to have some inputs what an IT industry could do. Maybe.
There's a lot of things IT can do. Maybe we can talk offline. But
I would like to correct, it is not as a CSR. It has become a business necessity today. You will not survive if you do not follow these norms. Company will will lose business, will be out of business.
IT companies have a lot of things to do.
Fundamental requirement of running and continuity or sustainability of business is capital. Punji, capital. And your capital is on a stake because of ESG compliance and reporting, you must do it. Otherwise, you will run out of your business. That's the reality.
Can I, sir? I think we're really running short of time. Yes. We can catch the panel members maybe offline during the break. Yes. Thanks a lot, everyone. Really appreciate the time spent. And we had a variety of views coming in, which is very good. Purpose, values, engagement, society. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So with that, we have come to an end of the third panel discussion. I request all the panelists to remain on stage so that we can share across our token of thanks. So we have partnered with Sankalp Taru Foundation for Tree E-Gifting to bring economic sustainability to rural communities, which shall empower them and support rural livelihood. A tree sapling, which is geotagged, will be planted on our panelists' behalf, and a certificate with their name and a QR code will be shared. Scanning this QR code will lead to a web link which showcases a picture of the tree sapling, and provides details regarding that of the geolocation as well as that of the farmer on whose land it is planted to economically support him. So I would now invite, sorry?
Good initiative.
Yes. So I would now invite Shravika Todupunuri from Wellinger Institute to please come up on stage and felicitate the panelists. So we will now take a short break. I request all of you to be seated by 4:30. Thank you. Hi everyone. I request everyone to please settle down as we'll be beginning in the next couple of minutes. So everyone, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to please settle down. So I hope that the sessions that we've gone through during the day have not only been engaging, but also have helped you build some perspective. And so we have the last panel for the day. The theme for this discussion is Decoding ESG, Navigating the Uncharted. This session will focus on the innovative research of academicians on ESG and its allied areas. This session also intends to showcase the new insights, ideas, and exploratory analysis by the various academicians working on ESG. I'll be introducing our panelists. For our panelists, we have Professor Joseph Wong, Vice President, International University of Toronto. He is also the Ross and Ralph Halbert Professor of Innovation at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Professor of Political Science in the Faculty of Arts and Science. He has held the Canada Research Chair in Health, Democracy and Development for 2 terms from 2006 to 2016. He is also the author of many academic articles and several books, including Healthy Democracies, Welfare Politics in Taiwan and South Korea. Next, we have Dr. M.S. Krishnan, Accenture Professor of Computer Information Systems, University of Michigan. He is currently the Faculty Director for Business and Tech Initiatives and C.K. Prahlad and India Initiatives at the school. He has also been the Associate Dean for Global Initiatives, Executive Programs, and Action-Based Learning at the Ross Business School. He has co-authored the book, The New Age of Innovation, Driving Co-Created Value with Global Networks, with the late Professor C.K. Prahlad. We also have Dr. Rishikesha T. Krishnan, Director and Professor of Strategy, IIM Bangalore. He is currently the Ramcharan Chair Professor in Innovation and Leadership, and earlier held the Jamuna Raghavan Chair in Entrepreneurship at IIM Bangalore from 2007 to 2010. Professor Rishikesha Krishnan was educated at IIT Kanpur, Stanford University, and IIM Ahmedabad. He has written 2 books, 8 Steps to Innovation, Going from Jugaad to Excellence, co-authored with Vinay Dabolkar, which won the Best Book Award for 2013 to 14 from the Indian Society for Training and Development. And the other book that he wrote was From Jugaad to Systematic Innovation, The Challenge for India. Our next panelist is Dr. Debabrata Das, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. Before joining IIIT Bangalore in 2002, he had served at G.S. Zanyal School of Telecommunication at IIT Kharagpur and later at Kirana Networks in New Jersey, USA. Dr. Das is the recipient of IEEE Region 10 Outstanding Volunteer Award 2020, Global IEEE MGA Achievement Award 2012. He is also a fellow IETE and fellow IE and SM IEEE. Anchoring this panel, we have Pooja Bothra, Associate Editor, ETHR. Pooja is responsible for covering the dynamic HR landscape through articles, interviews, roundtables, events, and research reports. She has completed more than 4 years of B2B journalism in HR. She has played a critical role in creating a community for HR leaders to co-think and co-create the blueprint of disruptive HR through conferences and summits. I request Ms. Bothra to take the discussion forward.
Thank you, Aditya, for the warm introduction. Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the fourth and the last panel of today. And at multiple fronts, this panel is very different. Firstly, we've got stakeholders from the world of academia. Secondly, we are going hybrid, so we are really living up to the present times and the new formats of work and doing conferences. We've spoken, we've heard, and there have been a lot of exchange of ideas, insights, learnings around ESG from the corporate stakeholders. We've had leaders from conglomerates, from the BFSI, multiple sectors and industry. So right now, we are going to learn how the educational institutes are playing a critical role in basically walking the talk as they kind of implement ESG in their own universities and institutes, as well as prepare the future generations. We realize that for anything to be successful and for ESG to be successful in the business world, it should be both top-down and bottom-up approach. And starting as early as learning about ESG in the university is a great way to start. With this, I'd request our first Professor Joseph to address us. And the way we plan this session is that we'll have 4 of the professors share with us insights on a particular aspect of ESG. And after that, we'll open the floor for a Q&A. So over to you, Professor Joseph.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by saying it's a tremendous honor for me to be able to participate in this very timely conference. The University of Toronto is committed to deepening so many partnerships with colleagues and friends in India. In fact, in late January, early February, I'll be part of a delegation being led by our president, who is very keen to be back in India and to see old friends and to deepen some of the many partnerships that we've already begun. So this is a relationship that I see as continuing to grow, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share with this august group today. The Sustainable Development Goals are, of course, central to our university, the University of Toronto. It's very much part of our DNA. It's very much part of our global research agenda, as well as our teaching. One aspect of the SDGs, and something that we as an institution and a 200-year-old organization have to confront, is the fact that the University of Toronto actually is one of the largest public sector GHG emitters in Ontario, just given our size and given our age and the age of much of our infrastructure. And so if you were to come to our campus now, and if you were to walk just outside of the administrative offices in the historic King College Circle, you'll actually see that the entire front quad of the university right now is a big hole. It's being dug up. And what it actually is, now many students will tell you, and many that are just walking through the campus for the first time will tell you it's a parking lot. There will be a parking lot that's underground in order to pedestrianize the entire area. But it's actually a geo exchange. which will be the largest geo-exchange, largest urban geo-exchange in all of Canada. And what that basically means is that underneath that parking lot, actually, we have drilled 400 holes into the ground, 250 meters deep, which will allow us essentially to use the earth as a thermal battery. What it allows us to do is to store excess heat during the summer months, and allows us then to pump out that excess heat and energy in the winter months. And what that will also allow us to do then is to actually heat and power several of the buildings on our historic campus. We expect that this will actually reduce 15 tons of carbon emissions per year, and it will actually accelerate our ability to be climate positive by 10 years. This is just an extraordinary feat, and as I say, it is not only a feat of science, but it's a feat of the strong will of the university to be contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal agenda. Now, this is a massive organization undertaking a massive project, one that will have global implications, but one that is intensely local at the same time. So what are some of the lessons that we can draw from this? What are some of the inferences that we might take from this particular example, and lessons that might feed into some of the organizations represented in your room today? The first lesson is that this, in fact, and this geo-exchange does what universities are intended to do. It demonstrates for us a pathway. It's a site of innovation. It demonstrates a pathway for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. As we think about the 2030 agenda, we had established through intergovernmental agreements a series of targets and a series of goals. But we really didn't have a roadmap in terms of how we were going to achieve these goals. We knew that we wanted to do X, Y, and Z, but we didn't really know how we were going to get there. And what we've demonstrated here, actually, is using the university as a living lab, as a way to experiment, as a way to develop new theories about how we can, in this case, reduce greenhouse gas emissions en masse, and in fact contribute to a more climate positive institution. So that's the first lesson. This is an experimental lab, a living lab. The second is that this is really reflects a long-term investment and long-term planning. Indeed, over the last 2 years especially, it does seem like, especially for leaders, it does seem like that we have had our eyes to the ground and planning, maybe day to day, month to month, year to year. And what we do know, of course, the pandemic has shown us that what we require is longer term planning, longer term preparedness. And nothing is more dire than, of course, longer term preparedness for the climate crisis that we are already amidst, but that will become much more dire if we don't mitigate it in the near and long terms. So this project, which is a huge, massive infrastructural investment on the part of the university, is very much an exemplar of long-term planning and long-term thinking and preparedness. The third lesson, a third important insight to be gained from this experience, is the importance of cross-sector collaboration. As I noted, the University of Toronto is a public sector institution, the largest, one of the largest GHG emitters in the public sector. What this geo-exchange represents actually is multi-sectoral collaboration. The Canadian Infrastructure Bank, for instance, has invested in the University of Toronto's ability to be able to create new energy systems and retrofit a lot of our buildings so that this geo-exchange is in fact able to pump out heat into our buildings and so forth. This geo-exchange also represents private sector investments, philanthropic investments. It also involves research grants and so forth. And so what we see is a multi-sector solution to, in this case, a public sector problem. What this reflects, therefore, is that ESG, corporate social responsibility, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals, is not only good for the world and good for society, but it's also good for business. We know from our colleagues at the business school that consumers are increasingly demanding it. But this cross-sector collaboration not only shows that consumers demand it, but that also human capital demands it. And that's the last point that I want to bring up. Increasingly, and I'm sure that our colleagues in the HR world as represented in this room will tell us and remind us, the SDG agenda has ensured that the next generation of workers are purpose-driven workers, just as the students on our campuses are purpose-driven students. One of the things that people often ask me as one of the vice presidents of the university is, why are universities always so progressive? And I always tell them, well, the reason why it's so progressive is because our client base continually renews itself every 4 years, and they're perpetually between the ages of 19 and 23. So this is, we are as an institution driven by purpose-driven students. And these students and these young people demand accountability on the part of the university, demand that the university not be passive in the battle against climate change and not be passive in our common quest towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And as a result, SDG content, Sustainable Development content, is now part of all of our curriculum across all of our disciplines, regardless if you're a business student, an engineering student, a medical student, or a humanities student. It is now being integrated into our entire curriculum in terms of our teaching as well as our research. In other words, the leaders of tomorrow, when we look forward to the post-2030 agenda, when you as employers look forward to growing your organizations and ensuring that your organizations are also purpose-driven organizations, those leaders are in our classrooms now. Those leaders, those future leaders, are our students now. And the important role that universities play, of course, is to help cultivate not only that purpose-driven drive, but also the skills and competencies for these leaders to be able to execute those plans. So I'm going to end my comments there, but I hope that gives you a little bit of an introduction into what it is that the University of Toronto is doing in this regard, but also some of the key lessons that we might derive from that as well. Thank you again for the terrific opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Joseph, for that. I'm sure it's a very early morning for you, but that was really insightful. We'll wait for the audience questions a little later. We'll move to Professor Krishnan. Can we have the presentation slides?
Great. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is MS Krishnan. I'm a faculty member at the University of Michigan. With all full disclaimer, I want to first acknowledge and thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to take part in this important conference, an important topic. And I would also be very transparent in claiming that I'm not the ESG expert here. There are many other people in the University of Michigan spent many years on this topic, and we have a school on the Herb School on Environmental and Sustainability. And I'm a faculty member from the business school. I have some thoughts, and I have some work related to it, but I won't claim myself as an expert. So with that kind of background, I just want to kind of take this opportunity to share some thoughts. Next slide, please. So very recently, as I was thinking about this conference, and I ran across this quote in the press. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he made this statement that we are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still in the accelerator. And certainly, he means what he's saying, and we all connect with this, right? But I think if you put it in the context of, Professor Wong talked about a pathway. I mean, and then here is a highway. And I think, if you're as UN chief says that we're on a highway to hell, then I think, in my own opinion, is it certainly will help if we have a speedometer that is clear, okay? And the problem is, I think we have the speedometer is not clear, and improving that clarity will be helpful. So my topic, among the panelists, we thought was, and I'll speak about ESG metrics, which basically, gives us, way of understanding where we are in our ESG goals and in the progress, and what are the implications of, our current state of affairs, and also put some thoughts into, what are the challenges that we face, and what are some of the recommendations, how we can think about this. Next slide, please. So let's look at ESG reality. right? Certainly there is a lot of public awareness now, I know, and especially thanks to pandemic. I'll come back to that. And there is an enhanced sense of responsibility among younger employees. We know that, Professor Bong talked about customers, and of course, students are also more sensitive to these topics, and they want to kind of have a purpose, and we see that coming along, and that's very good. And we also see, I sit on some boards, so I see that the board mandate, along with the fiduciary responsibilities, now the board is also across the globe. I mean, whether it is US or India, there is a much more seriousness in terms of looking at the ESG mandate, and also look at ESG goals and how it is either providing opportunities or creating risks for the organization. So that's another good news. And there has been evolving dominant measures and metrics. Carbon credit, carbon emission is one of the popular metrics that everybody talks about. And but at the same time, there's a lot of challenges prevail in terms of balancing economic, social, and ethical priorities. What I mean by that is, while there is a lot of awareness and talk, but still there is a lot of cloud. I mean, it is clouded with lack of clarity in terms of data and measurements. For example, just to give a couple of recent examples, like there's one of the big investment firms committed on ESG in terms of investing, and then all of a sudden, suddenly, in the last 1 year or so, there is an energy crisis, and then the oil companies stocks have actually shot up, and then you get the performance of these portfolios, and people, do they have the same kind of conviction to kind of move with ESG? That's an interesting question. The second point, when I say the challenges, these challenges in terms of balancing these priorities or trade-off, in some sense, they are, is the lack of clarity and standardization of metrics, and when the fact that there is a lot more awareness being built, and in some sense our conscience is being touched about us being more responsible. There are lots of companies also claiming that they are ESG, and investors certainly want to invest and put their money in ESG directed efforts. But then, do we have clarity in terms of how do we kind of measure this, and so that we know whether it is ESG or not? So there is a challenge there. Next slide, please. As I was, kind of referring to this, I think, in my opinion, pandemic has actually become an ESG catalyst in many different ways, because the pandemic has provided this divisive effect, which actually I'll explain, and that is, kindled in some sense of conscience among all of us to kind of think about what is the purpose. Like, in my opinion, a simple way of understanding the pandemic is. I view that the pandemic has actually widened the gap between what I call as the haves and have-nots. And we can take this across multiple dimensions, whether it is wealth, health, employment, access to education. I can even add more dimensions to that. Let's take a couple of them. For example, if you take wealth, it's natural for us to assume that the population is distributed normally. It's a normal distribution as law of large numbers, right? And when the population distributed this way, and the right extreme of this, you find the rich part of the society, and then on the left extreme, you find people who are not economically well off, right? I think in my opinion, what has happened is the pandemic has actually drawn a wedge, right? Just imagine putting a wedge right through this distribution, okay? And so that the distribution actually extends on both sides. That's exactly what the pandemic has done. And if you can go to the next kind of slide, you can see what I'm expanding here, right? And because think about it, if you're on the wealth dimension, people who are wealthy, the pandemic in some senses make their life much easier. In fact, I know, like I can now, give this talk sitting here, and Professor Wong and I are able to do this right from our, home office, and life has become much better, right? Whereas for people who are not economically well off, and it has actually made it much more difficult than it was for them, right? Similarly, you can take that same argument in health, where people who are healthy, they actually in fact got some more additional time. They could cut their commuting time, they can use it for exercising and all the stuff, right? Whereas it has affected people with poor health conditions in the other way, right? And you can talk about employment, the white collar employees, blue collar employees, in terms of how it has affected them. access to education. If you take a look at education, we're all in an academic panel here, right? I mean, what has happened with this pandemic is that, with access to online courses, the kids and the students, whether it is high school or college or universities, those who are very smart, who were able to kind of pick up and do things on their own, they got more opportunity. They could actually get higher level courses. They could do online courses from multiple universities. All these things have happened, right? But people, the students who actually had struggled with focus or learning challenges and things like that, I mean, things got worse for them. So in some sense, what the pandemic has done is actually put this wedge and made it divisive. And that's exactly why I believe that it's an ESG catalyst, because it basically made ESG much more important and relevant and increasing the awareness. Next slide, please. So the ESG opportunity. So that is the, I think there are lots of opportunities in terms of our companies to kind of move away from being reactive to being proactive. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then I think there's also opportunities for common measurement frameworks. And, some of these frameworks, I think we need to understand that across industries, there are challenges. There are idiosyncrasies and challenges across industries. It is not easy for all industries to kind of go at the same pace, whether it is carbon emission or any other metrics, right? So I think the frameworks have to capture this. And then we also need, more integrated and holistic approach. And we ought to be kind of cognizant of the fact that our dominant measures are coming up, because maybe it's because they're easier to measure, right? There are something that are always easier to measure. We kind of get metrics out of that. It's not that they're not important, they're important, but there could be other measures as well. So coming back to the integrated and holistic approach, I want to kind of share a case study, which just gives a point about the broader holistic approach to ESG and also the business case for ESG. Next slide, please. So before I start the case study, we talk about ESG now, this 2022, but I think the beauty about India and Indian corporate is that we can go 100 years back. This is actually a quote from Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group. In a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but is in fact the very purpose of its existence. Okay. Which actually kind of touches upon, the core of what ESG we're talking about. ESG often, and the difference between ESG and sustainability, as you know, is that ESG focuses more on the business benefits and what is it, kind of how the business can actually both, contribute to society and also grow in its own mission, right? But the purpose, the very purpose of the business is, is the community's existence, right? I mean, so this particular quote, it's really attracted me, because this is the essence of ESG. And I will, since we had the University of Michigan experience working with Tata Group, I'm very, a big fan of this example case study. I know Mr. Mukundan spoke. I checked with the organizers. I don't think he talked about this case, but I will be very fast in telling you the story. Next slide, please. This is a story of Tata Chemicals case in Europe. Okay, it's a Tata Chemicals plant in UK. In fact, at Ross, along with Ross and Tata Management Training Center, we had written a case study on this, and we teach this in our programs. So the story is very simple. Tata Chemicals actually bought as part of their acquisitions in Europe, and they bought this plant, which is a soda ash plant in Wilmington, Cheshire, UK. They were this is a soda ash plant, 100-year-old plant, which kind of was just polluting the atmosphere, and they had a heat power CHP power plant, which is actually kind of emitting gas, CO2 gas into the atmosphere. So they are faced with the business challenge. Basically, the plant was soda ash, which basically became a commodity product, not profitable, right? It was an industrial chemical. And the business, the plant and the business had almost $100 million in debt. And they had another equal amount in terms of their obligations to the pensioners. So you can imagine this town or city basically is a 100-year-old plant. So there are pensioners living. The community is part of those, pensioners. The ex-employees are living there, and they are dependent upon this business, and for their pension. And then the business is actually going south, right? And that's when the leadership and management almost, Mr. Mukundan himself claims that, afterthought, looks beautiful, but then they had to kind of survive somehow. And they took the ESG path in some sense, right? Because they said, well, instead of letting the CO2 out, can we trap the CO2 coming out of the power plant? And then they have a process, they patented a process to convert that into a liquid CO2, then extract that from soda ash, sodium bicarbonate, they extract it as a high quality chemical to be used in other applications like pharmaceuticals and consumer products, and where it's just much more profitable. And the liquid CO2, basically using that in another plant that makes it a very, very clean plant. They actually already extracted they're extracting the CO2 being emitted by the power plant. So in the process, I didn't want to get into the details of how they did it, it's there in the case, but what I wanted to address here is that look at the stakeholder engagement, right? I mean, the plant had a union, it's a union plant, and they had to kind of make a case, and the union started participating, in this whole process to be a co-creator of the solution. And the community included not just the pensioners and the people around, but also the UK government, which actually pitched in terms of contributing to this experiment of completely changing this business, right? And then trapping the carbon emission and then using it in a different purpose and a high quality chemical. And the employees were actually also contributors here. And we had, of course, the shareholders started benefiting down the road because they actually moved, as the title of the case says, commodity to high margin business, right, at Tata Chemicals. And their customers and the environment, they actually reduced the carbon emission. And but more broadly, think about what they did was they could actually fix the business challenge. They expanded the business, and in the process, they actually kind of improved the environment, carbon emission, and complete the story. And that improvement, in fact, what it did was it actually improved the environment and the town and the place, which is kind of old rust belt, fuming kind of a plant. That's how it was viewed as. They actually transformed that to this clean area. The real estate prices went up, and because the company owned real estate there, right? They could actually use that to bring some new development and also take care of their pension obligations. So in some sense, right, I mean, the purpose of your business is to serve the community. That actually the value system of the Tata Group is so well, illustrated here in this case study. So why I thought, I was talking about this is because this is an example of integrated and holistic approach. You look at ESG in a context. So next slide, please. So I will actually end with brief comments. I know I may be kind of out of time, but I know the ESG transformation, there are multiple layers of transformation, right? As Professor Wong mentioned, I mean, it has to be a transformation in hiring and talent management. ESG is not about, being kind of, located in one particular unit in an organization. It has to be a mindset change. So, you have to reorient leadership and management. And going back, in fact, Professor Wong mentioned in Michigan, we have now joint programs within, business school and the School of Sustainability, Environment and Sustainability. That means we are more and more the younger generation. There's a lot of interest for them to understand both business and this aspect, right? And we also need broader metrics of, metrics and framework for measurement and communication. And what I mean by that is, ESG actually starts in some sense at individual level, right? Also, if you look at a corporation, it is not about an ESG department. It has to be integrated at the individual level, at a unit level. Then we need, kind of a measurement framework and probably a city, state level company and a country level, right? And that kind of first unit company, then city, state, country, and then the ecosystem. If you think in terms of cascading, measures and framework, then I think it will be for us to kind of get that speedometer right in the highway we are in, so that we know exactly where we are going. And certainly in this process, we also need evolving regulations and compliance guidelines, because these are evolving. There's a lot of noise still out there. I mean, there's a lot of work being done. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mean that there's a lot of work by multiple organizations, but that's still the noise prevails, and then there's an opportunity to kind of clear that. And we need more case studies and stories beyond silo metrics, right? I mean, often the ESG assessments are kind of brought down to numbers in terms of index and metrics. I think, it's important for us to communicate through more case studies and stories And finally, I think digital technology and digital transformation across business and society is a great opportunity to increase the transparency, awareness, and accountability. What I mean by that is, just an example, you can bring the awareness to up to the end point of customers in terms of what they are buying, what they're doing, in terms of how that is affecting, some form or somewhere in the, in the ecosystem, right? That kind of an awareness, like, for example, Starbucks is a great example, where they show this particular, beans for this particular coffee came from this particular farmer who's actually invested in this organic farming. I think that particular chain, you can use technology to create that awareness. Whether it's just one example of how technology could be used. You can increase transparency. You can actually kind of, make accountability easier to measure. So there are so many opportunities there. I think I will end there with a thank you and take questions later, as Rupa mentioned.
Thank you, Professor Krishnan. That was very insightful. And thank you for sharing the Tata story, because, it helps us also to carry the, you help to carry the story forward, because we had an HR leader from Tata Chemicals who did share it, and now you further accentuated that story. So it's interesting how the dots are getting connected. With that, we move from one Dr. Krishnan to another. We have Rishikesha sir here, who will take this conversation forward.
Yeah, hi, good evening. First of all, let me thank the National HRD Network for inviting me to this event. And certainly, let me congratulate Mr. Srirang and his team for selecting a very appropriate theme. You don't often hear HR leaders talking about broader business issues like ESG, and I'm really happy that NHRDN chose to focus on this in this conference. I thought I'll speak a little bit about the interface between ESG and education, and more specifically about the interface between ESG and business management education, because that's what I know the most about. So let me give you a few different perspectives. About 14, 15 years ago, I think it was around 2008, I was doing a project for CII in Karnataka, and we were trying to develop a vision for Karnataka 2025. In that process, I visited a lot of the big cities and towns in Karnataka and had interactions with a whole lot of local citizens. One of the sort of enduring memories I have of those visits is how the younger folks who participated in those events were all highly concerned about environment, pollution, ecology, etc. And that concern was not always equally shared by the older folks who were part of those groups. But I do remember the sort of abiding interest the younger groups had in this particular issue. Now let's fast forward a little bit from 2008 to now. And of course, we know the people who were younger at that time are probably, maybe in their 30s or 40s today. But the challenges have not gone away. And in fact, if anything, the challenges have got worse. So I think one important takeaway from this is that we need to find a good way of integrating many of the issues related to ESG in our education curriculum, so that youngsters who go out into the world of business or wherever they're working take these perspectives with them in a very integrated way. What are the challenges in this? Let me again take you back to an issue we used to talk about very often, and this is ethics education. Now, most business schools profess a strong interest in ethics education. Yet at the same time, we know from time to time there are scams, and often, unfortunately, we find that some of the alumni of top institutions have also been part of this. So somewhere ethics education has not always been working as well as it should. And one of the big challenges for us has been, how do we bring in ethics education into the curriculum? Ethics is something which some people would say you either have or you don't have. It's something which you perhaps find difficult to inculcate in people when they're already in their 20s and in an MBA program. Nonetheless, management courses have to be able to try and do this. So one question is, wouldn't it be ideal to integrate this with all the different subjects? For example, shouldn't the marketing course also have ethics as part of it? Shouldn't the finance folks, who are often, unfortunately at the heart of some of these ethics issues, shouldn't they also, make ethics a very integral part? But interestingly enough, we found that maybe didn't quite work that way, because perhaps the people and the approaches you need to teach ethics are not exactly part of the core competence of the finance and marketing professors, though the idea that it needs to be integrated is still quite strong. Now let's move a little bit forward from that. Now ethics today is often integrated along with governance. And in fact, the G of ESG covers not only ethics at the individual and workplace level, but also talks about ethics at the corporate level. And even this is a challenge today. I don't know, I see some of you who look like students here. I don't know how well governance topics, for example, are integrated into your curriculum. But at some level, governance seems like a very esoteric thing. If you were to read governance research, you would talk all about independent directors and board composition, and then they will talk something about principal agent problem, and it's couched in very high-level conceptual topics, which are often quite difficult for the average MBA student to relate to. So this is another challenge we have been grappling with for several years now. Now, of course, governance as corporate governance, as I just described it, is also becoming passé. It's no longer just looking at accountability of the board and the decisions the board will take, and will the board take decisions in the best interests of the stakeholders. It's also become much broader now. It's encompassing environment and social issues, and the whole canvas for the board as far as governance is concerned has become much broader. So if anything, the challenge of integrating this in the curriculum has become even bigger now. And the questions remain the same. Like ethics, should it ideally be part of all the different courses? Or should you have a standalone ESG course which will be taught by specialists? Okay, now let me come to the last part of what I want to share with you is, what are some practical ways we can do this? So my own belief is that ESG needs to be something which is internalized and practiced. And for that, I think there are a few things that we need to do. The first is that education institutions themselves need to walk the talk. I was very happy to hear Professor Wong talking about some of the initiatives they're taking at Toronto. I'm sure watching that and being influenced by the decision-making process at the University of Toronto, students will carry away some impression of the importance of many of these things. But if we can make the students more integrated with this, even better. So just mention a couple of initiatives. One is when I was at IIM Indore, we changed the MBA curriculum to bring in sustainability as a core course. But we also decided that we won't have sustainability as a very esoteric, abstract course, but we'll try and make it as practice-oriented as possible. So we introduced it as a workshop course. Students had to take up very practical sustainability projects in the campus, like how do you reduce water consumption, water wastage, how do you improve efficiency of power utilization, etc., and come up with very practical solutions in how to address this. We felt that this would maybe help them internalize an approach to sustainability, which would hopefully carry over into their business careers. We're trying another sort of alternative to this right now in IIM Bangalore. So we have set up a campus-level environment and sustainability task force, which is chaired by one of my colleagues. And she is now trying to look at all dimensions of sustainability for the campus, including some of the things that Professor M.S. Krishnan was talking about, like metrics, measurement. We are trying to measure our carbon footprint. We are trying to also see, what are the other kind of negative and positive environmental impacts we are having. And we are trying to get our students also involved with this. For example, just behind our hostels on campus, we have a waste segregation plant, which was set up by an NGO. And as part of the student orientation, we now require all the students to visit that segregation plant. Part of the idea is that they will then continue to segregate waste during their stay in the campus. But of course, the bigger hope is it won't just stop there, but they will carry that forward even when they leave the campus and go into their business careers. So in short, what I'm trying to say is that 2 or 3 things. The first is that ESG has become quite a complex topic now. It's got a lot of important implications and ramifications for all of us. Bringing that into the education system is not as easy as it looks. And just doing a course on ESG, though good, may not be enough. But we also need to find ways of integrating this into the student thought process, so that not only in their behavior as individual citizens, but also as corporate leaders tomorrow, they integrate this into the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rishikesha. You brought about very critical points, and I totally agree that ESG is so vast. Environment, social, and governance, and it's so dynamic in nature. I think if it was taught to its optimization, you would need 1 year to do so for students. So moving on, we have Dr. Debabrata, our last speaker for this academic panel, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Pooja, can I go and pick up for my slides changer here? So, thanks, Mr. T.K. Srirang and team for inviting me for this interesting topic, and also very pertinent with respect to the present scenario. And it is, I think, for future it will stay, because environment is such an issue, social and governance, of course. So this topic definitely bring in a lot of insight, and also it will continue. And secondly, this is the right time to discuss with the younger generation, because they will be the main people, and along with us will be the beneficial more than us. So coming to the point is that Professor Rishikesh has touched over the educational part, but I'll be covering mainly the technology, how technology is affecting ESG in particular. So if you look at these are the definitions of the environment you have understood well already. It is clear and evident that use of natural resources, from morning we have been listening, like tree and water, without proper care lead to climate change and exponential increase in natural disaster like flood, drought, etc. It has a huge impact in business and health. This is, I have nothing to say new, because you have been listening this from morning. Second one is also, one should learn business of social responsibility during the studies. Why? Because this student life, and also we are all students, of course. Every day we learn something new, but in academia I am meaning that. And also at home. These are the first two places where we learn about the environment and the social responsibilities. Okay, technology comes later on. So like team spirit, integrity, mental and physical health, we haven't heard about that from morning, but mental health is also extremely important. Nowadays, a lot of challenges are happening. Blood donations teaches you how to donate that for a better cause. Teaching underprivileged children by the students and the community. It also teaches you that how to give back to the community. So these are the how to face failure and success. Because nowadays schools don't fail anyone. So in your real life reality, you have to face failures. So how to face that? So these are all the social impacts we have to teach in the educational institutions. But where exactly we are facing problem practically, I will explain to you, which Professor Rishikesh was just touching. I will explain to you. Impact of the employees, customer, effects, and overall business. So this is the social part. But I'll be more on coming to the technology and also the governance. So the governance checks and balances for all actions, like students being the future leader of the various responsibility should start learning of value systems and right governance from the academic tenure. Means as a student and all, because whole life you will be facing this challenge as a governance. And let me tell you, I come from the technology, so which I have been telling you, but in governance, if you look at a simple example, I learned over the last 16 years, I have been the various technical committees of the different governments things. I can see that as a technical technology and all, one secret I found out, which I don't write or don't, the one interesting thing is that if 2% doesn't meet, governance, 2% doesn't meet, then corruption will go down. Will technology can do that? So any action, any kind of policies can we do where we will not allow the 2% to meet, means the user and the person who has the power to give you some sanctions. So they will not meet. Everything will happen on the where, and they will not physically meet. So the technology has to play that kind of role to do those kind of things. So you can see nowadays a lot of changes are happening due to the technology in various insurance, banks, businesses, where people are not meeting, everything is happening automatically, direct benefit transfers, all kind of things. So those are the things also has to come in. So technology has to play a big role in that. So if you look at like home, academia is another starting point of learning about ESG. The first point is the protection of environment, social responsibility and contributions, and self-governance and social governance. So these are the three things. So we learn while we are in school, and then we learn later on in the higher educations these 3 points. But what is the problem happens is here. Please, this slide is very interesting from our point of view, is that because we are some of the premier institutes in this country, challenges with the higher education technical students in the technical institutions, and particularly because I'm technical point of view, this is the problem. The joint entrance examinations are so demanding, most of the students focus only on studies. 3 years from class 10 now. Previously it was 1 year or 6 months when our time. Now it has gone to 11, 12. Now I heard it is 10, 11, 12. So 3 years they're in a pressure cooker. So the pressure cooker of physics, chemistry, mathematics only goes in. Rest of the things they don't listen. Got my point? As a student, it is true? Okay. So now the coaching center creates a huge peer pressure and workload. No time for ESG. So what has happened, this is output is this. In fact, most of the students forget about ESG, what they have learned in the school. School means class 1 to school teachers by hearted them, this is environment, you should do this, social, this is this, all kind of things they forget. When they land up in our kind of higher education institutions, so the ESG is equal to 0. Now, our assumption is that. So we have to start now again from the scratch to teach them, boss, you have to learn these things before you graduate. At that time, they're tired brains and all kind of things. Okay, so now how to do that? So then comes your curriculum design. These are the practical things. So you have to come carefully with all kind of affection to them. You have to teach them curriculum on ethics, which professor said already, environment, digital governance, because we are a technology institution, so what is digital and digital governance is an important thing, because now no more those weird, now you have everything in wireless, cloud, edge computing, security, privacy, you name it. Without technology, ESG is very difficult, not possible. So this is the thing in curriculum design. Then unique research. Here I will tell you where I have been working for last around 15 years, the green computing and green communications. Simple example, this mobile phone every one of you are using. So if I want to, every moment you are, every day you are talking or so much, or if not talking, data communications are going on every second. Every bit, if I can reduce your power consumption by few milliwatts, power consumptions. Think about the India or the world, 5 billion users, and so many base stations, close to around 5 million base stations now. It will increase to 7 to 8 million base stations, means 60 to 70, 80 lakhs of base stations. From 2,000 watts to, it drops down to, say, few hundreds of watts. So these some gigabit kilowatt hours of power you can save for this country. And not only the power you're saving, but also you're saving the diesel. Except cities, we have a power. Many remote areas, we don't have 12 hours power. So you are saving diesel of that proportionately. So what I wanted to say is that the unique research happening in the labs and putting into the standards slowly, which we have done in our labs in 2010, 11 in 4G advanced. Now we are working on 5G advanced and 6G in communications and all. So these are the things in technology is bringing in the environment green. And also I told you about the governance part. So these are the things also impacting to the society. So silently, without coming in front of you, the mobile handsets or anything you are using or any gadgets you are using, as an engineering side, we bring into you with a less and less power consumption, much less than what you used to before. So every day this is a green communications, green computing and all. So mental health, software platform for digital governance. So for an example, I will give you that, you look we are very lucky country in that way. Aadhaar, every one of us. With Aadhaar, we are able to enable your bank account, insurance, you are handing it over, anything you want to do, very fast it is happening. Think for a moment, Aadhaar is not there. We will go back to those old age where everything is manual. Now OTP is coming, we are authenticating ourselves. Nowhere you have to go. Sitting at home, I can renew my many things. I don't have to go. So many countries on this earth doesn't have equivalent of digital identity India has. But India, many people came to us, we can't give it to them. So in IIIT Bangalore, we developed the equivalent of Aadhaar, a software called MOSIP, Modular Open Source Identity Platform, which is 16 lakhs lines of code, 1.6 million lines of code by donations from different foundations, and we're giving to the world free of cost. So 10 countries in the world taken our code and issuing digital identity to their citizens. National rollouts happening. And that one now giving all social services to their like bank account opening to the all kind of loans and all. So this is called MOSEF's Khajane 2, means the whole Ministry of Finance of State of Karnataka's software architectures and all this is governance. Zero trust architecture, you might not have heard about it. This will be new governance for more secured communication for the office. Every one of us is very worried about the hacking and all kind of things. So when J2A will be implemented, already the draft is written now, it is with the MAITI, it will be public very shortly. So it is in only one country has made it public from NIST in US, now it will be happening from here. Yeah, so this is our country-based one. So these are the many things we contributed from IIIT Bangalore for the digital governance and all. And sensitizing to the environment, social issues to the students by solar. We have around 450 kilowatt of solar plants and trees, specialty STB biogas, which Professor said we have also. So received Green Campus recognition. So we involve students with us, all these projects, research projects, and also these kind of things. Because I said when they join us, NSG is equal to 0. So now slowly, so what I mean is that they should be involved again back to this. Then when they come to the corporate, they can be great contributors. So here there are only, so technology can solve ESG challenges. Without technology, it is very difficult. Morning, Mr. Menon talked about that, and also I heard Professor Krishnan also, from MS Krishnan also talked one point on the technology. So environment means air pollution measurement, climate measurement, water waste, all these Internet of Things, IoT is getting data. We get data from all those things. Social means social justice, employees relations, health, safety, governance means leadership, transparency, operational efficiency. Anything you need now ultimately boils down to the data. So for that, technologies below is doing data and AI, artificial intelligence, digital privacy, cyber security, managing of infra. So ESG will be slowly, there is a one part which is not mentioned there, which is not visible. If I want to implement ESG, and I have to do a lot of data analysis, which previous speakers talked about, and that data analysis only will happen through the technology. And after the data analysis, I have to take a decision, AI, ML, algorithms and all. So then again comes the technology. So technology will be an invisible big power behind the ESG to make it successful. So this is the last but one slide. So data to AI and decision. But only thing I will explain to you, all these things I said in my previous slide. So that is the one thing I have written is the data to artificial and to taking decisions. In the bracket I have written explainability. What is that explainability? Is the new areas of research we are doing is that AI algorithms, you have all of us heard about artificial intelligence and all. But are you sure that these AI algorithms are taking a right decision? It is not taking any bias. For an example, I want to give a loan as a banker. But am I giving loan without any bias? So if I make it automated, so I should not, my algorithm should be not biased algorithm. It can able to explain me why I have given this loan to him and her, but it's not easy. AI algorithms are so complex because it has a huge matrix and takes probability from everywhere and adds on and only shows us the result. The behind the scene, it's like a black box to many of us. So that explainability kind of things, that why I took these decisions for any critical decisions like judiciary, business and all, so those kind of things will be a major issues for the future younger generation to do the research now. It has already started. So with the last slide, it is this. These are the technologies for ESG like IT infrastructure, cloud and managed service transformation, customer experience and commerce, data analytics and AI, which I told about, information security and privacy, Internet of Things like automation, smart home, office environment. All these things you have heard, so I don't need to explain, but I'm just touch basing a few of them. There are a lot of are there, like green communications, green computing and all, for workforce productivity, for ESG, technology R&D and collaboration. So these are the needed. And lastly, so what are the things we did with our students for learning by doing for the students of IIIT Bangalore? We have COVID outreach. So GOK War Room, we developed the complete in the mid of the COVID, complete COVID apps. These are social, you see there is AS, E must be found at the end of the sentence. A stands for social, E stands for environment, G stands for the governance and all. And GOK Police Personal Emergency Ward. So this is very interesting and very practical problem. If when the wave 2 happened, all hospitals were full. Nowhere place was there. Every one of us knows that. The worst affected was in the whole government was police, because they didn't have leave. They had to stand and they had to be in. So they got 6 times more affected than the common man. Nobody, and they didn't have any hospital because all hospitals are full. Practically, many police persons died. So one day they came and told us, sir, can you please help? So one hostel we vacated completely and shifted the students to the other places, whoever left in the hostel. And one hostel completely we gave it to the police department to make their emergency hospital. And not only that, food, we collected our own from our community of the faculty, staff and all, and we cooked every day in our canteen and give them food all the 3 times. And free treatments. So these are the things students also who were there in the hostel, they saw it. So by this process, they learned the social contribution, blood donations, solar, rainwater harvesting, waste recycle, which is every one of you know. Deep tech for ESG, like water sensors, traffic management, IoT, etc., called your environment and social science. Online education to upskill. Somebody was telling today morning, is the education is a fundamental rights? Will this upskilling will be fundamental rights? Yes, maybe. So digital identity, like which I talked about, and e-health, mental wellness. You will be e-manas if you Google. Now IIIT Bangalore is doing a project for the whole nation for connecting the whole country for the mental health. E-health and the lastly preventive health. Education in your in partnership with GOI in Myanmar, we are doing visit of slums and teach the kids. Students are doing ethics and digital policy and courses to the students. These are the 3 courses we have already floated, and many more are there. So with this, I stop at here and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Devabrata. It was really interesting, and you know, I think the new education policy makes it very clear that digital India is our dream, and digital literacy is very, very important amongst the students. And you've actually told that to us, and technology is an enabler for ESG for sure. So I think we'll take some audience questions now. We have all the 4 professors for you. Yes, sir.
Hello, this is Shudip Mukherjee, and I'm representing one of the international NGO called Trickle Up. So what we are doing is, one of our project is addressing, we have just distributed carbon offset cook stove to our beneficiaries, and that is the kind of work we are doing in terms of E and S. Now, I think I can see in terms of implementation, there are a lot of roles of NGO sector and development sector in the ESG contribution. But in terms of advocacy and in terms of policy generation, so what do you think would be the extended role of NGO? So I wanted to hear from all of you.
Yeah, so I think traditionally NGOs have always played a prominent role in environment and sustainability issues. Obviously, they've also played a very strong role in the social domain. I think now the role of NGOs is probably becoming a little different, because with the new contours that ESG is taking, probably NGOs have to get more into looking at a lot of broader issues. I think traditionally it's probably right to say NGOs have been rather micro-focused and trying to understand and solve particular community problems. But I think there's certainly a space, and if I understood your question correctly, for NGOs to step into the broader debates in ESG and play a bigger advocacy as well as somewhat of a pressure role as well to make sure that many of these contours of ESG are actually integrated better, both into corporate action as well as both government and citizenship action as well. So, I mean, we've always had NGOs like Greenpeace and others who have put a lot of spotlight on environment challenges, but I think these issues are becoming more complex now. So NGOs also need to get, in a way, connected with this complexity.
Yeah, thank you. That's a terrific question. I'll be very quick because I'd like to get more questions. But I think one of the things that I think the NGO sector and the third sector more generally can really be focusing on is around scaling up. This is, I think, is increasingly imperative, and NGOs have done extraordinary work historically in being very locally contextualized, and and the NGO sector ought to continue to do that. But also just being mindful strategically about how their efforts can be scaled up for larger impact, both in terms of the work they do, but also in terms of advocacy. So the scaling literature now is increasingly important to all organizations, but I would argue especially so in the NGO sector. Thank you.
Very good evening to all the panelists. So I have a question around ESG disclosure and ESG rating to Professor Wong and Professor Krishnan. So is ESG disclosure useful for companies to evaluate their stock returns and cash flows? And is ESG ratings useful?
I think I'll let Professor Krishnan start with that one, as he's at the business school.
I think this is again my opinion. I think, as I said in my talk, that there is a lot of cloud there because disclosure of ESG, then you have standards, right? I mean, so the problem there with the disclosure of ESG, I mean, as I said, there is a lot of awareness on the board, and you see all of annual reports are now reporting ESG kind of efforts, their CSR work. But it's in some sense, it is a truncated data, right? Is it not, so ESG involves both, right? I mean, so it's like you're going good for the environment, good for the society, but it also, in some sense, underlying impact is you are not doing something bad, right? I mean, in the sense which is kind of, it is assumed there, but the disclosure, the way it is done, I mean, any company is going to just say that I did this, I did that, I did this, right? So everybody's going to say only things that, so what I mean by the truncated is, they're going to say things that appears good, right? I mean, they feel is good. And if there is something not good, people aren't going to report, right? I mean, in the sense that the way current reporting is there right now, correct? So that's why, I mean, the assessment metrics come in place, and but then there is a lot of the index, the ESG index, and there is a lot of noise around that too, because we are in the early stages of developing that, right? I mean, and that's the key. I mean, of course, there's a lot of kind of a message about investing in ESG is also good for returns on investment and things like that, right? I mean, there is some work done. Even there, I think there is a challenge because we go to the traditional correlation with this causality, right? I mean, it is not clear that is it the companies that are doing well, they're able to afford these ESG and CSR kind of things, and they kind of which we're not sure that we are putting the horse behind the cart, or what exactly is happening. Okay, so I think we need more data, more clarity, and that's where we are. But it's a great start to kind of at least mandate that companies start reporting what they're doing. At least even if it's a truncated sample, we are seeing that. Then we can actually start with the framework, and which will actually mature over time.
Yeah, maybe one last question then. Yeah.
So this question is for any one of you, as you are part of the academia or academics. My name is Abhijit Mishra. I have around 27 years of HR experience, corporate as well as consulting. We saw since the morning a lot about ESG as a concept within human resources, inside human resources at the purview or at the periphery. But most of her case studies written on ESG is from context of Indian organizations who have offices or facilities abroad rather than Indian organizations doing the work in India. So I would like to hear from any one of you, since we saw a presentation also here in this session and also in the previous sessions. When do we get a case study which is Indian context and written by any one of you, the four of you? You work extensively in Indian organizations, but we need to have a case study on ESG from India, within India.
Yeah, I just quickly respond to that. I think there are several cases already written, but many being written now as well. I know at least a couple of my colleagues in IIM Bangalore are very actively working on developing case studies in this area. I know they are at least working on cases on two major industrial groups at least. And I also know that there are several cases already there. So I don't think it's as though they're not there. I think what you're probably saying is they need to be more prominent, they need to be more visible.
In the public domain, in the public domain.
Very much in the public domain. Yeah, they're already there. Maybe I'll take your card or something and connect you. But I think it's a very active area. At least I know one of my colleagues is developing a new course on responsible business. And for that course, he is trying to develop a whole set of Indian cases which will accompany his course. So maybe the course should start in a year or so.
I'll do that.
Okay, I agree with him, Vijit. So there are some of the Indian companies, due to some of the evaluation process, they are now making it public. In fact, there are international competitions also. Indian companies, Indian campuses are now participating on green campus competitions.
Hey, can I just add one quick comment for 1 minute? So I just want to answer that young lady's question. Just want to add one comment to that, which is about this ratings and all that. I think you have to look a little bit at the evolution of some of these things over time. If you just go back to the analogy I drew to corporate governance, I think if you rewind about 20 years ago, many of the similar discussions were happening at that time about disclosures, not about the environment and social, but even about accounting and all the usual stuff. And it took quite some time for all those things to be part of regulation. You had some companies, like Infosys is a good example, which took the lead. If you had looked at an Infosys annual report 20 years ago, it was double the size of any other company's annual report because they had a whole lot of additional information that they were giving, which most people were not perhaps really looking at very seriously. But companies like that did set standards, and some of those things then got incorporated into the legal and reporting frameworks. I think we are sort of at a similar juncture today in India as far as the broader ESG is concerned. And some of it is also coming into company law now. I mean, we know that some of these disclosures, I think from next year, they're going to start, and they're going to be part of the listing agreement and so on. So I think that pressure is also going to build. And as a result, we'll start seeing more of that taking place as we go forward. And then a lot of the things that Professor Krishnan was talking about in terms of metrics and frameworks and all will start really having sort of real visibility in the Indian context.
So we have time for one last question.
Hi, my name is Saurabh Gupta. I run a small design studio in the work of leadership, organization development, mindset change, behavioral change. I just want to share one observation. It's a little bit awkward for me to say this, but the whole day, there has not been a single woman speaker. And I mean, I'm of the mindset when we work with leaders, when we work with organizations, that every situation is almost a fractal or representation of what is happening in the world outside. So my invitation, and it's really not a criticism, but really an invitation to ask that for a topic as complex, dynamic, long, this is going to take a long time. Where is the Indian woman? Where has she disappeared from the workplace, from the forum here? Has she been pushed out? Or have the men hijacked the conversation because this is the new thing? I don't know. I mean, I'm also a male as I'm asking this. Or have women relegated themselves out of this complicated situation? I don't know. But I had just one thing from the Indian wisdom of Ardhanarishwar, that I think India is one place that has this concept that the masculine and the feminine, the Shiva and the Shakti, are in one. Unlike a lot of the Western consideration. So just my reflection, and I should have said this earlier, but this has been an amazing forum, so thank you so much.
So just to respond to you, I think what you've mentioned indeed is an important discussion. That said, we had two panels for sure with women representatives invited. It is just unfortunate that both of them last evening had to pull out because they had very urgent work to address. So otherwise, the starkness of only men on the panel would not have been as stark as it has been today. But we did have, at least in two panels, we had both the women representatives. Unfortunately, both of them had to drop out because of certain reasons. But that said, I think your comment at a larger sense is something that we all should reflect as a society. Thank you.
So thank you all of you for joining us for this panel discussion, and thank you so much to this wonderful panel. And you've been very critical for today's event because you've represented the academia and industry-academia relationship is key for ESG to take off in the corporate world, because you are at the bridge. You are designing the bridge from where these students come to the corporate world. And for India's economy to thrive and for students to get employable, it is very important that this should be embedded in the curriculum, and you should walk the talk, and what they see in colleges is what they're going to replicate in the business world, and it helps to concretize purpose. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We want to thank Pooja also for moderating so nicely. Thanks, Pooja.
Thank you so much.
So with that, yes. Yeah, so Dr. Krishnan, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to just offer my thanks to the organizing committee and also Mr. Sriram. And that last question is a valid question, but at the same time, I can speak my long association with ICICI. It's an organization that has championed empowerment of women. So with Sri there, I think, as he rightly pointed out, they already had speakers, and it is important. And also there are many, many cases of Indian organizations involved in this. I agree with, Professor, Rishikesh Krishnan that, maybe we need to do more work in terms of building the awareness. But I can actually just give you 4 or 5 examples of, the Indian case studies where the phenomenal work has been done. And in fact, I'm also working on one of the cases. And so it's important for us to project this in the right platforms. Thank you again.
Thank you. So I request all the panelists to please stay on stage as we share across our token of thanks. So we have partnered up with Sankalp Taru Foundation for tree e-gifting to bring economic sustainability to rural communities, which will empower them and support rural livelihood. A tree sapling, which is geotagged, will be planted on our panelists' behalf, and a certificate with their name and QR code will be shared. Scanning this QR code will lead to a web link that shows a picture of the tree sapling and provides details regarding the geolocation and that of the farmer on whose land it was planted to economically support him. I would now invite Tanay Sharma from Wellinger Institute to please come on stage and felicitate the panelists. as Professor Joseph Wong and Dr. M.S. Krishnan are not present and are digitally present, we will be sharing it across digitally to them. And now with this, we draw to the end of the ESG conference hosted by the NHRDN. We hope that the day has left you with deep and rich insights into the opportunities and challenges that lie in store for us, while corporates and other institutions integrate ESG. I would like to invite Mr. Amitabh Kumar Singh, Head Business HR, ICICI Bank, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Aditya. It's been a long day, 8.5 hours, but I'm still feeling energized because there's a lot of learning which I personally picked up. And starting the day with what Nathan and Shirang spoke about, that there is something for each one of us, irrespective of whichever part of life we are, whether you're a student in the campus, whether you're a working professional, whether you're working on your own, there's something in it for each one of us to make this community better. I wanted to begin my thanks, first talking about Geo for offering this venue and being such a great host for us. XP&D, our event partner, and who've been at the backbone of putting this whole event together, all the flawless execution of the connectivity. My friend Aditya for being such a nice MC and doing a fantastic job. There are a lot of people in the team who have been at the back end, ensuring that all panelists are contacted, ensuring that they come on time, they are taken care of. So a big thanks to the NHRDN Mumbai team, NHRDN and the team HR and the Godrej HR team for being there. Just the presence of all CEOs and the panelists, it just shows how important is this topic. Else it's not possible for people to travel just to be in part of this conference. People have traveled from Calcutta, Delhi, Bangalore to come and talk to us. That just shows how important this topic. And big thanks to Shirang and Nathan and NHRDN that we thought that in HR space, we should initiate a day-long conversation around ESG. And I can't finish my conversation unless I talk about some of my close friends, Prasad, Jing HR, for being the main sponsor of this event. Thank you very much. My friend Pradyumna, who's not around, but he's from PWC side. They've been the knowledge partner. Pooja, our media partner, ETHR, and all our friends from Adani, Power Grid, Coal India, NTPC, and Jackson and Mahindra. Without them, we couldn't have been able to put this together. So thank you very much once again.
So thank you, Mr. Singh, and a warm and heartfelt thank you to each of you present here today and connected through our YouTube stream. I hope you all had an enriching experience and have a great day. Thank you.